Okay, now we're live. Sorry about that, YouTube. I thought I was live. I was not live. We haven't started yet, so that's fine. Well, we're like, the stream has started, but like, the thing that everyone actually cares about hasn't started. Okay, so I just clicked paint.net in my hotbar, my like taskbar at the bottom, because I'm trying to put up the corkboard, right? And my top thing, it says recent. Takano jiggle.jpg. Gotta pull up Takano jiggle.jpg. Gotta. Oh man. Boing, 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 boing. Wait. Boing, 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 boing. Whoa. Whoa, I see it, chat. I see it. That's crazy. That's crazy. Okay. There we go. Corkboard's up. Favorite thing you've been reacting to at the moment? I know you're fishing for me to say BoJack. BoJack is really good. Whose memorial is behind you? It's Murr from Impractical Jokers. Favorite. I don't know if I have a... Dude, the funny thing... What am I even reacting to right now? I don't even remember. Yo, do I have brain damage? I like low-key... If there's like... If it was revealed that like 10% of the populace had like worms in their skull that were consuming their memories, I would be one of the 10%. Easily. Yeah, because I briefly thought for a second, like, what am I reacting to? I didn't even think about Monster. I am reacting to Monster. It's like, I was like, Monster, Oshinoko, BoJack. What else am I watching? Frieren, Monster. I just finished Kill la Kill. Kill la Kill finale was awesome. Yeah, I'm L3. Wait, true. Holidays, so I can finally join the full day. What's up, boy? What's up, boy? What else am I even... Wait, Frieren, Oshinoko, Kill la Kill, just finished. Sangatsu, which I'm a little... I gotta wrap that series up. Gotta finish that one out. Higurashi, I guess. Counts. I guess Project Moon counts. Well, Higurashi more than Project Moon, but I guess Project Moon counts. The Limbus company. Kill la Kill, Sangatsu, BoJack, Monster, Frieren, Oshinoko, Higurashi, Project Moon. Am I really up to 8? And then Kill la Kill's in that list. 8. Oh, and Bazaar. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, that's actually a lot. I'm actually kind of low-key doing a lot right now. But Loki? Loki? Sangatsu, finish it. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Let's go. Chat, who else misses the Bazaar, bro? Yo, chat, who else misses the Bazaar, bro? Yo, can we run a poll? Who misses the Bazaar, bro? Yo, shout out the Bazaar, man. Man, that was the good old days. Man, I don't think I've ever had such enjoyable streams as the Bazaar streams. Muga Train. Oh, I miss Muga Train, dude. Oh my god. Nobody Muga Trains anymore, man. Fuck, man. Nobody Muga Trains anymore. Horror game streams, those were fire. Lost in Vivo. I think the horror game streams are like hypothetically fire. But I don't know if they're... Yo, chat, I don't know how to, like, variety. I don't know. Variety's hard to, like, do or something. I actually have, like, collected... I've collected, 3 games that I think would be good as variety games. Variety is easy, I've made you a list. But, like, I don't like any of them. They're all bad. W answer? I'd actually have to look. But no, it's like... I don't know. I think my thing with variety, I think the way to succeed with variety is I need to just feel completely comfortable dropping stuff whenever I don't care. Cause obviously I'm not gonna drop I don't like dropping series at all. It's very, very rare that I drop anything. And so I think what's like kind of annoying about variety is that like, if I start something and I'm not having, like, and it's like, this is like kind of not the schmovie, I need to just close the door and like find something else like instantly, you know? I think that's the tech. That's the secret hidden tech. This is a pinned message. Yo, chat, is this true, though? Wait, it's like I'm saying it. Wait, what? Wait, what? Yeah, we have Soma, Safety Hotline, Let's Find Larry, Yowamamari, Drive Time Radio, Pacific Drive, Dredge, Amnesia the Bunker, Mouthwashing, Carrion, Misao, Mad Father, The Witch's House MV, Cat in the Box, Detention, Firework, LB, Corpse Party, Murder House, Nightmare of Decay, Harvester, Little Misfortune, Look Outside, Milk Inside a Bag of Milk Inside a Bag of Milk, House, Limbo, Sally Face, Cry of Fear, The Drifter, No I'm Not a Human, Rodland of Pipes, Elisa, Pathologic 2, Pocket Mirror, Paper Lily, Your Turn to Die, The Citadel plus Beyond the Citadel, Zato. No, I'm a readout kind of guy. There is nothing to drop there. No, I mean like dropping it midstream and finding something else. That's dropping. Misfortune, League of Legends? Playing specific short games that are popular at the moment is a good way to gain an audience. Yeah, well, yes, I think the hard part, is that you need to, like, to gain any viewership on, like, let's say Twitch, like, live streaming, you need to already be at the top, right? Because people scroll... Okay, good, I got good news for you. Oh, have I got news for you? Oh, guess what? Oh, guess what, my friend? Oh, guess what? Check it! Boom! It's right here, man. The full playthrough are on YouTube. Right here. You can watch it, man. It's the full play. It was great. It was a fun stream. So yeah, you should check that out if you're interested. And look, it got 10k views. This was actually a relatively successful video upload. You know what I mean? Talk about it. It's only a bad look if you hype it up and advertise the game, then drop. Yeah. No, I think that's fair. I think that's fair. Yeah. But yeah, that's why, like, if, like, let's say, like, I'm gonna pick a random one. If I start, like, whatever the hell Harvester is, average time to complete 7 hours. If I'm an hour and a half in and I'm like, this shit sucks, I just gotta close the game. Or if I'm an hour and a half in and, like, chat hasn't sent a message in literally 30 minutes, then it's like... And it's like, and like the game's not amazing, then it's like, I'm closing the game. Like we just gotta get moving, bro. That's kind of what I mean, and I'm just so apprehensive to ever do that. I have this, like, mentality of, like, I'd rather just suffer. I'd rather just suffer than dare be a dirty game dropper. So what happened to Silksong? Yeah, Silksong, and you saw, it took me a while to execute Silksong. I had to, like, have a crazy experience. I was losing my mind. Dude, there is something wrong. If I look at chat and I only see the mod icon and there's 5 people, it's like, I can't do it, dude. I can't do it, dude. Like, I just can't, man. I gotta, like, close the game and, like, record. I gotta, like, do something else. Just do one stream of a long game and never return? Yeah. True. And I'm just very not used to that. What happened? It was just like, there were like I was playing Silksong and it was fun, and I, like, had this moment where I looked over and I, like, scrolled up in chat, and it was kind of like this, except it was only the mods. I realized that the only people in the chat were mods, and I was like, huh, I've been streaming for like 3 hours, and there's nobody here except for the mods, and I, like, looked over. And I never let myself look at the viewers, because I never like knowing how many viewers I have, because I think it's a bad mentality. But I remember, like, looking over at the viewers, and it was like 5 or 6, and I was like, there's no way. And I was like, I can't, it was a waste of my time. I can't, man. I can't do it, man. I was there and wasn't even a mod at the time of Silksong, that's how bad it was. If you demod them. Okay. You know what, that's a good idea. I should unmod all the mods. You never even finished off stream or made a Patreon, are you never going to continue? I don't know. I might do it eventually, but, like, I have no plans to right now. It's just, like, dude, it's just time. Like, any moment you spend doing one thing is a moment you're spending not doing everything else. And that's like a burden, you know? It's the burden of time. Right? Like, you know what I mean? And these cool, you have dedicated mods. That is true. I mean, it is W mods. That's not even like a negative against the mods. It's more of just like I'm playing cause guys, streaming is about obviously having fun, right? But it's also, there's also the idea of like growth and like for me, it's like there's like a idea of growth and like progress, right? That I want to like keep feeding this channel and making it better. And so if I'm doing something and I realize that there is little to no growth occurring from this thing, then the right decision is to shoot it in the head and kill it, right? Like, Higurashi, I think, is actually a really good example of the opposite, where Higurashi, I've enjoyed, but also, there's been a lot of new people in chat, there's been a lot of new people entering the Discord, and that's just, like, fun, because we get new personalities in the Discord, new people to talk to, it keeps the community, like new, it gives all the community members new people to interact with, new friends to make, right? It gives me on stream, I like talking to y'all, we've had a lot of, like, good conversations in chat, you know? There's something, like, that's what I really like doing. And so if I look over and there's, like, very, very little chat movement, like, I'm having less fun. Because I'm here to engage with chat and to, like, that's, like, the thing, man. You like talking to us? Well, I hate talking to y'all, but I love hating talking to y'all. Think about it. I'm blushing. It's true. But you know what I mean? Like, yeah. Alright. Yeah. Also, the game was too easy. Okay. We've accomplished many things. We've accomplished many things. When will I get mod? I do think we have the rock candy now, right? Oh, we got the red capsule. We can do red capsule. We can do this. We finishing the fragments today? Maybe. Depends how chunky these are. I wonder what's the kind of, I mean, we're gonna do the Rena one here. Yeah, let's just do the Rena one. Because remember last stream ended on a really depressing note, like, good morning, Rena. Like, last stream ended on, like, the most depressing note. With, like, like, Rena just, like, her own sadness. I love Hanyu so much. Ow, 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 ow!
Hi. あらら、こんにちは。あれ、どちら様？
あ、どうも。私、お隣に引っ越してきました。リュウグウと申します。引っ越しのご挨拶にお伺いしました。どうかよろしくお願いします。
Oh, yeah, wait. Yeah, let me actually reply to that. Emote contest in the Discord is still continuing. So if anybody has any fun ideas for that, feel free to put something. I think, like, whoever wins gets, like, Patreon stuff, and, like, they can make me watch, like, an episode of something or something. I feel like that's what I said. Yeah, any emotes that, like, actually end up getting used, I'll give a free month of Patreon to, which is just a little treat. But yeah, I think yeah, Sif pretty much answered, but, if we don't have enough people for a tournament, I'll just dictator some, otherwise we'll do a tournament bracket in the Discord so that the Discord can choose one. Yeah. And otherwise, I'll just dictator stuff. Minus the travel and pet pictures Uta sent me through it. Wait, why don't those count? Wait, Uta's dog, it doesn't count as an emote? Huh? What? I feel like we might be somewhere on that. So yeah, chat, go upload, go do something for that. W men's.
こんな田舎の村にこんな若い子が引っ越してきちゃったのかい。そうかい。よく来たね。お母ちゃん。お隣さん、引っ越しのご挨拶来られたわよ。
声出さんでも聞こえてんな。したらわざわざ丁寧に挨拶すまなしゃろな。
竜宮さんだって。お隣の空き家に引っ越されてきたって。
あんたレナちゃんかいな。大きなって。
Wait, squeaky door sound effect?
あんたレナちゃんかいな。
はい、レイナです。覚えててくれてたんですか？は
あ、なんねお母ちゃん知ってんのかい。
知ってるもなんと。お前沖縄に住んでたから知らんか。ずいぶん前に住んでたお隣さんね。
Holy
そうかいそうかい。戻ってきたんかい。やっ
generational
ぱり都会よか
iconic
村の方が落ち着くねえな。
住んでたのは小さい頃なんで、あまりよくは覚えていないんですけど。
Oh, that's fun. Okay.
でも
Oops, sorry. I
こ
just
こ
hit the
が
mic.
私の
W.
帰ってくるところだったんだなって、とても懐かしくなります。
なら馴染むのは早いね。なんかお手伝いできることがあったらいつでも言ってね。遠慮はしないのがここのルールだから。
What's up, what's up?
はい、ありがとうございます。
Thought I'd remember things if I walked around the village, but I still don't remember much. I do recall, however, the vivid breeze as well as the brilliant greenery. I don't remember the village, but I remember that this is my hometown. Red scars still remain on my body. They're hardly visible, and I can't even feel them. I'm sure they'll disappear soon. Now that I'm back in Hinamizawa, sometimes I wonder who I was back in Ibaraki. In fact, I think I wasn't myself from the moment I left. And now, by coming back here, I finally regained my true self. I can hardly remember what I was like back in Ibaraki. Well, that's probably because of the red medicine. The medicine erased all of my painful memories. Maybe that was for the best. I just wanted to be forgiven back then. Especially the Takano jiggle physics. Holy peak. I couldn't forgive my mother, I couldn't forgive Uncle Akihito, and more than anybody, I couldn't forgive myself. I wanted someone to acknowledge that I wasn't at fault. I wanted to be forgiven. Dude, yo, I hate how much I feel like these characters resonate, bro. Like, the Shion equals me equals Keiichi equals Rena equals Hanyu equals Rika, like that whole thing. Like, I literally I have I have a dedicated schizo posting channel that I'll sometimes it's like a private thing. It's like almost like a notepad, almost like a diary, but I just use it for schizo posting, and I write this kind of stuff sometimes just to be edgy. I'll be edgy, this is my the type of shit I write to myself in my edgy diary way, you know? Oh man, bro, it's please man, can we not? So Oyashiro-sama apologized. She told me I wasn't at fault because it was the curse of Oyashiro-sama. That's how I was able to forgive myself. It's so real. It's so real. Yeah. I have there's this oh, this is so weird. This is such a weird self-report, but the entire point of yeah. I don't know. I feel like it's on brand for me to just self-report stuff nowadays. I have this weird daydream that sometimes gets me of wanting to get killed by an angel, because if an angel kills you, they've inherently by being an angel, they are objective good, and so if they kill you, then the lines are clearly delineated. You are evil, they are good, you are slain, and in being killed by the angel, you are forgiven. They've done justice upon you, and so whatever was unjust is now made right. You know? And so I have yeah, I have this really strange daydream that sometimes I get caught in of oh, I wish there was an angel that would kill me. And I haven't really had that in a while, but that used to be something I had quite a lot. And it's very much this kind of dynamic's kind of there, where it's I want to be forgiven. But then Oyashiro-sama apologized, so it is a divine thing coming in to correct what feels not corrected. Just in my own head though, it was very much a through death. Which is, exactly, right here, right? I think people have to die because they become corrupted. That's why people try their hardest not to dirty themselves all their lives. But yeah, exactly this, right? I didn't have to die by tearing my blood vessels on my body. I think people have to die because they become corrupted. So, the thought of, I have become corrupted, I need to be killed kind of idea, you know? Would angels kill instantly or deliver a painful death? I don't know, man. That's a great question. Last time I ended up having a literal lucid dream with philosophical discussion type shit because of the live stream, plus effed up stuff because of, yeah. That's crazy work. Bro, I've unironically had philosophical insights while dreaming. And I like literally woke up once and then added it to an essay I was writing. It was lit. Play Bayonetta if you want to die to angels. All I know about Bayonetta is that she like does flips and she's like hot. But I'm still living despite how dirty I am. I've been allowed to live. Is there still some filth left on me? Or am I all clean? I don't know. The only thing I know is that the me who lived in Ibaraki and the me who's here right now are two different people. I no longer feel the need to take responsibility by ripping myself apart because of the filth. Yeah, it's like if you don't believe in your own capacity to rip yourself apart to feel because of the filth, then you project it out into a Justicar, right? Some sort of like angelic force of justice to come in and do it to you. You know? As mercy or as judgment, it's the same thing, I would say. Like, it is judgment, but it would be done in as merciful a way as possible. That's like what's so good about like an angel doing it, is that they're like, since they're objective good, they'll do it in the way that's perfectly justice, but they'll also do it in the kindest way they can. So it's a free win, man. My dreams don't mean anything. Last one I had was just cats riding horses. That shit is the coolest thing I've ever heard of. And I think that means everything. After arranging some furniture and unpacking some boxes, we finally had dinner. Although I hardly remember Hinamizawa, my father remembers things very clearly.
お父さんたちがひなみ沢に住んでた頃にもあったんだけど、今は綿流しという行事がとても大きなお祭りになってるらしい。6月の終わり頃にあるらしい、ね。
Yeah, lucid dreaming is fun. I've had my fair share of lucid dreaming.
お父さんも見たことないんでわからないんだけど、体についた汚れを綿に吸い取らせて沢に流す行事らしい。
Absorb the filth.
汚れって流してしまえるものなんだね。
そりゃそうだ。人間は罪深い生き物だからね。生きてるだけで日々汚れが我が身に降り積もっていくものなんだそうだ。それを年に1回体をお掃除するように綿に吸い取ってもらって捨ててしまおうということらしいよ。
Reminds me of like baptism. People become burdened with filth and sin by doing something bad. Court sentences can settle your crimes legally, but that doesn't mean the burden of sin of the filth will just go away. In other words, human hands can't erase human filth in this human world. Yeah, I did have a lucid nightmare once where I was like fully aware, but I couldn't get myself to like wake up. That shit was brutal. I was like pretty young. I was probably like 12 or 13 or something. And it was like FNAF themed because it was like right in the peak of FNAF. Like FNAF 1, you know? And so like I was still scared of it, like watching Markiplier play it on my phone and be like, ah, ah, ah. Like it was like in that time of my life. And I had like a lucid nightmare of getting just constantly jump scared over and over. And it was just like, oh my God. Like, free me! Free me! Yeah, it was pretty bad. But now it's funny. Now it's a funny story, so. Redeemed. It's been redeemed. In other words, human hands can't erase human filth in this human world. The filth is something humans can't get rid of, and that's why we need a god from a different world to do that. That's what I thought. But I'm surprised to learn about Watanagashi. Human hands erasing human filth in the human world, letting the cotton absorb the filth and drifting it down the stream. That means it's okay to live in this world. I tried to commit suicide because I couldn't forgive myself. Oyashiro-sama apologized to me and told me to come back to Hinamizawa, and now here in Hinamizawa, there's this Watanagashi, a ceremony to get rid of filth. This isn't just a coincidence. Hinamizawa is a place to wash away your filth. It forgives sins. It is a place of forgiveness. FNAF streams win. Yeah, I'd be a crazy FNAF gamer. FNAF custom night 50-50.
汚れを残したまま表舞台にとどまることを許さない。ほら、政治家や社長で汚職があるとすぐに辞職するのもそういうことだ。汚れた人は表舞台を去らなければならない。悪く言うと、
Yo, what the fuck is wrong with you? Pink was definitely the kid that was reading the jump scare warning times in the comments. You don't gotta, like, call me out. I mean, I was, but you don't gotta call me out on that, bro. What? Yo, ban this chatter now. Sins and filth must be removed. Obvious, like, Jesus Christ reference. Or, like similar idea. Not a specific reference, but, like, similar idea, right? Oh, look, sacrifice, just as I said. That's why people push them onto someone else and then try to get rid of the filth by sacrificing that person. But if that's the case, every time that filth is created, people will try to pass around responsibility for it. That's awfully hideous. It's almost like seeing demons in the human world. That's why they came up with the idea of letting the cotton absorb all the filth. By doing so, people can live without making someone else take on all the responsibility, sins, and filth. How does this idea doesn't even make sense. The filth is you can't push your filth onto someone else like it's your filth. Like, huh? I feel like the idea of being able to, like, put your filth onto someone else and kill them and then the filth is gone, that's brain rot. That's straight up brain rot. By doing so, people can live without making someone else take on all the responsibility, sins, and filth. Putting everyone's sins onto someone and then killing that person makes that person a sacrifice. Who wants to be a sacrifice? That's why they desperately push their sins around. A purification ceremony is about replacing the human sacrifice with a non-human one. The purification ceremony dramatically changed Japanese culture. Before then, people always believed someone had to become a sacrifice. In other words, even with filth, everyone can live without blaming someone else. Is Mugenics good, by the way, chat? I did, like, see it just came out. Filth can be forgiven by a method other than death. Only an existence higher than humans can forgive them. I disagree. I have a very gentle disagree with this. A very sympathetic and very gentle disagree. I was forgiven by Oyashiro-sama and came back to this place, to Watanagashi, the purification ceremony that exists here. Letting cotton absorb the filth and drifting it away. There's no need for a sacrifice. That's why I've been allowed to live. The filthy me has drifted away, so that the me that remains is no longer Reina Ryugu. If I'm not Reina, then who am I? If I'm without filth, without all the icky things, who am I? A name vaguely appeared in my head, my new name, that only removes one of the letters from Reina, but I think it's a cute name. All the icky things are removed and forgiven with the removal of that one letter. It's like the I drifts down the river. So my name is no longer Reina, my name is... Oh, they felt like they had so much aura with that. Oh, wait. Oh, come on, man. Are you... Yo, Rena, you piss me off sometimes. Rena Ryugu. Right. Rena Ryugu. 5 pink cube stream streak. This is extremely rare. Okay. That one I feel like didn't give us new things too much. Other than them, like, moving in, I guess. I guess that was it, huh? Because that's, like, the requirement for, like, this. I wonder if we can do like this. I don't remember if we got rock candy. I feel like we kind of did. Let's see. Yeah, we did. Now break a fragment. I will never break another fragment. A group of boys are playing baseball under the powerful sun. The sound of cicadas makes the heat stand out even more, but to those boys, it's just another kind of cheering from the crowds. Of course, they go through training exercises to build stamina, but the boys don't actually like such routine activities. What they look forward to the most is the free game after practice. The school in Hinamizawa is actually borrowed from the forestry service. The schoolyard is made of gravel, so it's not very appropriate for playing sports on. Compared to that, the grounds of the school in Okinomiya are properly maintained for athletic activities, so the kids grow even more energetic when they come here. Kids from Hinamizawa really don't care if the ground is made of gravel or not. The other instructor is watching the game, so I decided to go get some drinks for the team. My sweetest piss boy. I want to just pet you. Aw, my sweet Satoshi. Aw, my good boy.
もしよかったら、サトシ君も手伝ってくださるととても助かるのですが。
はい。お手伝いします。
Satoshi-kun decided to come along with me. Sometimes kids don't like what grown-ups choose, so I'm glad he agreed to help. Satoshi-kun and I got in the car and headed to the grocery store nearby.
監督、Satokoの具合はどうなんですか？
ええ、経過は良好ですよ。 本当に
I
ゆっ
wonder if
くり
he's
と
gonna
で
get
す
his
が、
awareness of his sins
さとこちゃ
here.
んの心の傷も癒えてきています。もう少しだけ安静にしてあげた方がいいでしょう。
It's natural for Satoshi-kun to be worried. Satoko-chan has been in the hospital for over 2 weeks. Of course, he doesn't know his sister has Hinamizawa syndrome. Not only that, she's almost at L5. She could become deranged at any moment. He believes she's depressed because of the shock of their parents' accident. He came to the clinic every day to cheer his sister up. But Satoko-chan has become emotionally unstable and was showing some dangerous symptoms, so we called off the visits. That's a check mark for one of the fragments. In fact, Satoko-chan is not doing so well. L5, the stage Satoko-chan is at, is a very abnormal one. The man from last year who was at the same stage was acting so abnormal that even a drug addict in his final stages would have turned and ran. There's no guarantee Satoko-chan won't fall into the same condition. When we performed the autopsy on that man last year, we learned the true identity of the syndrome and gained a great understanding of its mechanisms. We even discovered some important facts that may lead to the development of a cure. However, we have yet to find a method of actually curing the disease. So if Satoko-chan becomes unrecoverable, we may have to dissect her just like we did the man from last year. How can I tell Satoshi-kun about his sister's situation? All I can do is make vague comments and lie to him that she's recovering. What if she becomes much worse? That would make me an unforgivable liar. The tiny bit of conscience that remains in me hurts.
もし監督の診療所のご迷惑でなければ、もうしばらく入院させてもらった方がいいかもしれません。
それはどういう意味ですか？
I thought he wanted her to come home as soon as possible, so I'm a little surprised.
いえ、実は里子、あまりおばさん一家とも馴染めていないんです。
さとこちゃんがご両親とあまり良い関係ではなかったと聞いていましたが、新しく預けられたおばさん夫婦ともなのですか？
里子は大人にはあまり心を開かないので。
Satoshi-kun had told me about their family background. Their mother's constant remarriages wounded her children deeply. Satoshi-kun was able to overcome it, but Satoko-chan was too young to be able to do that. That left her traumatized, and now she has a tendency to distrust or dislike guardians who aren't related to her. Actually, nobody would like a guardian who isn't related to them. It's not just Satoko-chan. But usually people try to deal with that even if they don't like it. I guess Satoko-chan's not capable of that.
おじさんはあまり家に帰ってこないし、いても寝てるかテレビを見てるかなのでそんなに問題はないんですが、おばさんがものすごく里子に絡むんです。
どうしてそんなに嫌われてしまったんでしょうね。
I can guess why. Satoko-chan's parents were damn proponents, and because of that, the villagers considered the aunt and uncle part of the Hojo family and ostracized them as such. Moreover, they passed away suddenly in an accident and left 2 children behind, so I guess there would be more hate than gratitude. Oh my. Thank you, anonymous gifter, for 2 gifty subbies to Riku and Orov. That is so sweet. Anonymous gifty man. Or woman. Gifty person. Gifter. Thank you. That's very nice of you. I appreciate the support. Enjoy the ad-free viewing. Thank you. Yeah. Hell yeah. In honor of that, I will do something I was going to do anyways and drink Dr. Pepper. Take a shot. Yo, remember that? Remember when we did the take a sub every shot for okay, guys, what do we, the ReZero stream, and I took like 15 shots and then puked. Oh man, that was a time to be alive, huh? Yo, we were averaging like a lot of viewers for that too, because I think Psyculturist rated. Man, that was a good stream. That was a good stream. Okay, can we set this on a cooldown? I have an edited video of that on my YouTube. If you go to if you type like YouTube or like Pink Cubed ReZero drinking challenge, you'll probably find it. I edited the stream down myself. I think the full stream is like on my Patreon. I don't know if it exists on its own anywhere anymore. It was bad though. It was bad. It was. I got way too drunk. It was really bad. That was 10 sips. That was 10 sips. Lock in and bring back the late night dating app VC arc. I got banned off Hinge. We talked about this last stream. If you don't set the cooldown before March, I'll use my 200k points for hydrate. Jesus Christ. Okay. Moreover, they passed away suddenly in an accident and left 2 children behind, so I guess there would be more hate there than gratitude. If she had been obedient like Satoshi-kun, everything would have been fine, but Satoko-chan can't be that way. She shows that in her attitude and expressions, which leads her to her and her aunt having a big fight. Did my audio die? Oh, I think it did. Oh, wait. Let me just... Yo, headphones, can you connect? Thank you.
その度にサトコちゃんをかばってあげるサトシ君はお兄さんの鏡だと思いますよ。今やサトコちゃんにとって唯一の肉親はサトシ君だけなのかもしれませんからね。
そうですね。そんな気がしてます。
Satoshi-kun said with a slight hint of a sigh. He doesn't say it, but it seems Satoshi-kun has grown tired of having to cover for Satoko-chan every time she and her aunt fight. Good night, fool. Farewell. He's a good person as well as a good big brother, so I'm sure he'll do anything to cover for his sister, but that's a very exhausting thing to keep doing forever. Satoshi-kun was already doing that when their parents were alive, and eventually his mental equilibrium couldn't handle the strain. He grew sick and he visited my clinic. I thought his circumstances might have improved after their initial cause. His parents were gone, but it seems things were even worse than before.
わかりました。そんな状況でサトコちゃんを退院させたらまた心の症状がぶり返してしまうかもしれませんね。入院費のことは気にしないでください。サトコちゃんが本当の意味で回復するまで私が
Don't worry
責
about the
任を持ってお
hospital
預かり
fees.
し
We're
ま
so
す。
back. While trying to pretend I'm listening to his request, I feel a little disgusted at myself for making such selfish excuses. I'll make sure. Takano-san is working on her dissection plan as we speak.
お願いできると僕も少しだけ助かります。
はい。
いえ、サトコがもうしばらく入院しててくれたら僕もその分気が楽だなって思っただけです。
それはどういう意味ですか？
サトコが帰ってきたらどうせまたおばと喧嘩をするだろうと思います。
Poor
そ
Satoshi,
したら
bro.
また喧嘩や怒鳴り声ばかりの日になって僕もそれに巻き込まれるのかなって
My poor
思う
golden
と
boy.
サトコはずっと入院しててくれるのが一番僕にとって気楽なことなんじゃないかってそう思ってしまう自分がいて嫌になります。
サトシ君。
Satoshi-kun is a great big brother who always sticks up for his little sister. But that doesn't mean he doesn't feel burdened.
そんなことを考えてしまうなんて僕はなんて悪い兄なんだろうって思います。そうだと思えば思うほど自分が嫌になって。
Oh, my sweet child. Satoshi-kun said, sniffling once. His expression was one of anguish, as if truly feeling his own sin. His desire to be a model big brother is putting himself under greater pressure. I feel bad for Satoko-chan, but I also feel bad for Satoshi-kun in a different way. As someone who knows the both of them well, I feel that I must be their ally, since they don't have anyone else who cares about them. Okay, we don't have footsteps for him. Yeah, what is my vision doing? Am I tweaking? Okay, lock in. Fourth year's curse is gonna require this line. New wind. I feel like this is an entire thing too. And we can probably do formation of a club now. Because I think that's the awareness of his sins. Oh, I think, did Rika get her fever yet? I don't, that might have happened last episode, last stream. Let me do formation of a club. Okay, cool. That was the awareness of his sins. Wow, that sound effect's a throwback. It's been a minute since we've been in the classroom. School is the children's world. The values of grown-ups don't apply. Children decide their own values and create their own world. Facts. That is so facts. Yeah. Yeah, Nietzsche talks about this. So the rules of the grown-up world of the village don't mean anything here. Even when the villagers badmouth the Hojo family and try to isolate them, that has no meaning at our school. In the children's world, children decide the rules. Rules that they think are irrational don't exist here. That's why, as the representative for the children here, I vow that I will never let any irrational rules come into our world. Within the school, no harassment is allowed towards the Hojo siblings. In the very beginning, some boys teased Satoko, but they were punished severely, and it hasn't happened ever since. That's the least I can do to resist the madness of the village. So I hope Satoshi and Satoko both feel that the school is a safe place for them. Satoshi must notice my concern because he often smiles when he's here. However, I never see Satoko smile. Satoko's classmates used to try to cheer her up, but soon after they decided that it was just best to leave her alone. I used to try to talk to her, but when I realized something, I stopped doing that. I'm a member of the Sonozaki family. To Satoko, I'm one of her enemies, so I'm sure she feels uncomfortable to have me around her. All I can do is watch over her. That's why Satoko is alone in the classroom. That said, Rika-chan is always hanging around with her, even though Satoko told her she was annoying. Satoshi, too, is always beside her. Even though Satoko told her she was annoying. I wanna watch that. Satoko telling Rika to buzz off. These two are the only ones who remain by her side. It isn't limited to Satoko, of course. The malicious isolation is still continuing towards the Hojo family. Because their hysterical aunt is so hostile towards her neighbors, there's nobody who sympathizes with her. It's wise to know there are fights worth picking and also fights better set aside. If the aunt had even a little tolerance or self-control, this isolation wouldn't have continued. Of course, the villagers were the ones who forced them into that role, even though they weren't related to the issue. But if she had stayed quiet, then it wouldn't have gone so far. The aunt's hostility is one thing, but she's dragging everyone in the family into it as well. The uncle and the aunt haven't been getting along and he hardly comes home. Both Satoshi and Satoko are forced to live in shame. The aunt vents her stress by harassing Satoko. This was the same too. The aunt is her guardian after all, but Satoko doesn't even try to hide her disgust, so things aren't going smoothly between them. If she had behaved like Satoshi, then she wouldn't have been made into a target. So does that mean that the sad life Satoko is living right now is something she caused herself? No, it doesn't. But no matter how much I sympathize and how much I want to help her, nobody knows what to do. An apology won't change the situation. The flow can't be reversed. The fact that the Hojo family is ostracized by the entire village can't be changed. Unless you got like Keiichi and a lot of time. That's the horribleness lurking underneath our lives. The neighbors, the village, and the community. Once they become your enemies, the world can become so cruel. Japanese people have known that since ancient times, which is why we cultivated empathy and an obligation to show courtesy to one's neighbors. No matter who I blame, Satoko won't smile, so the only thing I can do is to watch over her and make sure that she's safe when she's at school.
Arigato. Mion.
Yo, W me on for all of that?
ごめん、何？
Satokoにいつも気を使ってくれてありがとうって。
Satoshi kind of appears absent-minded, but sometimes he says things as if he can read your thoughts. I tried to deny it since it's out of character for me, but he smiled as if he could tell exactly what I was thinking.
Satoko は笑顔の浮かべ方を忘れてしまっただけなんだよ。学校にいるときは本当に少しだけ肩の力を抜ける時間を得られてる。それはきっとSatokoにとってとても優しい時間になってるって思ってるよ。
Man, you know a good movie?
おじさんが気を使えるのは
So
この
random.
程度だしね。
Let me make sure I got the title right. I'm gonna look it up. I think it's... Yeah, dude, the movie Beasts of No Nation. Yo, this movie goes freaking insane. This movie is so good. Chat, go watch this movie if you haven't seen this movie. I highly recommend it. It kind of reminds me a little bit of it's about like child soldiers. It's about the journey of like a child soldier. So it's really hard to watch. It's a really tough one, but it's very good. It's Morgan Freeman in it.
そんなことないよ。 僕も感謝してるよ。
よしてよ。感謝されることなんかないって。迷惑かけてるのは多分うちなんだしさ。
そんなこと思ってないよ、全然。
I'm not good at reading people's subtle cues, but I know for sure what he just said is a lie. Satoshi knows that he and his family are being isolated because of the Sonozakis. And he's, of course, aware that I'm a member of the Sonozaki family, too. Satoshi's mature, and that's the only reason he doesn't take it out on me. If he had the same temper as his aunt, he would hate me bitterly. Knowing that, the least I can do is not get close to them. But I'm a meddlesome person, and when I see Satoko looking depressed or Satoshi forcing himself to smile, I have to do something. That might even be more troublesome to Satoshi and Satoko, though.
私、サトコの気持ちを全然理解してないのかな。
どうして？
サトコが辛い思いをしてる一番の原因は、うちにある、そこの娘の私が、サトコの周りをうろちょろすることは、空気の読めてないことなのかなって。
そんなことはないよ。ミオンはそれくらいがちょうどいいと思うけどな。
何よそれ。私は無神経な方がぴったりだって言うの？
そういう意味じゃないよ。その空気というのがサトコから笑顔を奪っているのなら、そんな空気なんか全然気にしない人じゃなきゃサトコに笑顔は戻せないって思ってるから。
うまいこと言ってるけど、さりげなくおじさんのことバカにしてるでしょ。ひどいな。
Oh man, it's still so crazy. That's like
バ
always
カ
been
に
so
してなんか
crazy
い
to
ない
me.
よ。助けてほしいだけなんだよ。
え？
僕一人の力じゃサトコに笑顔は戻せない。ミオンみたいな力強い人の助けがいるんだよ。
でも私、園崎家のミオンだよ。私なんかが無神経なことやったら、かえってサトコを傷つけるかも。
その空気がサトコを一人ぼっちにしているのに、だからミオンもサトコを一人ぼっちにするのかい？
Someone give him HRT already? Okay, this is the first time Satoshi has asked me for something so aggressively. Satoko is a very important person to him. He's saying he needs my help to make her smile again. But still, no, maybe he's right. What's going on between the Sonozaki family and the Hojo family is an issue among the grown-ups. We children don't need to care about that. The irrational rules of the grown-ups don't mean anything in our world. So I have to, him meeting old man Mion, obviously. Okay, now we're on to something. Oh, you want to be an old man, Mion? I got you. So I have to object to the irrationality of the grown-up world using methods of my own.
サトコは本当に私のこと迷惑に思わないかな。
初めは少しは思うかもしれない。でも僕も一緒だから、ミオンと一緒だから、すぐに打ち解けるよ。
Kimi Misawa replacement therapy.
そうかな。
That's what Rena
今日
did.
学校が終わったらサトコを遊びに誘ってみる？
家に帰ると
Oh, this might be the
おばさ
club.
んにいろいろ
I
言われ
mean,
て
this is the,
表に出られなくなってしまうかもしれない。
なら簡
it's
単
like
だ
the
ね。
name of the,
家に帰らずに遊べばいいんだ。
でも帰りがあまりにも遅くなると何の道草を食っていたんだと。
ならさ、あれだあれ
Oh,
だ。
the club was
部活動に
created
加わ
to
ったっていう
give,
のどう？
to give Satoko a place to smile, bro. It's the Make Satoko Happy Club.
部活ってことに
That's
して
cute. Oh, that's a
学校
cute
で遊んでから帰
idea.
ればいいじゃん。だって学校から帰らないでそのまま遊んでる男の子だって大勢いるんだしね。
That's a really, like,
全然
sweet way
問
to
題ないよ。
contextualize the club.
でも服を汚すとまた
Yo,
おば
this
さんに。
worry word.
ならさ、アウトドアじゃなくてインドア中心にすればいい。それなら服も汚れないしね。
Oh, dude, out of every character, he looks the most sane in all three. Or, like, the similar. He looks the same in all three. Yo, he looks like Armin in this one. Think about it.
インドアってことは教室？でもあんまり暴れると千恵先生に。
インドアで暴れずに。だけれども熱く遊ぶことは可能なんだよ、おじさん。こう見えてもゲームが大好きでね。海外ものの貴重なものとか結構集めてたりするのさ。マニュアルが英語だったり難しかったりで対戦してくれる相手がいなくて死蔵しちゃってるのが多いんだけどね。
それ貞子にも遊べるか
Man,
な？
that's adorable.
もちろんルールなんてね、わかんなかったらその場で作っちゃえばいいんだよ。全員が同じルールに従う以上、どんなルールだったって公平なんだからね。
I said it so confidently, but would bringing games from home and asking Satoko to play with us actually make her smile again? What have I got to lose? Maybe I'll bring one of the board games tomorrow.
あとさ、ミオ、相談があるんだけど。
何？おじさんで乗れる相談なら何でも聞いてよ。
僕、アルバイトを探してるんだ。貞子を元気づけるのに、誕生日に素敵なプレゼントをしたら喜ぶかなって思って。
Don't remind me, bro. Don't remind me of the bear. You should publicly announce your love for Rika Furude during Valentine's. What day is Valentine's? Like, what day of the week? Oh god, Valentine's is right around the corner. Holy shit. Oh, it's Saturday? Oh, yeah, sorry, chat, yeah. Yeah, I mean, chat, sorry. I'm gonna be busy all Saturday hanging out with my, my girlfriend. Because it's Valentine's, and me and my girlfriend, which is, you know, she and I, yeah, she's really hot. She's like 6'8". She's like 10 feet tall. She's like, you know, she's really hot, and she's a millionaire. You know, my girlfriend. I think Koizumi died. She goes to another chat. This fragment can't be connected yet. Alright. You'll be recording DD part 3. Killing myself. Killing myself IRL. In real life. Not in game. Making it clear. Dawn's still alive. I think we completed that? Let me try the fever one. I feel like she got a fever. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I didn't break it. It was already broken. That's why I clicked it. So I'm starting with all the broken ones, because I'm being sure to not break anything. She's an Umineko streamer. We wouldn't know her. Holy peak. Yo, chat. Can a Higurashi boy get with an Umineko girl? Think about it, bro. Yo, can a Higurashi boy get with an Umineko girl? Please, man. Please. Dude, this doesn't even taste like anything. This has like more sugar than anything else, and it looks like oil, but it doesn't have a taste. What happened? Why isn't it tasting anything? I don't think you can be that choosy. One day. Please, I need this. Umineko boy and Higurashi girl would work though. Yo, I'm good with either, bro. Wait, low-key, the water tastes the same as the Dr. Pepper right now. Yo, and then, wait, Umineko girl and Higurashi boy, I'm the Higurashi boy, and then this can be chat. Chat. You. Yippee. This is me. Oh, no, not you. But like, this is me, Higurashi boy, my Umineko girl, and then you guys are gonna give us both $1 million. And then we'll be sugar siblings, and we're gonna have sugar incest. Takano-san always comes along with me whenever I could to take pictures on a stroll. Not again is so funny. Yo, we need to specifically I don't want to be associated with the sugar sibling pivot. It's so good. We need to specifically make an iceberg for the Higurashi playthrough. And we can sugar misspelled sibling incest. Oh my god, it's so peak. It's so peak. Use the Higurashi corkboard Dewey Umineko. Think about it. She might have discovered the joy of cameras, and I'm happy to gain a friend who shares the same hobby. Tomatake POV? The caterpillar! The caterpillar! I love the caterpillar. That's my favorite character in Higurashi. However, there's actually something else she's much more interested in. That would be the history of Hinamizawa. She frequently visited libraries and local archives to read through various documents and books, and when it comes to Hinamizawa, she's gained quite extensive knowledge of the local history. When she's in a good mood, she tells me about things like how Hinamizawa used to be called Onigafuchi Village, and how the villagers there used to perform various cruel ceremonies based around the worship of a Yashiro-sama. Yes, better than otaku. It seemed she loved tales of violence, and that actually gave her a mysterious charm. I don't know, bro. Mysterious charm, really? On the other hand, I don't do well with grotesque things, so I can hardly say anything in response. The stories of cruel ceremonies that she gets excited about, I don't really get them all that well. However, with the way her eyes light up when she talks, I don't mind spending time with her, even if I have to hear about cruel things.
Takano-sanはそういうのを調べるのが好きだね。
あら、だって楽しいわよ。封印された過去の暗黒史を紐解くなんて、とてもワクワクすることだとは思わない？
Takano-san smiled in a way that almost made it sound like a dark past is something fun. But of course it isn't. The dark history of Hinamizawa that she loves is something cruel and atrocious, like the witch hunts in the Middle Ages.
それに、Hinamizawa症候群を調べる上でも、とても役立つことなのよ。何も顕微鏡を除くことだけが調べることになるとは限らない。この寄生虫と長い時間を過ごしてきたこの村の伝承の方がよっぽど重要な何かを教えてくれることがあるんだから。
それもそうだね。うん。高野さんは本当に研究熱心だよな。
Chat, it's different when I do it. I'm allowed to do it. I'm allowed to do it. Chat, I'm obviously a hypocrite. Yeah. But I'm like, and yo, ban Ice forever. Okay, lock him. Don't ban Ice forever. Just kill him. We don't need to ban him. We just need to kill him. Rules for thee, not for me. Exactly. Like, chat, the server is a microcosm of the real world. I'm the person in power, which means I set rules, I don't follow rules. Because if I had to follow the rules, then I wouldn't be setting the same rules. I'd be setting different rules. Nobody in power follows the rules they make. Like, are we stupid? Come on. That's just reality, okay? Yo, okay, you're not the only mod that follows the rules. I mean, like, okay, let's lock in. Let's lock in a little bit. This gives me, shit, what was that one philosopher? If you're the person in power, does that mean you like kids? That's a little too real right now. Not for me, but like for reality, obviously. Because Jesus Christ, it's really sad. Well, I don't even know if I care about going on this pivot. I don't care about this pivot. I'm canceling the pivot. All right,
この
continue.
研究の第一人者だった高野先生もひなみ沢症候群の研究に生涯を捧げるだけの何かを見出し、その魅力に取りつかれていたに違いないでしょうね。多分私だけがそんな高野先生の気持ちを理解してると思うの。研究者でない二郎さんには難しいかしら。
She always seems so enthusiastic every time she talks about the late Dr. Takano, an independent researcher who was the first person to discover the existence of the syndrome. There has to be something more than just her admiration as a researcher. Come to think of it, Dr. Takano's full name was Hifumi Takano. Takano-san's full name is Mio Takano. Not only are their last names pronounced the same, but their first names follow a similar pattern. They must be connected somehow. Smartest Tomatake moment. Ah yes, the people with the same last name are somehow connected. Are we fucking for real? Are we, dude? Yo, Tomatake is the biggest fraud in all of Higurashi. Fraudatake. Hifumi Takano and Mio Takano. They must be connected somehow. 10 pounds, not 10, 500 pounds of muscle loses in every fragment. Unlucky for getting sick tomorrow. Get medicine today. Make sure you have medicine stocked, so that when you're actually sick, you have medicine. I don't know anything about Takano-san's personal history, but there's a good chance that her name is an alias. I do not threaten to murder. When did I threaten to murder someone? Okay. So it's very possible she chose a name to reflect the researcher she admires.
ひょっとして高野さんはだからミオという名前なのかい？いや、高野さんが尊敬しているその先生の名前が確か高野ひふみ、そして高野さんの名前がミオ。123の後を引き継いで34。
Yeah, I guess it's like
彼が成し遂げられなかった研究を引き継いだ
how common the last name Takano is, you know? Because it really depends on the last name. Like, there's some last names like, you know, Smith, John Smith, that are like super common, so it's a little different. Yeah. So if Takano's like I just haven't heard the name Takano before, so it makes me think it's more unique.
それを誰かに聞いたの。
I have a coworker whose family name is Takano. So you're killing this coworker, right? I mean, I don't have to remind you, not sugar siblings, but like, we kind of gotta deal with this girl. She's kind of a problem, you know what I mean? I never, okay, Ice, you're actually hallucinating. I never sent messages to girls saying I'm going to eat your organs. That's insane. You're actually fucking tweaking.
二郎さんにしてはよくわかったわね。
いや、高野さんがその高野先生をとても尊敬している。
Wow, he just took that on the chin, being called dense.
自分が実の娘か孫で研究の正当な後継者だというような感じで言っていることがあったからね。なんとなくそんな気がしただけなんだよ。作家のペンネームだってほら、尊敬する作家のオマージュで名前をつけることもあるし、なら高野美代って名前もペンネームみたいなものなのかなって思って。
そんなことはないわよ。高野美代は本名よ。もっとも高野の高は鳥の鷹じゃなくて高い低
Dark
いの
pink
鷹が
cube
正しいけ
history.
れど。
The pink cube situation is crazy.
じゃあ
The dark
高野
underbelly
先生
of
とは
pink cube.
本当は同じ名字なのかい？そりゃますますびっくりだね。しかも美代が本名とは高野ひふみの研究を高野美代が継ぐ。なんだか運命的偶然を感じるね。
二郎さんたら運命的だなんて大げさな。別に運命でも何でもないのよ。
She's actually telling him that. That's kind of cool.
私の祖父だもの。
え？
This is news to me. I heard Takano-san discovered documents about the Hinamizawa syndrome left by Dr. Takano after his death and decided to continue his research. Never heard of them being related before.
祖父の研究を引き継ぐために予算をというと まるで身内びいきのために予算を引っ張ろうとしているように見えて印象が良くないというふうに助言
Yo,
をして
Peak,
くれ
don't
る
be
人が
doing
いた
that,
ので
bro. Don't be
ただ
doing
の
that,
一文字を
bro.
変えたからなの。だから人前で高野先生が私
Yeah,
の
yeah, I
祖
thought
父だ
this
と
was
話
something that was
したのは
pretty.
小泉のおじいちゃんを除いたら二郎さんを含めて他にいるかどうかという話よ。
そうだったのかい。なるほどね。君がひなみ沢症候群の研究に入江所長も驚くほどの情熱を見せる理由がちょっとだけ分かったよ。
I understand very clearly now. She really did inherit the work her grandfather was unable to complete.
祖父も医学的見地からだけでなく古文書などの文献からもひなみ沢症候群を探っていたの。ひなみ沢症候群と何百年にもわたって共にあった村の文献を調べることは何百倍もの倍率を持つ顕微鏡を除くより価値があり得るというのは祖父が私に教えてくれたことなの。
なるほどね。だとしたら自分の完成できなかった研究をこれだけ立派に引き継いでくれたおじいさんはきっと喜んでいるだろうね。こんなに熱心な孫に引き継げてとても嬉しいはずさ。
そうだといいわね。
I said something Takano-san would normally tease me about, but she didn't. She nodded and smiled. There's no mistake. She is indeed the granddaughter of Dr. Takano.
祖父が皮膚
Pick up a line for Takano. I would not approach Takano. I'm scared of her.
私はミオで3、4
Oh, that's cute because they overlap.
ようやく3を共に数えた
Yeah. Aw. 1, 2, 3, 3, 4. They overlapped on 3 at the end of his life and the start of
私も祖
hers.
父もまだ見ぬ5へ至らなければならない。それが私の使命であり生まれてきた理由でもある。
5, reach 5. You mean reach L5? Think about it.
それでミオという名前なんだね。素敵な名前だと思うよ。
ありがとう。私が孫だという話は内緒にしてほしいの。クライアントの人たちにも言っていないから。耳に入って痛くもない腹を探られたくないので。
うん、分かったよ。これは僕と高野さんの秘密ということで。
Although it's only a small secret, it feels good to think I'm the only one who knows about it.
私はようやく3を数えただけ。まだ4にすら至っていない。研究の道のりはまだまだ険しく長いけれど、私は最後までやり抜くわ。必ずひなみ沢症候群の秘密を暴く。
Takano, I wish we could
僕も
fix
それ
you.
を応援するよ。もともとそれが僕の役割だしね。
My poor Takano.
そういう余計なことを言わなければ十分かっこいいのに。一言応援するって言ってくれればいいのよ。
するよ。君を応援する。
二度言い直してもダメね。一回で言えなくちゃかっこよくはならないわね。
We laughed cheerfully together, and after we finished laughing, she became serious again and spoke as if to drive the point home.
だから二郎さん、くれぐれも私が孫だって言わないようにね。
言わないよ。約束する。
孫だからいけないということはないけれど、クライアントがそれを知って不快に思ったら予算を切られるようなことがあるかもしれない。
そんなことはないと思うよ。第一、僕は喋らないしね。
絶対よ。本当に絶対よ。私はこの研究のために命をもらったの。祖父の研究を完成させることだけが私の使命。踏みにじられた研究が世界を驚かす偉大なものであったことを証明し。
Oh my god, she's bringing up the whole god thing too. What, dude? Not fucking Tomatake, bro. She literally is talking about is sending, like, I have to make him ascend to godhood. That's the purpose of my life. No red flags, by the way. Like, she wasn't even that hidden about it.
研究に支障が出たならば。
大丈夫だよ。 ここで聞いた話は忘れるよ。本当さ。いや、絶対に口外しない。僕は約束は守るよ。絶対に言わない。
絶対よ、次郎さん。
I sensed something frightening within her for a moment. Afraid that she would end up possessed by it, I swore to keep the promise. Her intellectual curiosity as a researcher and her conviction to complete her grandfather's work are what stirs her passion for researching Hinamizawa syndrome. Let a girl be freaky. I think there's one more reason, but it's far too deep, and it's within a wound in her heart that someone like me should never touch. Bro, what do you... Yo, bro. This guy doesn't even have, like, the right mentality for getting with a freak. What do you... Like, yeah, I'm gonna get with the freaky Hello Kitty girl, but I'm not going to try to touch the wound in her heart? Bro, that's where the action is. That's the juice, man. Are we, like, throwing? I don't get it. That's exactly what you want. Like, that's what you want to touch, no? That's, like, the reason I'm with you, is for the wound in your heart. Okay, that's a little bit much. But you know what I mean? That's, like, the point. But earlier, she said, if you create problems for my research. I wonder what she wanted to say after that. I can't help but thinking that she wanted to say something terrifyingly merciless. I kept my promise with her, and we never talked about the issue again after that. Wait, okay. I didn't say I wouldn't date Takano. I just said I'd be too scared to approach Takano. Alright, but if Takano approached me, yeah, I would maybe date her. But I would also not date her because she's a problem. I would only date her in like, in the way... Like, there's a difference. You know what the difference between me and Tomatake is? Okay, can we actually get rid of quote 59? This shit is fucking vile. Wait, how do we... I gotta use my ability to get rid of this. That shit, I don't know what the context was, but that is such a... That's actually kind of a disgusting quote. How do I unquote? Unquote? Is that a command? Yo, how does the quote command work? Quote. Quote. Unquote. Quote command. Yo, what the fuck? How do I get rid of this? How do I get rid of this? Yo, get rid of it. Cause it's just, it is a problem. I could do it. No, do it now. How do we do it now? How do we do it now? How do I do it? How do I do it? I can't. It's not gonna happen after stream. It's not gonna happen after. I will look it up. Oh yeah, I have the internet. Quotes in Twitch command. Aha! Quote remove is probably gonna be it, and it's 59. Did it work? Wait, I don't think it worked. Wait, what? Wait, what? Did it work? It literally is 59. I'm looking at it. It's on my screen. Okay, delete it then. Because it's like... the original context, whatever the original context is, was probably very clear, but like seeing that written out is like really kind of gross, and I actually hate it, so we're gonna get rid of it. Yeah, it's still there. We're gonna get rid of that, by the way. Because I don't like that. I don't like it. I want it gone. I want it gone, and I want it gone now. Alright. Is this guy dead yet? Probably not. Nope. Alright, W. Whatever the it's gotta go. No, that one's gotta go. It's yucky. Yucky quote. Let me just try this. Alright, W. Quote 6-7 is pretty good. Wow, holy music. Alright, lock in. It happened so suddenly. Uncle Koizumi passed away. Yes! Yeah, we just unlocked some new fragments, bro. Alright, thank you, Sif. I never heard he was ill or wasn't feeling well. His chest started to hurt suddenly and he couldn't sleep. He called an ambulance for the first time in his life because he didn't think he could endure the pain. He was taken into emergency care, but he didn't live to see morning. It was an acute myocardial infarction. But maybe it was the best possible way to go. Instead of being in bed for many years, slowly dilapidating and withering away, he was healthy until his death, so I think he must have lived a wonderful life. But still, it was too sudden. I wish I had called him Uncle more. It's too late, though. Uncle Koizumi would never smile at me again with his wrinkly old face, no matter how many times I called for him. He was my guardian until now. He always looked after me, making sure my efforts received proper recognition. Maybe he only did that because he couldn't help my grandfather when he was alive. But still, he was an important person to me. He wasn't just my political backing. But I didn't realize that when he was alive. I only thought of using his power for my own agenda. But after he died, I realized Uncle Koizumi was my grandpa too. He provided the warmth and protection that I longed for from my own grandfather. At his funeral, I shed tears that I thought that I forgot how to.
おじいちゃん、今までありがとう。もっとおじいちゃんって呼んであげればよかったね。
No matter how many times I called to him, he would never reply. What I can do for him at this point is complete my research. I must accomplish my goal for his sake. When my grandfather's research is finally acknowledged, Uncle Koizumi's name will be known once again for being the sole supporter of his endeavor. I believe that's the best way to repay him for everything he has done. I vowed to devote myself to my work, even more from this day on. But, unfortunately, hardships and sadness tend to come together. It was like the tail wind that blew steadily until today suddenly becomes a headwind. The wind shifted far too suddenly. So strong, so cold, so sad. Oh, this is a new
どういうことな
background.
の、次郎さん。
うん。小泉先生が医
I
療
was
機関
about
設
to,
立の
yeah.
立役者だったのは
I do wonder
高野さんも
if
知ってるよね。
now they're gonna like
関係機関でなかなか承認の取れ
give
なか
more
ったのを
pushback
小
and
泉
like
先
try
生
to
が
like
強
pull the
力に抑え込ん
program.
で無理やり通させたって
And
話だ。
that specifically as a motivator for why she would cause like the apocalypse is because she's like, oh, I'm out of time. They're getting rid of all my support. I'm gonna go out with a bang to like prove that what I'm doing is real by nuking a village, like as a way to like, yeah. I feel like that could be a reason for that.
何しろ医薬品業界で絶大な功績を挙げられた戦後日本復興の重鎮だからね。政財界に絶大な影響力を持たれていたし。
その小泉先生が亡くなって小泉先生が通した無理やりが通らなくなったということ。
あくまでも噂なんで本当のところは僕にもわからないんだけど、
Oh
一部
yeah,
の
we do
予
know
算
that the
配
budget
当や
changes.
プロ
I
ジェク
do
トの
remember that
見直しが
conversation.
行われるらしいというのを聞いたんだよ。
入江機関が廃止されるということ。
いや、入江機関を見直すというのは聞いたことないけど、ただ小泉先生の死後、長老たちの派閥や勢力、後継者争いがややこしくなっているってもっぱらの噂なんだ。すでにクライアントの人事にかなりの影響を与え始めてるらしいんだ。それで小泉派が主導していたプロジェクトや聖域予算に対し締め付けが行われるんじゃないかって憶測が飛び交ってるらしいんだよ。もちろんそれらは全て僕にとって雲の上の話だからね。伝え聞いた噂話でしかないんだけれど。
Jiro-san kept saying they were rumors, but that told me that the wind's direction has changed. Or maybe Jiro-san already knows everything and is simply trying to warn me about it. And then at our next routine audit, Jiro-san made it clear with his own mouth. High-ranking government officials who had never came here before attended the routine audit along with Jiro-san. Just by seeing those faces, I can tell the turning point is approaching.
ご存知の通り、アルファベットプロジェクトは戦後日本の国際的な地位向上を目的としたものです。ですが、すでに昭和も50年代に至り、西暦は21世紀を間近にしております。
He meant exactly what he said. Japan has already put the past behind, and it's cutting off its ties to the ghosts that wish to resurrect the militaristic might of the pre-war era.
戦後40年間、我が国は世界への平和的貢献を模索し、国際的地位を確立するに至りました。日本は国際社会において重要なポジションを担う国家として成熟し、 来世紀にはますますにその存在感を強めることでしょう。
The Alphabet Project, the main supporter of the Ierai Institute, are a group of people who want to develop a weapon that would act as a deterrent to the nuclear weapons which Japan is forbidden to own. So they've come to the Ierai Institute, one of its branch organizations, to tell us Japan has now renounced nuclear arms. So the Ierai Institute will be facing a strong, cold headwind from now on. The roll of the die that came up with 1 on that stormy day has reappeared. I won't let the result of a die affect me. The power of my will won't be beaten by some god's roll of the dice. Yo, dude. Keiichi is the Ubermensch, and Takano is Nazi's wrongful idea of what the Ubermensch actually is. Right? Because there's like some like Nazi ideology like uses Nietzschean thought in like bad ways and like shitty ways. That's like not true to the actual ideas. Takano is what they think is like that's their idea of it, but Keiichi is the real idea of it. The Ubermensch, Jesus Christ. That's the real comparison, right? Because they're both like fighting against fate. You know, there's actually a crazy parallel between the two of them. Just because they're, you know, I'm not gonna let a roll of a die affect me. I mean, Keiichi, that's almost more of like a Rika connection, but it's also like what Keiichi does by like, he doesn't even realize that there's dice being rolled. He's just so locked in that like you know, he's always fighting for himself, right? But yeah, that's the parallel. Nazi Ubermensch, bad version, actual Ubermensch in the way that it was more meant. Keiichi my goat. Think about it.
新生アルファベットプロジェクトは
Yay! Peaceful measures like yeah. I like international trade and economic development. All the people who held tremendous influence in the politics and economy of Japan were born before the war, so naturally they want to regain the glory of pre-war Japan. The very idea that we can win next time if we research the new bomb that defeated us is itself a specter of the war. True! And recognizing that is some good awareness. No, everyone already realized that. It was just that no one could speak out against the grandstanding elders they owed their gratitude towards. Soon the old will wither away and the new generation will take control. Uncle Koizumi was, in a way, the last remaining pillar for the old generation. His death is a chance for the new generation to step in. The things they couldn't argue openly are now being discussed. They've pointed out that from the beginning, the Alphabet Project was created for the personal satisfaction of a small group of people, and it sucked money out of the treasury. And so the new generation of politicians have taken over from the old.
よってアルファベットに関わるすべてのプロジェクトで今後大幅な予算の見直しが図られていくことになります。これはもちろん入江機関も例外ではありません。どうかご了解をいただけますようよろしくお願いいたします。
わかりました。私たちもスポンサーあっての研究です。どうかよろしくお願いいたします。
Dude, look at Tomatake's face. Oh, look at him nervously, like, self-soothing. He's self-soothing. Oh, dude, I cannot take him seriously. He looks like a 60-year-old man here, does he not? He looks so old. He also has red eyes. Red eyes are, like, exceedingly rare, no? He has brown eyes here. Brown eyes here. Red eyes here. They changed the color of his eyes. Interesting. Ide responded appropriately, but he's obviously bewildered. The best equipment and staff are being provided to the Ierai Institute. In other words, our research requires a huge amount of money. For those with no interest in Himizawa syndrome, they probably won't be able to understand why much money is being put into the research of disgusting parasites. If they're simply going to revise our budget, that would be fine. We were receiving more than enough money. That would naturally be adjusted. It hurts, but we can endure. That's what I thought. But if just enduring it was enough, it wouldn't be a 1 on the die. So even in that sense, this is definitely a roll of a die coming up as 1.
でありまして、この4月に新体制の理事会が発足し、全プロジェクトに対する新方針が示されました。これにつきましては、お配りします資料をご覧ください。
His papers were then passed around. He started to go over the details, but I read through quickly so I could learn about their stupid decisions first.
入江機関はこれまで先進的な研究において数々の目覚ましい成果を上げられ、未知であったひなみ沢症候群の全貌解明、そして治療薬の開発を成し遂げました。理事会でもこの成果は大変に高く評価しています。これもすべて入江所長以下入江機関全職員のたゆみない努力によるものと思っております。
いえ、恐縮です。
Even while he received their congratulations, a tense atmosphere surrounded me and Irei. It's customary to start the conversation the opposite way you're planning to take it before delving into your main point to convey. If the main issue is something good, then start with something bad. Or vice versa.
入江機関の研究目的は2つありました。ひなみ沢症候群の研究と治療法の確立、そして多面運用の模索です。新生理事会はこの後者の多面運用の模索については即時の中止を決定しました。これらの研究開発が国内で行われていた事実と痕跡は今後はむしろアキレス腱になりかねません。入江機関は直ちにこれに関わるすべての研究を中止し、一切を破棄してください。
わかりました。
Takano doesn't actually do
ご指
this.
示に従います。
Irei replied with that immediately. Irei was assertive about finding a cure, but he was never even remotely interested in researching the disease's use for military purposes. So I'm sure he has no qualms about concurring with such demands. Just knows he thanked Irei and staff while Takano's technically the driver of the project. Wait, who did that? Oh yeah, and that's kind of part of how they like brought in Irei as like the director. And Takano really got shafted in her own project. It kind of sucks. But I don't agree, because our research will be more limited if we're just trying to find a cure. To me, finding that cure is simply a byproduct of my larger goal of discovering everything about the syndrome.
また、入江機関につきましては、最長3年以内をめどに研究の収束を図ってもらいます。
Gradually decreasing budget, scary.
予算もそれに合わせ段階的に
We're bleeding out.
ちょっと待ってください。近年ようやくひなみ沢症候群の全貌が分かり、今まさに治療法の研究を進めているところです。確かに研究は日々進んでおりますが、3年という短い期間で確実に完成させられることをお約束はできません。
理事会では入江機関はすでに治療薬について十分な研究を完成させているという認識です。すでに入江機関は治療薬 C117 を完成させ、その臨床データを多数。
いえ、完成なんてとんでもない。まだまだ試薬の域を出ず、村人全員を治療できる目処は全く立っていません。このような段階で研究終了ありきでの議論は全くもって無謀としか言いようがありません。
I'm surprised that Irei objected. Thanks to him, I didn't have to say anything. But if Irei hadn't objected, I'm sure I would have shrieked in protest.
それでは入江機関には現時点では感染者全員を治療し、ひなみ沢症候群を撲滅することは不可能だということです。
Think about the taxes. Think about the tax
村人全員
money.
の治療とひなみ沢症候群の撲滅は将来的には不可能なことではありませんし、私もそれを最大の目標にしています。ただそれには十分な時間が必要で、そのためには無論予算も必要です。私たちは調べ、実践し、確立する仕事をしています。設計図に従ってものを作り、期間があれば必ず決まった成果が出せる仕事とは事情が違います。どうかそこを誤解なさらないようにしていただきたいです。
Please, official, I need this. Yo, call your local bureaucrat. He's crying. I guess Irei speaks out when he needs to, and what he's saying is absolutely right. Research isn't something guaranteed to produce results with money and time, but I disagree with some of the things he said. He's objecting about the time and money, but he's basically agreeing to limit our research only towards finding a cure for Hinamizawa syndrome. Yeah, the line of like, it is our ultimate goal. Yeah, Takano disagrees, of course. That won't do. We won't unravel any mysteries that way. At that rate, the discovery of the Hinamizawa syndrome won't be recognized as my grandfather's great achievement.
なるほど。入江所長のおっしゃることもごもっともと思います。私どもにとっての最大の目的は軍事目的の研究が行われていたことの完全な破棄です。よって南沢症候群という特殊現象が研究されていた痕跡とそもそも存在していた事実についても隠蔽すべきであると考えます。最終的に南沢症候群が世間に知られることなく
Without anybody ever learning about it is a crazy idea.
それについては今後協議を重ねていくということでよろしいでしょうか。
はい、依存ありません。
では入江機関はできるだけ早急にひなみ沢症候群撲滅を
That's crazy. Like, I feel like you can go public. Well, I guess the parasite thing is kind of like, yeah. Well, and Takano's gonna be against this because she wants the recognition. She wants people to know it exists and that, like, the grandpa was right. And so to do it secretly and to get rid of it secretly would be the opposite of what she wants.
研究を直ちに中断させようというのではなく、円満な形で研究を終了させようということです。この違いをご理解ください。
ええ、もちろん理解しております。
Though I do wonder why the mountain dogs specifically are still gonna be on her side, right? I guess it's just like, who do they take orders from? Like, are these bureaucrats separate from the Tokyo bureaucrats? I don't think so. While I was listening to their conversation, I was struck dumbfounded with something they said. Yeah, exactly. Eradicating the syndrome in secrecy. In other words, it'd be as though Hinamizawa syndrome never existed, so my grandfather's name will never be revered by anyone. The sound of rustling papers and hushed proceedings filled the meeting room, but I only heard the ticking clock as I clutched my sweating palms. They're not going to be stepping on his work. They're going to be shredding it. Man, I really wish I could fix Takano. I love a redeemed villain, dude. But it's like, okay. He asked for a part-time job. I don't know if he actually got it. We haven't gotten the footsteps, though. Oh, I might be able to do this. Awareness of the sins, forgiveness of Rena's sins. I think we can do those. Oh, Koizumi died. We can do this. It's another new piece of art. I feel like they're whipping out so many random backgrounds that they usually wouldn't. Oh, yo, baby girl, you are clearly not having fun. Baby girl, you are... Whoa! I don't think you're in a good mood today. You're in the mood today. Looks over and she's scowling. Holy. Takano-san has been looking through the viewfinder, but I haven't seen her push the shutter at all. While she came along, I don't think she's in the mood for bird watching. Takano-san has been depressed ever since the announcement of the new policies at the board meeting the other day. That's understandable. The Ida Institute was created by her in the first place. It was created so that she can devote her life to researching Hinamizawa syndrome. For all that to be tossed aside while being asked to wrap up work within a few years, of course she's depressed. Besides, she can't even fully spend the rest of the time left on research. Their funding was being cut in stages, and by the end, they'll barely be able to finish closing up, let alone research anything. I heard that she's the grandfather of the late Dr. Takano. I heard. You mean she told you. Her determination to finish her grandfather's research is what kept her going until today. Since everything has been going so smoothly until recently, this sudden change in the wind's direction must have been a total shock. The shift in people pulling the strings must be pretty serious. The board of directors was completely changed out, and she heard that people in projects influenced by the Koizumi faction were being restructured to set an example. The wind's new direction seems likely to remain for a long time. It's highly unlikely that the Koizumi faction will come back into power, so no matter what we say, it's almost impossible to expect the same kind of support from them. Takano-san muttered. Unfortunately, there isn't. There's nothing anybody can do.
最初理事会では即時研究を中止という話も出たんだ。それをなんとか納得させて数年間で段階的に終了というところまで勝ち取ってくれたんだよ。入江機関発足で僕たちを世話してくれた人たちがね。
なるほど。一見最悪と思えるこの状況も、それでも陰で誰かが勝ち取ったギリギリの成果なのね。
それで勝ち取った期間がせいぜい3年なんだ。僕も一応努力はしたんだよ。高野さんが今日までに作った資料を理事会に説明し、とても重要な研究であることをアピールしたつもりなんだけど。
それでも3年でおしまいなのね。
Maybe Takano-san doesn't understand how hard I tried to convince them. Because what she just said tells me the length of time left really doesn't matter to her. The important thing is that her research is being stopped. The fact is that I couldn't meet her expectations and made her feel disappointed. As a man, it kind of hurts.
僕にできることは、せめて研究が畳まれるまでの数年間、心残りがないよう研究できるだけの予算をつけるための根回しをしてあげることだけだ。ごめん。こんな程度のことしかできなくて。
いいのよ。それが二郎さんにできる精一杯なのなら、それでとても嬉しいもの。
Her words hurt me. I wish she'd chosen different ones, but I think that would be asking too much from someone so heartbroken. I must be understanding of her pain at a time like this. Besides, I know how close she was to the deceased Koizumi-sensei. She even called him uncle. To her, his death is not just the start of a coup or a change in direction. She lost a person who was always looking after her. No matter how hard she pushed herself to act villainous, she wasn't supposed to be part of this world. She was just an ordinary woman. Okay. Yo, Tomatake, bro. She wasn't supposed to be part of this world. She was just an ordinary woman. Yo, she has been fiending to be part of this world. And she was not an ordinary woman. Like... But she was intrigued by Hinamizawa's syndrome, and she had to find help from someone who had more power than her to be able to continue research on it. The dark side of the world she should have never gotten involved in, extended its hands out to her. She was left all by herself in that world, and she's still trying to put on a brave face. Yo, he is so fucking stupid. We are really seeing some Tomatake perspective right here. I'm sure Takano-san thinks I'm unreliable. Realistically, I'm not the kind of person who can meet her expectations, nor do I have the power to. The least I can do for her is stay sincere and remain her ally until the very end. Since she has so much room to act, it's harder for her to determine what actions to take when she's cornered. I wanted to believe she wouldn't, but I'm concerned that she might do something drastic eventually. I hope I can be of help to her in that very final moment before she makes her move. But I can't even gain enough trust from her to do that. How pitiful and pathetic. Of course, part of that is, as a man, I want her to rely on me. This is crazy, by the way. I hope I can be of help to her in that very final moment before she makes her move. Her move being, quote, something drastic, eventually. What are we on about? What are we smoking? Right? Like, I hope I can be helpful for her before she ends up doing something drastic. Which is pretty much what happens, by the way. Because he is trying to be helpful to her, and then she ends up, killing the village, and, all that stuff at the end. And then, she makes her decision, and then he, of course, is not part of that. But, up to that point, he's still on her side. Bro, you gotta, admit that there's, okay. But I want her to rely on me, dude. But that's not really it. She's been abandoned in this world and is all alone, so someone has to be her ally. I do get that. I do get that. And I do get the same impulse, even. But being her ally... Being an ally to her when she's doing evil stuff is not the move. Being someone's ally... Ally is maybe not the right word, but being there for someone doesn't mean enabling all of their bad behavior. Right? That's I think the important distinction. That you can be someone's ally and not let them hurt themselves or hurt other people. Because then that's not being their ally. That's being their enabler. And if I'm the only one who knows about that, then being her ally is my job. I know her too well, so I know that she'll never ask for help. Even if she says it's unnecessary, someone has to be with her, I know that. I don't really think I'm suited for that job. I'm sure there are many reliable people out there who are more appropriate for the position than me. But I can't let her be alone until that person appears.
Takano-san. 僕は全然頼りがいもないし、みっともない男かもしれないけど。
Yo, chat, is this good? Is this W flirting? Yo, baby girl, I know I'm pathetic and unreliable. I know that every other man is way hotter than me and taller and more muscular and everything, and I'm just small and I'm a nice guy and all, but, you know, I know you always go for the bad boys, but I didn't even get a date to prom this year, and I just want to take a girl out for a nice date. Is that really so wrong of me? He's pick-meing. He's pick-meing.
どうしたの、ジローさん。
You're the girl boss to my male failure. Wait, how have I heard girl failure before, but I haven't heard male failure? It even fits better because male fail, male failure. Hell yeah.
それでも頼ってもらえたらきっと力になれることもあると思うんだ。だから。
ありがとう。でも私、喋るだけでも心が軽くなるってあまり信じてない。
Holy shit, she's so based.
気にしてもらえるだけで
what a good
と
line.
ても嬉しいわよ。
そうかい。ならいいんだ。
She hit him with the. I don't believe talking to people makes you feel better. Thanks for being concerned, though. Thanks, man. Thanks, man. That's low-key pretty true. This is something I say. I really don't feel that much better when I talk to people. Well, it depends. It depends on the conversation. But, like, I don't know. That's awesome.
理事会をうまく説得できる方法があったら、ぜひ教えてね。
僕なりにも努力してみるよ。
Why is it? I know she's such a strong person, there's nothing someone like me can do for her. But somehow I feel she needs help and support right now. Yeah, I think it depends on the person. Like, me personally, I don't feel better talking to people most of the time. Unless the conversation is really good. But usually, whenever I talk to people, I just get reminded of problems. I don't actually, like, make progress in them. Yeah. But it really depends, right? Because sometimes, like, if you're really going through it, then just having somebody there to, like, know you're going through it can feel important. But I don't know. I'm kind of, like, past that with how I process emotions. I think pretty much it's just, like, I only want to talk to people if it changes the circumstance. Yeah. But it depends on the person, you know? I think most people I know talk to people to feel better. And so there'll be a lot of the times where I'll be talking to somebody, or they'll, like, come to me to, like, talk about something. And you kind of have to, like, intuit whether you are there to give them ideas or you're just there to hear them out, right? Because you can, whenever I talk to people, I want ideas. I want action. I want things to change. But a lot of the times when people talk to me, they don't want actions or ideas. In fact, I think they're, like, anti-actions or ideas a lot of the time. And so they just want to tell you about it. And so you have to, like, stop yourself from actually, like, giving ideas or anything. And just be there as a fully emotional support. Not as, like, a logistical or, like, you know, yeah. Crazy take, maybe you talk to the wrong people. Yeah, well, yeah, I am trying to be specific. That it really depends who I talk to, you know? But yeah, usually when I talk to people, I feel, well, because it's like the conversation, I need either a new perspective that, like, really unlocks something for me, or, like, a change in, like, actionable change that, like, leads to actionable change. And so if I'm talking to somebody and they don't have a new perspective to bring me, and they don't give me, like, a new idea, then it doesn't do anything. Or if they're not involved and can't, like, lead to change, then it doesn't do anything. Right? Just being like, hey, I'm really going through it, that doesn't really help me. You know? Because, like, yeah. It doesn't matter whether people know I'm going through it or not. Bottle it up inside, isolate myself, rip, talk about it. See, and that's the wrong answer. Because, like, the thing is, like, I don't think I'm bottling things up or isolating myself when I don't talk to people about stuff. Because if I ever feel like I am doing it, then I'll talk to people. But, like, yeah, yeah. most of the time, though, it's pretty rare for me to, like, feel isolated in what I'm going through. Like, I'm very, I think I'm much more than average self-sufficient emotionally. However, that's not to say that, like, I still do sometimes talk to people. It's just a little bit more specific. Yeah. If I ever talk to people about something personal, I end up regretting that I overshared. Yeah, it's you have to be super careful sometimes. Well, you don't have to be, but yeah, you can be super careful. If you're surrounded by people that don't care about how you feel, then you are cooked. Chat, I will resist speaking further on this subject, but I do, well, yeah, I sometimes get that impression. And it is troubling. How self-aware are you to know you're isolating? Yeah, you do have to be self-aware enough to be able to clock that. I mean, I've definitely been on my isolation arc IRL for a while. I mean, dude, I'd be like, chat, I've been like nocturnal. Like, I didn't see the sun today. I woke up last night. I went to sleep when the sun was starting to rise, and I woke up when the sun was down. And like, I just kind of sit in my room and like work on stuff. You know, I like write or like work on YouTube. I've been very isolated recently, but like it's okay. Like I'm not like emotionally pent up or anything. I'm just doing my thing. So yeah, like yeah, right here. I might also not differentiate between me being sustainable and actually isolation. Like I think I am pretty good at this distinction for myself, and whenever I start hitting isolation, I am able to like pivot and like talk to people around me, or like certain people around me. Don't do that for too long. Yeah. Anyways, how's your sleep? Worse than mine? You mean better. It's called being on the night shift, Bria. Think about it. Somehow, I feel like she needs help and support right now. She looks as tough as ever, but only I, who has been taking pictures of her all this time, can tell. A viewfinder, after all, is also a window to look into someone's heart. But if I say something like that, she'll tease me again, so I won't. The tough part is you have to have, like, the opposite of isolation is to, like, interact with the people around you. But that means you have to, like, have people around you that, you know, are, like, worth the interaction, I guess. And I'm not saying I don't, but, like, yeah. Yeah. Isolation is in context with, like, isolating from the people around you, which, yeah. There's, like, usually a reason that you started to isolate, right? But if I say something like that, she'll tease me again, so I won't. Anyway, I never thought she needed support more strongly than I do right now. So give her some support, man. And start maybe trying to, like, let it be known that you're a safe space to talk about the wound in her heart that you noticed earlier, right? If you're gonna notice such a thing, you should let her know that you're there for her in that kind of way. I think we've completed the C117. I'm pretty sure we have. Ah, frick it!
Yeah.
Woo! Scary.
随分の久方ぶりになるね。先はやってるのかい？あれ？
I want to support her chest.
いえいえ、もうさっぱりです。年は取りたくないもんですな。
クレイやるときは集中してやらないとダメだよ。あんまり間を空けすぎると勘が鈍っちゃって意味ない。
先生、ご紹介します。
What? You gotta concentrate when you work with clay. Y'all are playing with clay? Are we... What?
Takanoさんさです。
What are we...
はじめまして。
What?
本日はお忙しい中、
Sorry, I'm doing
お
a
時間をお割き
pottery
くださいまして
lesson.
ありがとうございます。
ああ、別に君のために時間を割いたわけじゃない。うまい生ウニが食わせてもらえるって話でね。
Oh,
ウニはいい
that's
んだ
a
よ君。
check. That's
ビ
a
タミン
check.
A が豊富でね。お肌に
I was
特にいいんだと
reincarnated,
か。
isekai'd into another world and reincarnated as the final boss's bra. See, the thing is, that probably does already exist. I do wonder. Probably. I actually... Oh, I shouldn't say that. I do think it... Women like sea urchins? What? What are you talking about? I think it would be really interesting to have a character that... Like the main character be a... Like... Not like bra. I think making it sexual. I mean, you could get into some... It could be high-tier gooner fiction. Don't get me wrong. Don't get it twisted. But like having the main character be like a parasitic organism that's like influencing an important figure in the world could be actually lit, right? Where you're like in some form, you're like the assist or like the weird like corruptor or whatever. Like imagine being a parasite, the main character being a parasite in the demon lord's head, right? I feel like that could be a really interesting plot. That'd be really hard to write. And then like it also is like very close. It's like very adjacent to like Gunnar. I think it already exists. Oh, it definitely does. Yeah, I think it would. I would imagine it mostly exists as like porn, but yeah. So imagine being a Hanyu. Hanyu's actually reasonably close to that. That's actually a good point. Yeah, I was thinking like a more literal or like almost like in a lightly mind controlly way or like a more physical way, but Hanyu is reasonably close to that concept with Rika. Actually, not a bad idea. Reincarnated as a Hinamizawa syndrome parasite. Yeah. Yo, I think I hate politicians. It is true that, not like necessarily all of them, but just like as a general class, it is true that sea urchins are rich in vitamin A, but compared to spinach, it's not anything that's worth making a fuss about. Reincarnated as German sperm. I got isekai'd into another world as German the Spermin. Spermin the German? What is his name? Spermin the German? Spermin the German! Least controversial opinion ever. Yeah, pretty much, huh? Well, none of that matters right now. He just seemed like an unpleasant man, so I wanted to criticize him. These men are the... Yeah, even Takano's ass. Even Takano's ass is not here for it. These men are the directors of the Alphabet Project who control the funding for the Irei Institute. They are also people who are in position of being able to offer their opinions to those directors. To put it in a simpler way, they are the new owners of the Irei Institute. Ooh, that'd be fun. Yeah, make it into like a choice game. Or yeah, like gamify the concept. Where you play as the parasite in a brain and then like adjust them to make choices. Yeah, I like that a lot. You could also do like I don't want to exactly spoil another series. You could do like instead like there's so many different. Yeah, okay, well, already got it there. Yeah, very very like kind of Deltarune coded. I don't even think it's much of a spoiler, but it is very Deltarune coded. And so the reason I was going to bring that up is that like there's so many different ways that you could do it. You could do it as like a literal parasite in world, or you can do something like a little more meta and weird, which is like Deltarune route, which is really cool. I really like Deltarune. By the way, I did play Deltarune on the channel. Those VODs exist somewhere on the YouTube. So if you're interested in that, talk about it. I had some fun with Deltarune. It was pretty good. I can't delete my message rip. I don't even think it's a spoiler. I think it's fine. I blame Swift. W blame. I put it in a simpler way. They're the new owners of the Irei Institute. Although not as much as Uncle Koizumi was, they were also leaders and influencers in various fields. I have to be very careful not to upset them, and therefore there's no way I would have the ability to call them in. By using the influence that the Koizumi faction once had, I finally managed to get this chance. Uncle Koizumi, who gave me his full support and made everything go my way, is not here anymore. I'm on my own from this point on, and I will open up a path, but this stage just doesn't belong to me today. I can't let the people who offered me this chance lose face, so I have to wait patiently until it's my turn. My primary objective today is to explain what a prominent research subject the Hinamizawa syndrome is and acquire an indefinite extension for our research. They only ever think about money, so they aren't even realizing the hidden potential of Hinamizawa syndrome. They don't recognize that it's worth spending a lot of money on. This is not mere research on the existence of an unknown parasite, but something that may overthrow the basic foundations of anthropology. A Nobel Prize wouldn't even be enough. It won't be easy trying to explain all that to men who know nothing about any of it, but I have to. That's why I spent many hours making these straightforward support documents. Sometimes we make documents confusing on purpose because we don't like dealing with uneducated people, but this time it's different. I can't look down at them. I must sincerely try to make them understand. The accessible support documents are there in a huge pile. It feels like we're wasting time eating traditional Japanese food in such a relaxed mood. I want to get to the point and explain to them in detail so they can understand. But there is the saying, luck lies in the last helping. I have to be patient right now. To be frank, I thought you were Congressman.
結局こいつは未だ頭の中が時代遅れの年寄りどものね。 お砂場みたいなもんだったんですな。
年寄りどもが自分のじゃない金で過去の栄光を取り戻す夢を描くお砂場です。そんな年寄りどもの妄想のために一体どれだけの公金が垂れ流されたやら。聞いた話じゃ奥野先生あたりが検察をつっついて旧理事会を横領で追わせてるらしいですな。
年寄りたちをよいしょしてうまい汁を吸っていた連中の末路ですな。もっとも
Yeah, I'd make a good squeaky toy for a dog.
別件で隕石
Yo!
といった形になるんでしょうが。
Sorry, 3-second tangent. Do you think that in the pet play world that there are like furries that can call themselves squeaky toys because they get like used by dogs, dog furries, that you're like, I'm your squeaky toy, right? So it's like you're a dog furry and I'm your squeaky toy, and like squeaky toy could be like in a lot of forms, right? I was just thinking because I feel like I'm a really good squeaky toy, like like those sound effects are good, you know? Guys, what are you talking about? Can we focus on the congressman? Like what? Focus on the sea urchins, man.
これは手厳しい。そんな中で先生にこんなお願いをするのは非常になんですが、一つお時間を頂戴できればと思いまして。
I just thought, okay, sorry for being skilled at making squeaky noises. Sorry. It's not a rage bait! No, I mean a beautiful, like, a beautiful, yeah, what's a feminine dog? Like a poodle? A beautiful poodle can also use a squeaky toy. It's like giant dogs aren't the only dogs that use squeaky toys. Any dog can use a squeaky toy. L pivot bait. Make it a 4 out of 10. W. We made it a point. We got a point. Win the game for free. Pomeranian.
入江機関さんは旧理事会でも評判が悪かったみたいですな。
I'm not into dogs. I'm more of a bunny guy.
莫大な予算をほとんどの審査で吸い取ってましたからね。
某大先生がどういうわけか、このプロジェクトをやたら後押しされてたみたいでしてね。その絡みもあって、結局誰も文句が言えずに放置されてきたってのが実際のようです。
Yeah. Peak kind of gets the true. I did read that. Yeah, it is kind of that feeling. So imagine like a game that really leans into that, and like that's like the plot. Like the plot's connected to that, and then you get the finale of the game where the guy rips the parasite out, and then you lose the ability to make decisions, and he just auto makes them at the end. Like that being an ending. Like imagine that kind of stuff. That'd be so cool. There's so many ways you could play with that, like against the player agency, and to like use player agency as like a story beat. Oh, it's so good. So conceptually cool. Is he implying that I slept with Uncle Koizumi? Wait, I did not catch that. Wait, really? Someone high up kept pushing for it for some reason. Because of that, nobody could really say anything about it and was left alone. But you know, that guy loved to flirt around with women, so maybe that had something to do with it. Wow! He's insulting both of us, but I held my anger in. I can't let myself be bothered by something like this. I did play Needy Streamer Girl. Do those VODs exist anywhere? That one's old. I don't know if that one. I don't know where that one is.
お時間を頂戴させていただきました。本日はこのような場へご多忙な中お越しいただきましたことを深く御礼申し上げます。
ま、ただでウニが出てくるわけはないってことです。
Yeah, these congressmen suck. I explained to them how much the Hinamizawa syndrome mattered while being very careful not to go too fast. I tried to let them know that the syndrome's potential is not limited to small things like military applications, but it's more meaningful than that. It may explain ideology and religion. It may even shake the very definition of a human being. I took my time to explain as slowly and clearly as possible. I'm not confident that all of it had gotten through to those boorish men, but I'm happy if they understood even just a part of it. As long as they understand how much of a magnificent discovery Hinamizawa syndrome really is. That is the funny thing. I think Kaverk Alert brings a really good Kaverk. I like how I added Alert. The Alert isn't even here. Kaverk Alert, I'm gonna keep it. That's your new name, by the way. Like, are we supposed to root against Takano? That's the crazy thing. The congressmen suck, and so and they're so clearly like being like sexist and blah blah blah, that it makes us be like, oh, they're the antagonist. Now our protagonist is Takano in this scene, but then in other scenes, Takano's the antagonist. Like, it's so, you know, and like, she is what she is. Like, she's her wanting to research the Hinamizawa syndrome. It is interesting. I do agree with how interesting that is. It's just like means to the end, you know? And like, she's willing to wipe out villages for what she wants. And so it's so easy to like seeing what led her to this point, and it like gets you on her side, which is really scary because of how evil she gets. Yeah, I mean, well said. We feel bad for Takano, empathize with her situation, but the action she takes hurts others, and thus we also condemn her. Exactly. We can do both. We can absolutely do both. Especially her backstory, dude. Displayed piggy. Takano didn't deserve any of that. Poor Takano. You know, like, she was just a kid, bro. And so you can, like, you know, really feel bad about that, and like, really hope with all your heart that she can find some healing. But also, if she is unable to find that healing, you just gotta put him down. It's the tragedy of life, man.
ちょっと検討したいので、サンサには一度下がってもらってよろしいですかな。
はい。それでは失礼させていただきます。
Obviously, they can't discuss in front of me. I left all the documents with them. All I could do now was hope they viewed them favorably. I left the room and closed the sliding door. The room next door is a preparation room, so I was to head there. I wonder if she can hear through the wall. But I stopped. I shouldn't have done it, but I tried to listen in through the sliding door. Yup.
こりゃなんと言いますか、全理事の皆さんも気の毒としか言いようがありませんな。
いや小泉先生がですね、非常に強く押されていまして。
小泉先生にはローベル製薬日本法人の初代顧問に就任された時に
I missed piss breaks.
とても聡明な方だなと
What
いう
happened
印
to
象を
me?
強く持っていた
I
んです
really
が
just stopped having to piss. Because there were a few streams, like there was like a while of streams. Damn. There was a while of streams where I'd be pissing like 4 times a stream. Like the stream would be like 6 hours, I'd pee like 4 times. And I literally don't have to pee at all right now. And we are 2 hours in. That's crazy.
何事も引き際が肝心だと思い知らされますよ。
ただですね、Hinamizawa症候群という非常に珍しい病気があるのは事実でございまして、決して全てが全て妄想というわけではありませんでして。
入江機関はすでに病気の解明と治療薬の開発に成功しているというじゃありませんか。それで十分ですよ。
現代日本にとって周辺諸国を過敏にさせる件については厳に慎むべきです。中でも軍事分野は最も敏感と言えるでしょう。少なくとも数年間にわたり軍事目的の研究がされていた事実は直ちに抹消しなくてはなりません。
それは軍事研究の中止とは別に。
そうです。Hinamizawa症候群は生物兵器開発のための研究という事実は直ちに研究を中止したとしても残ります。Hinamizawa症候群を目的は何であれ研究した事実は厳重に隠蔽されなければなりません。
isekai as Twitch streamer's bladder and making him hold his piss till failure. Combine that with our earlier thing about how we have a story based on being the parasite in someone's brain to control them. Low-key, we combine them. Chat, we're gonna make a game where you play as a Twitch streamer's bladder, and you choose when it contorts to make them piss, to make them take piss breaks at certain times, to make them a more or less successful streamer. Needy pisser overload. Wait, pissing streamer overload. Needy pissing streamer. Needy streamer pisser. Pissing streamer pisser. Needy streamer piss overload. This congressman makes a really good point, actually. This guy's about to get swatted, trigger the bladder.
せっかく埋めた穴をわざわざ掘り返す輩が現れないとも限りません。理事会の決定通り、入江機関は病気を撲滅させ次第、研究の痕跡をすべて消した上で解散させるのがいいでしょ
う。やはりそういう結論に行き着きますな。ノーベル賞が取れるかどうかが問題ではなく、戦後日本にとって無用な研究だということです。
Yeah, this is crazy. This is really just giving the answer for the question I had at the beginning of this chapter. You know? I'm like, why did she start doing that? Why did she want to nuke the village?
やぶをつっつく研究なのではと当初から思っていました。
同感ですな。ひなみ沢症候群という病気の存在自体は疑わないが、この高野という第一発見者は少々この病気を脚色しすぎですな。私も資料を読みながらユニークな発想をする人だなぁと思っておりました。第一、寄生虫で人の思想が染まるなんて聞いたことがない。そりゃいくらなんでもひどすぎる。
If we try to explain religion, Buddha, Christ, all you would be, what was it, queen carriers? That's a crazy idea. That Jesus Christ is a queen carrier? Wait, I gotta put this on the notes. Because we already have Jesus Christ in here somewhere. Jesus Christ and Rika are both queen carriers. Think about it. Think about it. Rika equal Jesus Christ equal Keiichi. Keiichi's a queen carrier. Think about it. Religion is pretty scary nowadays. Yo, can my parasite lock the frick in then? Like, please, man. Because the streamer and the Hime's all villagers are her chat. Yo, chat, can you stop abusing Satoko? Oh, Satoko's VIP. As I peeked in through the gap in the sliding door, I became trapped within an unbelievable sense of deja vu. This is my first time experiencing this, but it doesn't feel that way. I don't know why, but the memory is so sad and so painful. Huh? She's time looping. She's memory fragmenting. Why? Tears. Before I realized it, I saw a very nostalgic carpeted room on the other side of the sliding door instead of a room covered in tatami mats. Or a flashback to her grandpa's work, right? The room is filled with the smell of dust mixed with the smell of some evaporated medicine, but it's very soothing to me just the same. Yeah. I am your parasite. Have you done your dailies? No. Yo, this is a weak-aw parasite. Holy. Pink is the host and Chat is the parasite. Think about it. Chat wants to be the parasite so bad. Yo, I'm the queen carrier. That means I'm head parasite. And there is my grandfather. His article that he poured his heart into was made a mockery of, yet he wasn't even allowed to cry. This isn't a delusion, because within the documents I left with those men, there are a lot of references to the article my grandfather wrote. So I'm not surprised for my grandfather to be standing right there, explaining it to them himself. Together with my tears from seeing the sight of my beloved grandfather, I watched these men insult and belittle his masterpiece. I have seen this sight before, and the sight should have ended there. But why is it repeating before my eyes? I can only blankly peek through the sliding door at this strange world where reality and illusion overlap.
あの三叉もちょいとおかしいし、こんな世まいごとを信じた小泉先生もおかしいが、やはりこの第一発見者の論文が一番おかしいですな。
期待と妄想が入り混じっていて、これは論文というより創作の次元ですな。というか、これはこのままどこかの出版社に持ち込んで本にした方がウケると思いますよ。
確かに確かに。私の友人に出版社の社長をやってるのがいてね、きっと面白がって読んでくれると思いますよ。
It's the deja vu is crazy. It's like the same thing.
笑い事ではありませんぞ。皆様方、このとんでもない研究がまかり通って巨額の予算が数年間にもわたって投じられていたのですからな。特にひどいのは、万一の場合に備えて相当危険な機材を用意しているという点です。これは絶対に国民に知られてはならないことです。
計画が存在しただけでも恐ろしいのに、終末作戦なんて緊急措置の存在を知られてしまったら、国外は愚か、国内世論も敵に回すことになるだろうね。しかもその機材の維持費がすごいことになってるじゃないか。
そんなの本当に維持費にしてるわけないじゃないですか。そういう名目にしてトンネルしてる架空プロジェクトでしょ。どうせ
大体何でしたっけ。少女が一人死ぬだけで村人が1000人以上行動を起こす病気なんて、あなたどこの漫画の話ですか。
まったくまったく、こんな子供話を鵜呑みにして巨額の予算を垂れ流すとはつくづくいかんと思いますな。こんな資料を真に受ける連中がいるというんだから、実にバカバカしいことです。
As he said that, he placed the documents down with an exaggerated gesture. Actually, I should say he slammed them down, because the papers ended up scattering all over the floor. Yeah, I don't hate what they're saying, you know, like that much, but like from Takano's perspective, it's so brutal. Takano, run! One of the men stood up and stepped on the papers. Ooh! Oh! 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 Yo, that's like pitched down, Hanyu. Oh, 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 oh! And they weren't the papers on the tatami mats, but the ones on the carpet. Right there, I can see my grandfather filled with heart-rending sadness. And he can't let it show on his face. Grandfather's expression didn't change, yet it seemed distorted to me. I could see the walls of my grandfather's study crumbling and twisting behind him. Are you gonna do something? I jumped into the room. I grabbed onto the man's legs. I don't hate him. No, it's not whether I hate him or not. Sure, I hate him, but that's not it. I just can't forgive the feet stepping on my grandfather's article. Oh no, Takano's gonna look like a fool. Oh no, that's so embarrassing. Oh, it's over. She's never getting their support ever doing something like this. They're gonna think she's freaking crazy. Those feet are still stepping on the papers. I tried to make them move, but they won't even budge as though they've grown roots. So I begged as I grabbed onto his legs. I tried to pull the papers from under his feet, but I can't move his feet. I can't pull out the papers. Oh, baby Takano. My sobbing echoed in that silent room, just like it did back then. Oh, that's so sad, actually. Oh, poor Takano, bro. It just shows how she hasn't healed from her past at all, man. You know? That this whole thing, like, now it's like she's gonna go gas the village because she hasn't ever healed her own inner turmoil. Right? Like, that's really such a push for it all. Which is so sad. Oh, Takano. You mess. Oh, thank God. I thought I was gonna break it. My harsh and brutal days are still continuing without end. The situation between my aunt and Satoko remains the same. My aunt yells at Satoko for no reason every night. Although Satoko cries, she still talks back to her. So my aunt's yelling goes on and on forever. Satoko's crying goes on and on too. When Satoko sees me, she grabs onto me. She hides behind my back and tries to ignore my aunt's yelling. She always comes to seek my help. Satoko doesn't open up to anyone but me, so if I don't protect her, she'll be devastated. That security is something our parents didn't grant to Satoko. I have to be the one to provide it. But every day, day after day, every time Satoko cries, every day, day after day, Satoko grabbed onto me while crying yesterday. I petted her head, but along with pity, a different emotion came to me. I wanted to grasp her head and smash her against the wall. What an unbelievably devilish and awful emotion. I don't blame him. I totally get it, bro. Like, Satoshi, you're my saint, alright? And you're allowed to be worn down, okay? That's okay, bro. It was gonna sink from a dam anyway, and they bully children. Let her have this. But, you know, guys, she's not her, even if she gasses the village, do you think she'll be happy afterwards? I don't think so. She still hasn't healed. She still hasn't healed, man. Like, it's just digging herself into a deeper hole forever. No, I can't think that. No, it's not that I can't think that, I just can't acknowledge that feeling. Since that day, there's been something else inside of me. That someone is trying to eat me up from the inside and switch places with me. When Satoko begs for my help while crying, that person tries to make me spill out some awful and hateful words that are sure to damage Satoko forever. Leave me alone, don't grab onto me, go away. No, I can't. This guy is so locked in, by the way. So locked in. He is like transforming L3, L4, L5, whatever, and he is still resisting being rude to Satoko. To prevent him from taking over my body, I clenched my stomach and drove him out. I managed to do that. Like, even if he wasn't medically, parasitically going crazy, I still wouldn't blame him for feeling this way. And so for him to be resisting while going crazy, what a goat. But that wasn't it. That person is coming after me, trying to get back inside of me. I won't let such a scary thing get back inside of me. The footsteps. He knows there's no room to slip into my heart as long as I keep it held shut like this. So he stopped trying, and instead is following right behind me. He's waiting for me to let my guard down. When I walk, he walks right behind me. He's breathing down my neck. He follows me everywhere, and when I lie down, he stares down at me. He's waiting for the right moment to jump back inside of me so he can hurt Satoko. It's been so hot lately. Maybe the heat is getting to me, and that's why I think things like this. I'm the only family Satoko has, so I'll have to protect her from my aunt for the rest of my life. That's my eternal duty. The rest of my life? Forever? Do I really have to do that forever? If only Satoko, but I'm her only family, but it's because of my aunt. But it's because of the villagers, too. It's almost Watanagashi. Some irresponsible people are saying that the curse will once again fall upon Hinamizawa. They're also saying it'll fall upon me and Satoko for sure. Maybe it's just my imagination, but lately the villagers expecting it are giving me especially sharp looks. I feel like I'll be killed on the day of Watanagashi. Of course, there's no reason why I would be killed, and it's just my imagination. Ah, pat. Don't come inside of me. Yo, someone is following Satoshi and wants to come inside of him. That's crazy. Satoko is my only sister in my family, so don't tell me those awful things. Pat, stop. Don't come this way, don't come this way. The footsteps came up right behind me and the hand touched me on the shoulder. That was timed so perfectly. Wait, that was timed so perfectly. Holy shit, that was such a low... Oh, yeah. No. I must have been acting weird. Rena looked worried. Her name is Rena Ryugu. Go get your bat, bruh. She just moved here and transferred to my school. Nobody remembers her, but supposedly she lived here in Hinamizawa a long time ago. In fact, she hardly remembers anything about Hinamizawa either. Since Mion is the only other classmate who is my age, I'm glad she's my friend. Yo, Chad, do we think that, like, we should have quotes that, this isn't really, like, I don't know. Is this a spoiler, do you think? I'd be a little, like, we probably don't want to have quotes that actually spoil Higurashi. I don't know if I would count this as, like, one of those, but Yeah, because the quote thing obviously works in other streams, like non-Higurashi streams. So just if we do have any, I don't know if we do, but if we do have any, we probably want to make sure those are not a thing that exists. She usually carries on happily alongside Mion, but occasionally she shows more feminine consideration. My nose is stuffy. I would say that it is. Yeah, I think yeah, I would take it out. I think it's close enough. Because it tells, like, if somebody doesn't know about anything about Higurashi, then you'll be like, oh, Mion gets put in hell. But of course, like, I don't know. It's also not that important to, like, still have that quote around, right? Like, it's only one quote. Ugh. See, now this quote's even better. A bunch of Germans came over and started jacking off into the swamp. That quote's better. That's better. Not even your quote anyway. Listen. Listen. It should probably only include your quotes. I think generally, yeah. And I think generally it does. Yeah. Yeah. Because, like, honestly, who cares about chat? Am I right? Am I right? Agreed! I'm not into latex right now. I should look at latex after stream. Yeah. Maybe I should look up some latest fetish content. Wow. Wow, I'm hearing footsteps behind me. Am I right or am I right? Sorry, he got in for a second, but I kicked him out. I kicked him out. Like, whoa. Whoa. Her immediate answer made me realize I wasn't myself. Me and Satoshi are going through the same thing right now, bro. Me and Satoshi are going through the same thing. There's somebody trying to get inside my body, bro. She knows that my problem isn't physical, but a mental one. The Gyube. Oh my god. The Satoshi and the guy following Satoshi is my Gyube. I did not say that. No. I didn't say that. I said maybe I should look. No, that's fake quote. That's a fake quote. We can't have fake quotes. That removes the sanctity of the quotes. Right? I think it's a fake quote. Chat, do you think it's a fake quote? I think it's a fake quote. Talk about it. This is just something I think to myself, but even though Rena seems like a very easygoing person, maybe she's more perceptive than she appears. I didn't say it, so it's fake. Because I went... You are autofilling. You are autofilling. Give me the clip. Clip! Pull up the clip! Rena, you're so sweet and kind and beautiful. Of your soul and spirit. Although she just transferred, she already knows quite a bit about me and my sister, and also about the situation with the villagers. But talking about it won't solve anything. Actually, if I talk about it, I feel like I'd be admitting to my weakness. Which might give that person a chance to get inside of me again. Oh, brother, he's so cooked. Yo, can I, like, me and, okay, yo, fuck you, man. Yo, fuck you, man. That one time me and Speed tried not to laugh. No, me and Satoshi are, yo, fuck you. Rena emotional IQ is again like 3 million. She's so good at it.
それはなぜか最近誰かにずっと後をつけられているような錯覚がしてね。ひたひたペタペタ。だからそれかと思って。
Two people that have both gone L5 before. Yo, Satoshi, go take a whiff of Rika. And I wish that that wasn't literally something that you could do to feel better. It's insane what this world is at. Oh, wow, they're just gonna cut it there. Okay. Yeah, honestly, I think that's actually a good cut because, like, we already know that they have that conversation, or like that they're the same in that way, and like you know, Actually good cut. Satoshi Hojo's part-time job is required. Footsteps following are required. We can probably click that now. Yeah, and then we'll probably, this probably gives us the bat, and then the bat gives us the kill, and then the kill gives us the fourth sacrifice, and then the fourth sacrifice gives us preview of lots for sale, then preview of lots for sale, gives us new wind, the new wind gives us Keiichi Meibara, which gives us June 1983, which gives us an invitation to the end, which gives me a fragment of Hime Tsubarashi, which gives me a fragment of Onikakuchi, which gives us a fragment of Tsumi Hiraboshi, a fragment of Watanagashi, a fragment of Iyakishi, a fragment of Tatoragashi, a fragment of Inagarashi, and then a fragment of Matsuya Bayashi. Talk about it.
So ですか。いえいえ、届けなんていりません。サトシ君は我がひなみざわファイターズの頼もしい選手なんですからね。席はちゃんと開けてあります。
Is Hitler also a recurring character in the Limbus Company streams? Or does Higurashi just have the effect? Oh, thank you. I'm glad, Hollow, that you're that I count as a YouTuber that you like doing Higurashi W. I'm trying to think, has Hitler ever have I ever mentioned Hitler in the Limbus streams? Well, in all of Project Moon. Yeah, oh, if y'all think y'all have it bad, actually true. If y'all think y'all have it bad, oh, Pink spends all his time getting distracted and going on tangents. Oh, if you think yo have it bad, this is what the fucking Limbus people had to deal with, okay? This is what they deal with, okay? I spent 3 hours researching Jewish mysticism, and it was actually lit. Look at that. Alright, unironically. According to Kabbalistic teachings, before the universe was created, there was only Ayin, the first man. Oh, but I have it so bad. Yeah. But I have it so bad whenever I bring up the cork board. Yeah. Okay. Okay. That's Jacob's ladder, by the way. Okay. And I can, dude, I'm here. I could actually regurgitate this. I think I understand this I actually understand this pretty well now. I think I get it pretty well. Conceptually, this shit was lit. Yeah. Like, godliness and stuff, bro. Categorized. Yeah. It was crazy, dude. It was crazy. I could tell you all about the Kabbalah now. Oh, but all of a sudden, I'm the problem. Ugh. Yeah. Go, chat, if you haven't, Project Moon, I have the full Project Moon series on my YouTube. Which is Lobotomy Corporation, Library of Runa, and then, Limbus Company. Oh my god. The Jewish and Limbus Company, and Hitler and Higurashi, he's playing both sides. Oh my god. That, dude. Yeah, also, this is a crazy statement. That sentence and this sentence, well, this sentence, but also this sentence are so insane.
いつでも戻ってきていいんですからね。
わかりません。当分は戻ってこ
I
ない
wouldn't say I'm playing both sides.
対分にしてもらった方がいいと思
Because I'm not playing Hitler's side. Satoshi-kun says he wants to quit the Hinamizawa fighters. I know very well of Satoshi-kun and Satoko-chan's situation. So I was expecting that he might say this. Is Irei still good? Irei has not been... I don't know. Irei is far from ethically good. But he's not nearly as ethically evil as someone like Takano, right? Like, there's a middle gray. He's very gray. He's very gray. And he knows he's gray, you know? In my video, you were Hitler, though. You literally wrote in my video, you're like citing yourself. But I said you were Hitler. That's not a valid argument. Okay. The relationship between Satoko-chan and her aunt has gotten worse, to the point that it can be considered abuse. When someone from the Child Consultation Center came, of course her aunt behaved herself. Then immediately after, her harassment turned even more vicious. According to the neighbors, the aunt's scolding and Satoko-chan's crying can be heard nightly, and sometimes it goes on past midnight. Satoko-chan's weekly physical checkup results are slowly growing worse. And we're trying to keep her stable by increasing her medication, but unless her relationship with her aunt improves, she's sure to go terminal and sink into madness. Although she isn't the type to become deranged, even at the terminal stage. She's the type who holds everything in, harboring her insanity inside. Just like she pushed her parents off the cliff 2 years ago, Satoko-chan may kill her aunt. Thanks to the mountain dogs, this incident was resolved as an accident and Oishi stepped aside, although he is still suspicious. If something like that happens again around Satoko-chan, he's sure to investigate her mercilessly. I can't do anything more about Satoko-chan's environment changing for worse, so I'm not surprised to hear that Satoshi-kun wants to quit the baseball team so he can be with his sister more.
実は僕、アルバイトを始めるんです。それで、あまり野球に出られなくて。
アルバイトですか。何か買いたいものでもあるんですか。
はい。もうすぐ、サトコの誕生日なんです。サトコが欲しがっているぬいぐるみがあるので、それをプレゼントしてやりたいと思いまして。
That's right. I remember the birth date on her insurance card. I think it's June 24th, right after the Watanagashi festival.
そうですか。サトシ君は本当に妹思いのお兄さんですね。それはきっとサトコちゃんも喜んでくれるでしょう。
Who bought that bear, bro?
喜んでくれる。
I remember having a bunch of theories about that back in the day. I can tell Satoshi-kun is also stressed out. To him, seeing Satoko-chan being harassed is the same thing as being harassed himself. His stress can be released through moderate exercise, such as with sports and also with plenty of rest. If Satoko-chan is being yelled at nightly, then it's easy to figure out that Satoshi-kun isn't getting enough sleep either. I don't know what kind of job he's starting, but I don't think he will be able to vent his stress on it. In fact, I don't like the idea of Satoshi-kun taking a part-time job because he's already so worn out in every way. Yeah, it's like just starting a part-time job to throw all your money into a $1,000 teddy bear is such an insane thing to do. That's got to be like a 10-layer deep coping mechanism, break your brain. Already have this convo from Satoshi POV? Probably. Rika dies in Satoko's birthday month. Happy birthday. I asked him if he wanted me to help him pay for the present, but of course he declined the offer. It's a present from him, so he wants to earn the money himself. He's taking this part-time job only to earn enough money to buy Satoko-chan's present, so it'll be a temporary thing. If it's for a short period of time, maybe it won't be that bad. While I want to stop him from working because I don't want him to get even more stressed, since he says Satoko-chan's birthday is near, I don't think I can stop him. Satoshi-kun is determined. If I say any more, I may lose his trust, so I'll have to accept his leave of absence.
そうだ。監督、バットを一本借りていってもいいですか?
Bat obtained. I completely misunderstood his words. Later I found out he carried around the bat to protect himself. And realized that, even then, he was already showing some dangerous symptoms. He believed there would be a fourth mysterious death this year, and that he would be the victim. Me when I have brain parasites telling me that I'm going to die and that people are after me, when I'm literally hallucinating getting followed, and when the village itself has a ceremony that people have died every year on, and the village hates my ass. Like, how do you not go insane? It's so ridiculous. Like, you could do it without the parasite. You could take, like, half of the elements out, and you would still be justified in going insane. He became obsessed with the idea that someone was after his life. This is a symptom of Hinamizawa syndrome's terminal stage. But although I was involved so deeply with the syndrome, I was careless. It's like, that's how just fucked this entire game is. This entire story. Everyone is just... Satoko-kun had his own bat. So he would have asked if he could take it home, but instead he asked if he could borrow it. When I think about it now, he said it that way to lie in his guilty conscience, but how could I have known then?
いえ、野球にはそんなに来れなくなりますけど。
Oh, and he had a W lie. Yo, W lie?
素振りの練習をするくらいの時間は取れると思うので。
それはいいですね。そういうことならぜひ持って行ってください。素振りをするときは十分周りを確認して危険がないよう注意してからやってくださいね。ご近所迷惑でなければタイヤを吊るしてそれを打つのもいい練習になるでしょう。
Swinging a bat can release stress, so letting him take his bat home will help. That's what I thought. But that was a huge mistake. I realized it only when things were already past the point of no return. W-Bat. It's also so crazy that, like, Keiichi does the bat thing, like the spiritual successor. There's a lot of, like, still crazy supernatural elements. But, yeah. Okay, bat obtained. Let's bludgeon a woman to death. We were prepared to respond quickly this year, Oishi POV. That was why we were able to start the investigation immediately by securing the crime scene. The victim is the wife of the younger brother of the Hojo couple, so she's an extremely suitable target for the 4th year's curse of a Yatsuhiro shaman. She has a horrible reputation among the locals. After the incident, everyone said she deserved to be cursed. I have a general idea of who the culprit must be. It's probably Satoshi Hojo, that innocent-looking kid. There's even a motive. The deceased abused his sister relentlessly. So this would be in revenge for that. And it's like, even killing her minus L5 is still low-key justified. You abused my sister. You gotta go. Like, I don't even blame him, bro. That is a redeemable murder. That is such a redeemable murder. Also, when he attended the inspection of the crime scene, he was rather frantic, yet also far too composed, as if he was totally unrelated to the incident. My intuition from many years of police work tells me that 8 or 9 times out of 10, someone who acts like that is the perp. I have no concrete proof, but if I question him and shake him up a little bit, I have a feeling he'll confess. Oh, but doesn't Shion come in clutch? I love Shion, bro! I love Shion, bro! I'm Satoshi. Where's my Shion? I'm also Shion. Where's my Satoshi? Yo, bro. I am... Wait. I am Rena equals Shion equals Satoshi equals Keiichi equals Jesus Christ? I am Jesus Christ? Peon. Yo, bring Peon back. Yo, shout out my girl Peon. For the victim to be so beaten up. Thank you, Kumagai. Honestly, bro. Chat. I do think the love of my life would be just me. I actually think I'm that brain breaking, bro. Sugar self-cessed. Oh, wait. 2 second tangent. 2 second tangent. We gotta wait. Layers. What layer is it on? Layer. Okay. Huh? Okay, sugar self-cessed? How do you even... We gotta, like... Well, only one sugar baby line. One sugar baby, but... What? I guess it would be you to you. Because self-cess is the idea of, like, it's not masturbation. It's, like, literally just, like, another you, right? So it's, like, literally just you twice. Are you both sugar babies, then? I guess? Fuck it. Just put it upside down. Okay. Pink needs a girlfriend. L5 of loneliness. Spending money on yourself? No, I think it's... Normal self-cessed would be like banging yourself. Sugar self-cessed would be when you have two selves and you're banging each other and both of them are funded by the same sugar daddy. So it's self-cessed, but with a sugar daddy funding both selves. That's sugar self-cessed. Isekai is my clone in another world and became my own sugar daddy? No, that would be this. Where you take this out. You take all this out. But... That would be this. That'd be, something else. Right? That'd be this. Okay.
犯行を認めた後に捨てたと称する場所から発見できれば 検察も納得してくれるでしょう。
This is pretty insignificant as a standalone case. A confession from Satoshi Hojo would end it. Everyone except me must believe that. But if I look at it as part of a series of mysterious deaths, it won't be so easy. Either the three families of the village or the Sonozaki family alone is directly involved in this. If they are the ones pulling the strings, they must have instigated Satoshi Hojo into committing the crime. If so, Satoshi Hojo is someone who knows way too much about them. The Sonozaki family's actions must remain hidden. If you could connect them to the crime, who would let them run around freely? I've solved every chapter. Don't worry, chat. I'm locked in. Satoshi Hojo is a loving brother who cares very much for his sister, and they set him up to kill his aunt as the fourth year's curse. After that, they will eliminate the one person who can connect them to the crime. Satoshi Hojo is not just a simple criminal, he was set up. And after that, my suspicions were confirmed, for he abruptly vanished. He disappeared in such a puzzling way. He didn't run because he was afraid that his crime had come to light. Another culprit came into the picture. He was already arrested for a different crime, and furthermore, he died while in prison. He confessed to information only the culprit himself would have known. Therefore, he must be the culprit. But as he's already dead, the investigation was closed. Then Satoshi Hojo disappeared a few days after the festival. It's obvious someone doesn't want Satoshi Hojo to be connected to this incident. My boss put pressure on me to disclose the investigation and to file Satoshi Hojo's disappearance as a separate incident. He even handed the case over to a different section. The way this case is closing so rapidly greatly resembles the same trick used 2 years ago with the Hojo couple's accident. There's no doubt it's the work of someone who can put pressure on the police. As it happens, the Sonozaki family is the only one who can actually exact influence on this police department here in the Hinamizawa area. They may think their trails are covered, but this points towards them more clearly than anything. According to my informant, Oryo Sonozaki mentioned the fourth year's curse at the family meeting and hinted that she was the one behind it all. I hate her so much. Higurashi playthrough isn't over until you solve which twin is which during pre-festival episode 2. I would rather krill myself than go back and try to do that. It's probably so doable, but I just, oh my god, I don't even want to deal with it. Just flip a coin every scene, dude. Hinting isn't strong enough evidence, but there is no mistaking that Oryo Sonozaki is the one pulling the strings. I know they're the ones who did it in the old man, but I just can't grab them. The principal offender is still on the loose, but I'm sure he's being sheltered somewhere by the Sonozaki family. I have to locate him and find that missing right arm. I'm so sorry, bro. I'll return the arm to his grave and make the principal offender and the masterminds both bow down before it. I'm so sorry, bro. However, just like how Satoshi Hojo disappeared, it's possible the principal offender had already been eliminated. I bet he's already been killed and buried somewhere nobody can find. If that's the case, then that's fine. I'm not doing that. I am not doing it. I am not going back to episode 2 and trying to do that. That is so brain rot. I'll make the old hag who ordered someone to kill the old man slam her forehead on the ground before his grave. This, I swear. After the fourth year's curse, people are already saying something will happen again next year. Even with all my preparations, I couldn't prevent the incident from happening this time. It's too late if something happens. I must keep my eyes on the core of the village before something takes place. There's a reason why I have to get to the bottom of this by next year, because I'm retiring. My mother has been wanting to go back to her hometown in Hokkaido, and for a long time she's been asking me to move there when I retire. I feel that's the least I can do for her, so I agreed to move to Hokkaido when I retire. So next year is my last chance to avenge the old man's death. It happened 4 years in a row, so more than likely there will be a fifth curse too. As a result of the series of mysterious deaths, the village has been tightly knit together since the damn protests. They were told that betrayers will be punished in the name of the curse. To the masterminds, there's enough reason to continue with the series of mysterious deaths. According to the rumors, this year's victim, the aunt, was cursed because she didn't participate in the Watanagashi festival. So the villagers who believe they don't participate in this year's Watanagashi, they'll curse. There's gotta be a counter for how many times this exact piece of information has been given. Like, it's gotta be like 30, bro. Or like 50. It'll be a huge festival next year for sure. Something will happen. The series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa, also known as the Curse of Oyashiro-sama. Like, that's gotta be triple digit. Some of those gotta be triple digit, bro. Also known as the Curse of Oyashiro-sama. We gotta be at like 700 for that. I will avenge the old man. Ah! Ah! Ow, 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 ow. I definitely will. Ow. I love Hanyu, bro. I love Hanyu so much. I don't know why that ow girl is a being that I love so much. But I do love that girl. Wait, is she dead yet? Did she die in that? She did die in that, yeah? Yeah, she's dead. Yeah, because we were talking about the crime scene. Yeah, okay, she's dead. The village was in an uproar, because the fourth mysterious death in a row, which everyone believed would happen, actually did. Satoko-chan's aunt was killed. All the villagers feel rather satisfied about this incident, saying the curse finally fell on her for being a local troublemaker. Other YouTuber hated her. I can, like, understand why you would hate Hanyu, I think. Like, I kind of get it, but I ended up liking her. It was a little bit of a, because she is kind of, like, cutesy and has, like, a cutesy quirk, and, like, I usually get annoyed by cutesy quirks. Like, I kind of was annoyed by, like, Meep and Nipa. I always thought that was kind of weird, but then it ended up being used in such a way that I feel like I was like, oh, there's actually a cool way you can contextualize it other than just, like, LMAO, please think that this character is cute. Because that's what annoys me, is whenever the author is so desperate to make a character cute that they're just annoying. Which I still don't like that. Like Meep and Nipa, I don't actually have like a cute feel towards. I only like it up to the point that it's used as a way that for Rika to act like a kid, and it's like a really good like detail for that. I really like that, but otherwise I don't like it. Hanyu though, I just like Hanyu. I think she's just interesting. She's just unique enough. She's so unique that I like her character. And I don't know. I came around on It's not even like cute. I don't think I get a cute impulse for her. It's just enjoyable to watch. You know? I don't think I find her too, I don't know. I mean, she's like kind of cute, I guess, but like I don't care that much about cuteness, I guess. But I know the truth. When I saw the beaten-up body at the crime scene, I know Satoshi-kun was responsible for it. Her abuse towards Satoko-chan was getting worse and worse. Satoshi-kun wanted to protect her, so he brought home a baseball bat. All the signs were there, so I didn't even need to hear it from Satoshi-kun. I just like most little girl characters, but Satoko and Hanyu ended up being some of my favorite characters ever. Yeah. Yeah, I think both of them, I feel very similar. Where I just like characters that try to be cute. And like Satoko has her laugh, which is like kind of similar, where it's like just kind of trying to fit a specific trope to like be likable and cute. I don't really care for it. The parts that I actually care for are like the deeper stuff, right? Rika, give up hope and accept you can't fight fate. Oh, I like her hopeless nihilism. It's an interesting character. Like, oh, it's so much better than just like, I'm adorable, lol. I'm adorable, lol. I don't care, bro. I'd punt you across a football field if I could. You know what I mean? But if you're able to be like mid getting stabbed to death and you're spinning bars, that shit's lit. How dare you do a hydrate right after I drink Dr. Pepper? How dare you? You personally, how dare you? I'm counting that as both. I don't even give a frick, man. All the signs were there, so I didn't even need to hear it from Satoshi-kun. Yet I couldn't avoid questioning myself. I felt bad for the Hojo siblings who had no one on their side, so I tried to be their ally. In the end, I failed to be of any help to them. Okay, I'm doing it myself. I'm doing it myself. How do I adjust this? Let's see. Holy shit. Redemption cooldown time. Time between redemptions up to 7 days. Yo, fuck it, 7 days? Frick it! 1 hydrate a week. There's I'm actually keeping it. 7-day redeem cooldown for hydrate. 1 hydrate a week! Oh, chew on it, chat. Chew on it. Chew on it. Think about it. W. That was a genius idea. I'm a freaking genius. Is that the one of the week? Is that the one of the week? W stall. Delightful. Delightful weekly hydration. The phone rang, it was Satoshi-kun. He's never called me before. What happened? Does he want me to help him? If so, I will. I truly feel that way. Great Sif redeemed hydrate 0-1000. Yeah, just by the way for the YouTube chat. This what I'm dealing with. That bladder gonna boil like a kettle. Holy sentence.
いえいえ、気になさらないでください。どうかなさいましたか？
車を持っている人が
Why you need a car, bro?
他に思いつかなかったんで。
車ですか？ええ、ありますよ。
実は今沖宮のおもちゃ屋さんの前にいるんです。ミオンのおじさんのおもちゃ屋じゃなくて、もう一軒の歯医者さんの近くにあるおもちゃ屋さんの方です。
ああ、わかりますわかります。
Wait, I kind of thought it was the Mion one.
サトコの
I guess I was wrong. Okay. I didn't know there were two. Wonder if that's important.
大きくって自転車に積めないんです。
大きくって自転車に積めない？サトシ君、あなたどれだけ大きなぬいぐるみを買ったん
Yo,
ですか？
chat did not teach me Jewish mysticism. Y'all cannot, listen. Higurashi chat cannot take credit for the Jewish mysticism discussion. Alright? That was not on y'all. I guess he didn't think about it and went to this toy store on his bicycle, and now he's stuck. That's so typical of him, I can't help but smile warmly. In other words, he can't carry both the bicycle and the teddy bear, so he wants me to come pick him up. Told him I'd be right over and head to the toy store in Okinomiya. When I got there, I found that the teddy bear he bought is a lot bigger than I imagined.
これは?
Wait, this is crazy. Wait, this is crazy. Wait, we're actually... Wait, information. Wait, this is... I thought the idea was that he didn't manage to purchase it. And then that was why there was the thought that he might have ran away with the money. But here... Maybe he's not gonna... Maybe something's about to happen. But it kind of sounds like he's like outside the store with it, right? The teddy bear is so big that Satoshi-kun can hardly wrap his arms around it. If he puts it on his lap in the passenger seat, he won't be able to see anything. We load the bicycle in the back seat and stuff the teddy bear in the trunk. What the fuck is happening? Okay, yeah, we got it.
これだけの大きなぬいぐるみともなると高かったでしょう。
ええ、まあそこそこね。
At first I thought he was sweating because of the heat. But he's acting oddly. As if he has a high fever and his consciousness is coming and going.
どうしましたか？具合でも悪いんですか？
Oh no, please don't go out fine.
いえ、風邪です。
I mean, he has L5. He just killed his arm.
診療所に寄っていきませんか？具合を見てあげましょう。
Oh no, is he just get dissected in the basement? Don't get dissected in the basement, please. No, God, no. 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 No, don't go that way, Satoshi. Satoshi, go a different way. No. No, Satoshi. Leave the city. Leave the city, Satoshi. Ah, no, bro. The clinic's the worst place for you to go. Maybe he's still down there. He's still down there and they're still working on a cure. When he called it earlier, he didn't sound this way. Did he become ill all of a sudden? Oh, no. Irei. Irei, what's about a... No, I don't want him to die. I want to hold out hope. He's struggling. His face is turning pale. I can tell he has a high fever. Satoshi-kun was pushing himself to buy this teddy bear. Teddy bear this size can't be that cheap. For him to earn enough money in such a short period of time, he must have worked hard and long hours. Maybe he felt relieved now that he got the teddy bear he had wanted to buy. It's not unusual for a person to collapse after reaching his big goal.
しかし、よく頑張りましたね。こんなにも大きなぬいぐるみを。
Satoko never gets the teddy bear and it's in Irei's trunk right now. Is it like, because now I'm thinking that Ire brings him to the clinic, he's L5, he's terminal, he dies, or they dissect him, or he's still down there, or some crazy shit. And then Ire has the teddy bear, or like gets rid of it or something, because he can't give it to Satoko, because then it would let people know that he was the last one to see, Tato Chip alive, and that puts him under fire by, Oishi. And then it potentially exposes the entire operation, right? Like, it's really bad that he's currently the last one to have seen, you know? That's, like, the worst thing. But, man, I also feel like old information, I would need to look at the source of the information, but I thought that it was, he hadn't bought the teddy bear. I thought that was, like, kind of, like, known. But whoever said that was either wrong or, like, lied to or something, right? Or it was, like, a wrong assumption or something. It's like, dude, doing Umineko, I'm gonna have to like, every time I get a piece of information, I'm gonna have to write the piece of information and write my source. So that whenever that shit gets contradicted, I can go back and look at the source, and then figure out why the source was under the wrong assumption, which in and of itself is information. Like, if you don't, because, like, I have thoughts in my head, but I don't remember where they all came from, because I've been in this show for 5,000 hours. And so I don't remember who said what and said when, where, what, how. And it kills me, man. Oh no, bro.
もうおばさんもいない、おじさんも帰ってこない。もうこれでサトコをいじめる人はいないんですよね。
そうですね。もうサトコ
I'm just
ちゃん
gonna
をいじめる
I'm
人
gonna
はい
have
ま
to
せん。
note take like that, or it's just not gonna be like useful. Because even my notes in here, like I'm like
これからはゆっくりと
caught
過ご
up.
していい
Like
んです。
I feel like I'm like in it, but like okay, and like obviously these notes like low key don't count, but like even like my I don't know. You have to like, it's such a mess, so you have to like really be detailed, or you're just gonna get fucked.
おばさんはいないんですよね。死んだんですもんね。
はい。確かに死にました。検視には私も立ち会っています。間違いありませんよ。だからもう二度とサトコちゃんをいじめたりはしません。
本当におばさんが死んでるのは
Bro's having the same thing that Keiichi had that one time when Mion randomly hid the body. Mion, you piece of shit.
じゃあたまに通りすがるおばさんにそっくりな
Oh,
人が
my
いて
poor
も
hallucinating boy.
それはおばさんじゃないんですよね。おばさんが実は生きてて退院してきたとかそういうんじゃないんですよね。
ええ。そんなことはありえません。二度と私たちの前に現れることはありませんよ。
じゃああの人あれもよく似てるけどおばさんじゃないんですよね。
My poor L5 boy. Soshi-kun pointed at the oncoming car in fear. Of course, the car passed by so quickly that I couldn't see her face. But no matter how much she looks like her, it's impossible for her to be alive.
ほらあの人もあんなにそっくりでもおばさんじゃないんですか。だって僕を見ましたよ。
落ち着いてください、サトシ君。おばさんは完全に死にました。だからどんなに似ていてもそれはおばさんではありません。
似てるいや違う、本当におばさんなんだ。おばさんがまだあんなに殺したのに殴ったのになんで
I can only try to stay calm and drive. Satoshi-kun is losing his cool. That is the lightest way you could put that. He's delusional. He's seeing his aunt coming back from the dead. Then I finally realize Satoshi-kun is displaying symptoms of the terminal stage. I need to examine him once I get to the clinic. It's different from Satoko-chan's case. We already have the cure. We can treat Satoshi-kun. Okay. If I talk to the mountain dogs, they'll take care of the murder of his aunt. Okay. So I can both save him from going terminal and give him back his peaceful days with Satoko-chan. Right. He was deranged until just a minute ago, but now he's gone quiet. He didn't fall asleep. I must get to the clinic while Satoshi-kun remains in this calm state. There's no guarantee that he won't attack me while I'm driving. As if he knows what is going through my mind, Satoshi-kun spoke to me quietly.
監督、これってやっぱりお社様のたたりなんでしょうか。
たたりなんかありません。どうか気を強く持ってください。
里子、ごめん。ぬいぐるみを買う直前まで僕はそのお金でどこか遠くに逃げてしまうって思ってたんだ。だからそんな僕をお社様は許さなかったんだ。僕は兄失格なんだ。僕は
無理に喋らなくていいですよ。まぶたを閉じて休んでいてください。すぐに診療所に着きますからね。そうしたら具合のすぐ良くなる薬をあげますからね。
僕の血の中にもウジ虫が湧いてるのかな。かゆい。
書かないで。喉を書いてはいけません。
My poor boy. How close are we to this clinic, dude? I know Higurashi Hinamizawa is not this big. Thank you. We arrived at the back door to the clinic. I slammed the brakes and stopped the car. Satoshi-kun has already started to claw at his throat. I can't stop him by myself. Takano! Fucking help me! I asked for some help through the intercom. Some staff members came out immediately. Maybe Satoshi-kun was surprised to see so many people at once because he started to resist. I don't even need to run tests. He's at L5. He's reached the terminal stage and his thoughts must be filled with delusions. Maybe he thinks that the staff members want to kill him. He probably sees his aunt like 30 times. The staff members pinned his arms and legs down and gave him a shot to put him to sleep. Okay, can we cure him? We can cure him. We can cure him? We can cure him? Why does he disappear then? Irei! You have to make him better, Irei! Oh no! His last words. Is it gonna be last words? Please take care of Satoko. After saying those words, he fell unconscious. Not right now!
Satoshi-kun 急性発症したようです。彼の日頃のストレスを考えれば、いつ発症してもおかしくなかったでしょう。いや、ぬいぐるみを買うまで自制心でそれをずっと抑え続けてきたに違いありません。
なんだか毎年Watanagashiになると生きた検体が手に入りますわね。これもお社様のたたりのおかげなのかしら。
Can you shut up and do your job right now? Thank you. Please, man. I don't have time to listen to her nonsense. Irei and Shion are siblings in The Promise, Glory to the Promise. Yo, it's like sugar siblings. Kinda. Irei and Shion are kinda like sugar siblings. Oh, but what do you do with him? That's not enough. I need to know what actually happens to him. Where? More, please. Waiter. No, I don't care about Hanyu right now. Really? What do you mean? Maybe here? I'm seeing him right there. Yeah, you gotta okay, well, so that's what happens to him. He doesn't, oh my god, that's so scary. He's probably just gets fucking dissected, dude. He's probably over. I need him to be saved. He's down there getting fed. Don't worry, he's fine. He's down there as a live specimen. He'll be fine. Chat, he'll be fine. He'll be fine. Irei is, oh god. Have hope. I don't know what to do. What is this? My name is Ichiro Maibara, and I am hopelessly lost. Don't get out of here, Maibara. Who even... Keiichi Maibara? Ichiro? Are you the dad? My name is Ichiro. I don't care about the... Like... The fucking Rika brain rot music. Yeah, like, what are we doing, dude? Satoshi is currently getting dissected in the basement, and I have to deal with Ichiro Maibara's head ass. I came to Hinui's on a tour to find a lot for a vacation home. When the realtor finished explaining some details, he told us to take a walk until the departure time. Such beautiful scenery and fresh air, I let my senses guide me, and here I am. Where am I? I still have a little bit of time before the departure, but I am completely lost. It's basically the middle of nowhere, but people actually do live here. If I keep walking, I should run into somebody. Then I can ask for directions. Probably gonna run into Rika. Don't worry, ha ha ha. The only thing I need to keep in mind is the departure time for the bullet train. But the more time passes, the more I start to think I was being too optimistic about running into somebody. Because I can't find anybody at all. Maybe I'm walking farther and farther away from where people are, in which case I'm in serious trouble. So upon hearing someone's voice, I feel immediately relieved. Sounds like little girls are playing nearby. If it's a place where little kids can play, it must be a safe village. I followed those voices. Upon rounding it... Yeah, oh my god. Imagine every time Satoko is, like, getting, like, her blood work done, and she's like, I miss my brother. I miss my brother. I miss Nini, bro. And then looks over at Ire, and Ire, like, upon rounding the wild pampas grass, I can see a beautiful field. 2 girls are playing there. They're dancing in the field filled with blooming wildflowers. What I'm seeing is more beautiful than all of the great works I've ever seen put together. Maybe I'm exaggerating, but this looks holier than any religious painting. I'm getting flashbacks to Thus Spoke Zarathustra, the second dance song? Is it the second or the... I'm getting it. Wait, I don't want y'all to see my feet. Wait, chat. Chat. Check this out. Thus Spoke Zarathustra, which is a Nietzsche. It's Nietzsche. Second dance song, 241. No, it's probably the first one, huh? I think it's actually the first dance song. Yeah, where is the first dance song? Oh, there it is, 130. Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna read just a tiny bit of this because this is actually this feeling of I was like, I had the thought with the 2 girls playing in a field, but then the idea of, but this looks holier than any religious painting, and it being beautiful than any piece of art, that I think is very like similar to what Nietzsche wrote, in Thus Spoke Zarathustra, where he said, I'll read just a tiny bit of this. One evening Zarathustra was walking through the forest with his disciples, and as he was looking for a well, behold, he came upon a green meadow quietly surrounded by trees and bushes. And in the meadow, girls were dancing together. As soon as the girls recognized Zarathustra, they ceased their dance. Zarathustra, however, approached them with a friendly air and spoke these words. Do not cease your dance, sweet girls. No spoil sport has come to you with an evil eye, no enemy of girls. Yaps a lot. And then they sing a song as Zarathustra sings a song as Cupid and the girls dance together in this field, as they mock the spirit of gravity, basically. A dance song and a mocking song on the spirit of gravity, my supreme, most powerful devil, who they say is the Lord of the Earth. But yeah, so they basically sing. Isn't that crazy? And they dance. And it's like the most beautiful thing. Yeah. Yeah. So it's very much like, it's reminiscent, you know? It's very reminiscent of the experience that Zarathustra has in Thus Spoke Zarathustra, where seeing girls dancing and that being in like a wild field being like such a supreme and like profound thing, to the point that Zarathustra like joins and like sings to them. And then here, he's feeling this this is what like entices him to join Hinamizawa, right? So is Keiichi's dad Zarathustra. Oh man, imagine if that connection held up. It's a shame Keiichi's dad is just not enough of a character, and like he doesn't really ever do anything that is Zarathustra-esque that I can think of. Because all we really know about him is he's kind of like he like does like pervy art stuff and like plays mahjong, you know. And neither of those really speak to me as a connection. I see the vision added to the board. Okay, a little bit. I'm not gonna worry about it. Well, okay. You convinced me. Alright, you convinced me. Listen, okay. Hello? Zarathustra. Dance song. The dance song. Keiichi's dad. Keiichi's dad. Think about it. There we go. Okay. And then, look, this is how we get back. We bring it back in. Because I don't think I have Keiichi's dad in here anywhere. So now, boom. Keiichi's dad. Boom. Now we've connected the Nietzsche into a different way. Hell yeah. Why is it that seeing innocent girls dance around like this makes people feel this way? It's probably because we're sinners. You can't live with pleasure and glory alone. We sin even as we live. That's why we feel awed by the sight of innocence. It reminds us of the time when we were pure. We grow up naturally, and we lose innocence as we do. And we admire and adore the children who symbolize that which we've lost.
Me.
Ironic how Rika appears on screen. This is I really like these lines. This is a fun pondering on the appreciation of innocence and like children as like the examples of that. Which is why, and this is also why it's so horrible when children become victim to the non-innocent, right? Victim to sin, because they're like the epitome of the opposite. Which is interesting. Is that... I feel like that's not exactly what's going on in Dance Song. I feel like I probably couldn't connect that specific idea super well. Where I think... Well, kind of... The idea of innocence, though... Purity? I mean, purity, maybe. But innocence, I think not as much. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. I have heard that Shinseki Yori is good, but that's all I pretty much know about it.
とかなんとか小難しいことを言いながら変な不審者が僕たちをじっと見ていますのです。はあ。
Wait, what? Oh shit! Oh shit! Alright! Ow!
リカ、あれは不審者ではありません
Wait!
のです。
It wasn't Satoko, it was Hanyu! Oh, that's why she wasn't transparent in the OP thing. See, that's kind of interesting because in Dance Song, saying as wait, this is the song 03 should saying as Cupid. I still don't know if I can make a connection. I'm not gonna worry about it. Okay. Eh? Sorry. I'm not suspicious. It is, man, but that really does underline what a...
僕のお胸やお足から目が離せないのです。
That really does underline what like a divine moment it is, though. Where Hanyu is able to like personify. Like in the same way that at the shrine with Takano. No, I'm not. Don't turn me in. I really wasn't staring. I was using this mirror to fix my hair.
何言ってるかわかんないのですが、とっても面白い
Hanyu,
こ
you
とを
are
言
too
ってい
pure
る
for
気
this
がしますの
world.
です。なんというか、血は争えないという気がしますです。
The girls teased me for a while, and when they got tired of doing that, they went back to dancing around. Realizing that whatever I said would backfire, I decided to leave them alone and sat down to watch them play. I wonder how old they are. They seem rather young, but maybe they could be close to Keiichi's age. If we move here, Keiichi might meet them at school. If he would see them at school, then... They were girls that lived here. If all the children in Hinamizawa are like them, then even if living a rural life may have some challenges, there's a good reason for us to move here. We're not very good parents. We didn't understand what Keiichi was going through and left him alone until the very end. According to the parenting book I bought, the first few problems are calls for help. Doesn't matter what the action itself is, but the fact that those actions are occurring is a primitive appeal from the child seeking communication. Humans can speak, and that's one of the reasons why we don't notice such signs. Well, dude, this is well said. We can only hear words through our ears, and we can't sense the signs coming from our son's heart. Keiichi probably thinks it's all his fault. Of course, he's not absent of blame. Humans aren't dogs or cats. We should know what's right and what's wrong. But it's our fault, too, as his parents. To let him think that he had to go that far for us to be able to understand him is really pathetic and disappointing of us. If we had understood him and hadn't cornered him, Keiichi wouldn't have done that. So the incidents weren't only Keiichi's fault. Everyone in the Maebara family was to blame. W accountability. I want to explain that to him, but he's still too young and hot-headed to be able to understand. Right now, the guilt he's feeling is basically crushing him under its weight. He doesn't even have the will to live. My wife is the same. She's blaming herself for forcing him to study for better grades. She thinks that's why the incidents took place. And I'm no different. I'm blaming myself for not being involved in my son's education. I think that's why the incidents took place. The cross will be forever on our shoulders, even after the injured child accepts our apologies. Yet our cold society would tell us to die under the weight of that cross. Even so, we have to live. We have to accept our sins and carry our burdens on our shoulders. Hell yeah. Hell yeah! Maybe we can start a new life here in this village. I thought about all that as I watched the girls dance. Dude, it symbolizes, like rebirth. Like, rejuvenation, bro. It's like, you know what? Like, the scene of them dancing is like the spring, you know? It's not the summer or the fall or winter, it's spring. It's like new, and it's lively, and it's young, you know? And so, it's inspiring him to have this, like, a way for a rebirth in with his own family, right? Which is really sweet. Yeah, I really like this. This is cool. Friends like those girls will offer him so much more than the friends who only talked about cram schools and exam results. The girls are playing near a sign that doesn't fit into this open field. It's a sign about lots for sale, and the name of the realtor who brought me here for the tour is written on it. And we know that she did this intentionally to help make sure that Keiichi would move in, right? Does that mean we can live even in this beautiful area if we want to? One of the girls spoke as if reading my mind. She's trying to convince him. Please, I need Keiichi, bro. Yeah, that's right. I think so too. Keiichi. Like Keiichi. Do we have anything? Isn't that what's good about this place? Ooh! Oh! Yeah, you right. Yeah, you right about that. You right, little girl. Speaking of the dam, yo, these future references are driving me crazy. Oh, you're right. And that's why we should embrace change. Yo, that's a good analogy. Cause that's my favorite. I said this shit last night. I'm gonna say it again right now. I've probably said it like 10 times during Higurashi. Heraclitus, ancient Greek. How does the quote go? No man steps in the same river twice, for it is not the same river nor the same man. Right, the idea of a river being associated with the inevitability of the human to change, I think is really good. I think it's a really good analogy. And this is like an extension of that analogy, as if to say that the river is purified by moving, like change is purification. In comparison, if you don't change, if you limit your own change, you're going to get disgusting. You're going to be a swamp. You're going to stagnate. That's crazy. That's crazy. That is also a wholly relevant quote. That was a crazy quote, Snipe. Yeah. Yeah, that's so good. That's why we ought to change, chat. Change is inevitable, and that's okay. Embrace your own inevitability of change and steer your course. Take the reins. Have hope. Exactly. Or a river.
それにね、あなたたちが教えてくれるのよ。席は破れるものだ。破るものだってね。
Are they playing riddles with me? I have no idea what they're trying to say. But there's one thing I know. The villagers are waiting for new people to come here, and they want to build a future with those newcomers. Bro, it's really like... I'm not gonna do the full tangent, but like... there is like this idea of like the divine child or something like that I think you could pull from like Nietzsche, specifically like Best Books Zarathustra. And so for them to be spitting some like literally divinity, right, with Hanyu, but like this epitome of youth being a place of like incredible knowledge and like profound understanding of change is so perfect. Like that's the place where you find that, you know? And I mean, that's even a good example. Like children change constantly, you know, because they're like everything's fresh and new to them, just like a river that's flowing, right? It's inherently fresh and new, you know, and that's what it is to be young. And you kind of forget that as you grow old, and for whatever reason you stagnate. Something blocks your path, you know, burdens, responsibilities, sadness, whatever. And so there's an incredible power in being able to learn how to unblock yourself again and kind of return to that youthful spirit, right? But there's one thing I know, the villagers are waiting for new people to come here and they want to build a future with those newcomers. I looked at the sign behind the girls one more time so that I'd remember this place. I've already decided. Yo, you didn't say, how did this little girl know my name? Divine child, son of man. Kabbalistic Adam Kadmon. Yo, we're fucking cooked. We're fucking cooked. A raspy voice from the distance ended this innocent moment. It's the realtor. I guess he's been looking for me because I didn't return. Sorry about that, I got lost. I apologized while scratching my head. I turned around to look for the girls, but they weren't there anymore. It's great, like, and I feel like it's so fitting that Hanyu was able to materialize there and have that conversation. Like, that was, like, such a meaningful place for her to be able to do that. It kind of feels random, but it's also so perfect that, like, I'm, like, cool with it. Yeah. Speaking of Hanyu, I'm gonna go piss. don't know, like, top 3 people invested in me pissing, my urologist, myself, and somehow chat beats both out. Like, it's a bit concerning, is it not? Have we gotten the watermelon? I think we have. I think we do boom and then boom. And then we get, like, this. We got the sea urchin, we got the teddy bear. I don't know if we got vitamin A. Yeah, frick it. I went to my university's cafeteria for the first time in a while, and they replaced all the plates and silverware with paper plate and plastic utensils. W environment. W save the environment. Let's pollute the world more. That's crazy. That's crazy work. What? So they don't have to dishwash? Like, huh? I don't get that. I don't get that at all. Huh.
どうもごちそうさまでした。
ねえねえ、また来たってな。
ただいまってあれ、ひろしおじさん、お久しぶりです。
おお、ニアンちゃん、今帰りかい。おじさんは今から送迎だよ。
What porn game? It depends on the porn game and what it shows, right? I mean, some are like to some degree it would be allowed, right? But there's gonna be some lines you can't cross, so it just depends on the game, right? You just gotta find the lines for Twitch and YouTube.
ああ、不動産屋さんのお仕事?
The Sonosaki family is one of the largest landowners here in the Hinamizawa area. Really? However, since all the land is out here on the countryside, it just ends up sitting there. Recently, the land owned by the Sonosaki family was put on sale in lots. At the family meeting, some of our relatives opposed the idea by saying we shouldn't sell off land that we handed down from our ancestors. That was. But Granny snapped and shut them right up. Some of the unused fields were made into vacant lots and released for public sale. Actually, I had some questions about it too. The Sonosaki family is very wealthy. We have plenty of land as well as money. The only real risk is manual reporting. I mean, I wouldn't play something that could get me in trouble if it was manually reported. Like, I'm not a big enough streamer to be able to break the rules, you know? Like, I'm small enough, I might actually get in, like, banned. I mean, if I had, like, thousands on thousands of people and brought in some subscription revenue, yeah, they would, oh no, I'm timed out for, like, 2 days. But, like, come on. So why did we have to sell it off? What's more surprising to me is that Granny was the one who came up with the idea. I would have thought she'd get furious if someone even mentioned something like that.
じゃあね、駅前に寄った時はぜひ遊びにおいでよ。麦茶くらいごちそうするから。
Barley.
はい、ありがとうございます。
Barley.
お仕事はどんな感じですか?
都会な人が案外興味を持ってくれたからびっくりだわ。便利な都会に住みながら、わざわざこんな田舎に別荘が持ちたい小金持ちばっかりだね。
やれやれ、物好きなことで。
一見別荘じゃなくて引っ越しで検討されてるお宅があったね。アトリエが持ちたいとか言ってたから、画家さんとかかね。
へえ、そりゃすごいや。
おっと、いけねえわ。じゃ、おじさんはバスに戻るわ。
Supposedly he planned a tour to show them the lots and he's the one driving the bus. Should be about the time for the tour and explanations to end. He left in a hurry.
ねえ、聞いていい？よそ者嫌いのバッチャがさ、どうしてわざわざ分譲地なんかにしたの？
あたしゃよそ者なんか嫌いだし、都会者も大嫌いだ。だが村にゃ必要なんよ。空気の入れ替えみたいなもんさんだ。
外の人が来ることで何か村にいい影響があるっていうこと？
こかい村だね。今忙しい世の中だから一日たりともそったしといとくらんかな。昔だったら10年20年住んでても何にも変わらん。変化のない静かな村だったんよ。
まあそれが田舎ってもんだしね。この村じゃ昨日と今日と明日に何の違いもない。私は退屈だけどね。
でも友達ができたろ。 外から竜宮のレナちゃんが引っ越してきて友達になってくれたんだろうが、近い年の友達ができて嬉しい言うとったがな。
うん。予期せぬ友達が突然できるのは楽しいね。
レナちゃんがコントな。みよ、学校が退屈だ退屈だ言うとったんね。いや覚えとる。
Dude, I just hate her voice. I hate her so much. They do too good of a job making her annoying and old. They're not even, she's not even saying bad stuff, but it's just like, just hearing her makes me upset.
いろりの悪い空気が溜まって窒息しちまう。寒くてしんどいのは承知で、窓をガラリと開けることもあるんよ。
外から人を迎えることが村の換気になる。
ああ。
I mean, like, listen, like.
そして綺麗な空気を入れて。
Yeah, I think the older you are, the more likely I am to hate you. I think that's actually probably true. And I don't even hate old people specifically, but like, the likelihood increases, you know? New family moves in. After a few weeks, the son just beats 2 girls to death. Yeah, Oreo's like, we need to bring in new, fresh air and get rid of the bad air like us. Keiji comes in, beats me on to death. Oh, my daughter, my granddaughter. If I bring up the Hojo family, I know Granny will explode, so I won't. But I think what Granny is trying to say includes things like their ongoing isolation. Even now, when she remembers about what happened at that explanatory meeting, she gets really upset. But I guess even she feels the need to come to an end. But of course, she can't just say she'll forgive them, not when she's at this stubborn age. She can't lose face by openly saying they need to be forgiven. Honestly, I think she's behaving like a little schoolgirl who actually likes a person but treats them rudely when they're around. Yeah, you're telling me, dude. Maybe people really do go back to being children when they get old enough. But like in the bad way. I'm not just talking about Granny. The same can be said about all the old people in the village. No, maybe I should say the evil around here. That must be what she meant by bad air. There's no use circulating the air in a closed room. Unless you open the windows and let fresh air in, the air in the room won't be purified.
実際に引っ越してくる人があるかはわからないけど、その人にそこまでを期待しちゃうのは気の毒じゃない？
レナちゃんが一人転校してきてもミオンは変わるね。誰が引っ越してきてもきっと村は変わる。願わくばそれが元気な若者で。
Asking ye shall receive. I wish I could tell Pink in Chapter 1 that he would end up calling Keiji the Ubermensch unironically. Dude, I would have not believed you. I would have been so mad. I would have been like ready to swing on you for just saying, can you shut up, you old hag? I'm trying to talk. I don't want to hear you. You don't have to say every word for 5 seconds each! Shut up! Okay, take a breath. We're okay. You're okay. You're okay. You're okay. You're okay.
Nani それ? 死んだおじいちゃんの話?
あ、ほんとね。誰がじい様の
Gramps? You say Gramps?
ほれ、お手伝いさん言って、縁側のお茶を片付けさせてくれな。
Oh, T-Step Verdonda. Check. 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 Check.
北条聡が消えた日、前、私に詰め寄ったろが。
ああ。
Yeah, I think that was Shion. I think I remember that. But maybe.
私はな、あれで目が覚めたんよ。北条家がどうのこうのいう問題は。
I fucking hate you. I mean, yeah, sure, you can say this, but Keiichi comes up to you and has to fight against you, like grinding down a brick wall with your bare hands for years at a time. That's the amount of effort it took to actually solve the Hojo family problem. For you to be like, you woke me up. This problem, we can't just like, you didn't do anything! You were actually the problem!
そんなの待たず、
Glad that you, in your dementia-addled brain, forgot about this after you said it.
自分にはそれができないから、よそ者にそれを託す。
Let me just gamble on an outsider coming in to fix the Hojo situation. You're fucking stupid. This is only the slightest bit reasonable in retrospect. Without the context of knowing that Keiichi comes in and bangs his head against the wall for 10 years, without that context, this is literally the most empty action. Yeah, I'm going to sell a lot on my own land to fix the systematic bullying of a family in the village. I'm gonna sell a lot on the land, and maybe new people will buy it, and then maybe those new people will somehow fix it while I actively still work against them. I hate Oreo. Mion, stop trying to make this sound reasonable. This is stupid. I hate you. Alright, okay. You're literally just like being like, I'm not gonna do anything, I'm just gonna hope somebody else deals with it. And it's supposed to sound like she's being smart. Shut up, Bag! Sorry, she really pissed me off earlier. It's not even about what she's saying at this point. It's just about her saying that's the way she's talking is just pissing me off. I'm still getting an Oreo sponsorship. Thank you, Mion. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Though not even your granddaughter, you're trying to get like a random outsider to do it. No, but what do you mean this is what fixing the problems from the inside the system be like? This is maybe how they do it, but it's wrong and it's stupid. Literally, she's not taking any actions to fix anything. She's literally just letting one new family into the village. Maybe there's others, but I think it's just the one, right? Let me sell one lot. Oh yeah, the systematic bullying will get solved off of this. It's the best I can do. Yo, you can do better. You can do better. Oh, but my pride, my stubbornness and my pride. Just get over yourself. Like, it's literally just because she's too stubborn, because she's old and she sucks and I hate her. I'm not. I can't listen. Mion's forgiven. Mion's not in hell. I love Mion. Mion's my girl. Mion's trying to make a safe space for Satoshi and Satoko at school. I appreciate that, Mion. You're actually doing things. Oreo, I'm old. Get other people to do it. I meant that as a critique of that philosophy. Okay, W critique. W critique. Agreed. The only thing I can do now is be despised by people. Agreed. The wind chime sounded gently. Maybe that's a sign to let us know a cool breeze is on the way. I'm pro burn everything down. Okay, burning everything down is not... listen. Burning everything down just leaves you in an ash pit, okay? And if you've ever played Binding of Isaac, you know ash pit's kind of hard. Like... yeah. Are you being honest to God right now? Are you actually being for real with me? Did this actually just happen? We've never had this happen. What happened? It crashed? I didn't even do anything. Wait! I literally didn't... Literally, the last time this happened was the first episode. It was the first chapter. And I was fucking around with... I was like clicking buttons. Crashes are common on chapter 8? Are you critting me right, Crow? Aw, man. Okay. I assume I just close it. And then skip through the stuff. No, I don't need to open the... Oh God, no, man. What, man? Oreo's idea is so bad it crashed the game. I haven't saved this entire stream. The last time I saved was the end of last stream. Yeah. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness gravy. Okay, let's skip through some of these real quick. Fragment shattered IRL. Oh, man. Okay. Yeah, so what did I... Let's see. Have I done this? Okay, I've done this one. This is her looking upset? Yeah. Okay, skip. And she moves to the middle, right? Yeah, okay. You don't play VN if you don't have at least have a skip button section? True, okay. We've done Deja Vu. Okay, fuck you. You? Okay, fuck you. I know I've completed you guys. This I can't do for a while. Oh, you. Yeah, I will save before that fragment. Hanyu roleplay. Chat is Hanyu, bro. Man, I love Hanyu.
それを年に1回。悪く言うと、汚れを誰か一人に押し付けて隕石させるわけだな。
I don't think I can do this yet, no.
Dark
chocolate with chopped almonds, 46% cocoa solids. Great value. Talk about it.
わかりました。このよう私たちは調べもちろん理解しております。
Delightful. A delightful treat for a delightful me. I wonder what a speedrun of a Higurashi would be like. Rika time loop. We are actually experiencing the Rika time loop right now. Through doing this all again. You might be right about this. This is the power of the Sonozaki family. That's actually funny. I didn't see that. Are you being my skip button stopped working. Oh my, I get it, you're depressed, bro. Oh my god, I actually am Rika. Are we being honest? What? Of course, it's the slowest one. Hold control. Holy shit. Thank you, Hanyu. Clutch. Frick you. Are you dead yet? No way. Are you really critting me right, Crow? Are you critting me? Okay, I have to save after everyone. That's where we're at. We're saving after everyone. We have to save after everyone, bruh. This is where we're at, bruh. Shit. Oh my goodness, bro. We are currently fragmenting IRL. Give me more chocolate. And me eating chocolate is like Rika drinking wine. Yo, if I had wine right now, I'd take a sip. I can't believe Mion would do this to me. Not the Sonozaki's Mion. Use quick save? Okay, bye. I'm not putting that on. I never want to hear that song again. Free me, bro. Free me. We will roll a 6 this time. Chat, we're gonna fight for this life, even if we roll only 1s. It's not about the 6, it's about the mentality. Should I react to end of stream? Yo, it's not a you're trying to use that as a trailer? It's end of stream, bro. Bro's trying to loophole, bro. This ain't the end of the stream. What's this guy yapping about? Hi, I got here. Why you streamer skipping content? Yo, you trying to maneuver me? I refuse to be maneuvered. Goodness. This one? Never watching streamer again. Never watching anything again. Trader right now would be key. Well, it's like I gotta like still like click the buttons, you know, like it's just getting like yeah, it doesn't like we can. I would be the only one watching it because I like this. Every time I click something, it would like minimize. You know, it's like logistically challenging. Yeah, I'm quick saving. I'm imagining quick save will persist between crashes. I mean, I'll save after this, just to be careful. As a background, we don't need to watch it. It's so loud. Wait. I actually think this copyrights me, and I'm not even trolling. I'm actually pretty sure that my last video got all the monetization sniped. Not that that matters that much, because it's like $5 or whatever. But like, because of the video. I'm actually gonna check, because I remember being like, bruh. I'm actually not trolling. I'm gonna check. How far? It was like a while ago. Let's see. Or maybe I'm wrong. Am I wrong? No, wait, no. Is it here? Is it this one? Yeah, let's see what this is. Yeah, no, I'm right. Yeah, I'll even show you right here. Right? And it's got a bunch of different time skips because that's me pausing and unpausing over and over. But no, it is this. This song, it literally copyrights and like takes all the monetization. Actually, evil song. In fact, playing that much probably just got me. Because I played, what, 17 seconds? So I'm gonna have to, I'll just cut that out probably. That's crazy, bro. It's so frustrating. Yeah. If you have another song that's not gonna make me sad, W mans. But yeah, fuck that song. That's why I hate that song. I remember now. Cause it's mean to me. Cause it's it's anti-American. It was still, of course, worth. Like, I didn't cut it out of the previous stream that it was on, because it's like, who cares? But I'd prefer to not have to. Oh my god, my skip button again. Yeah, copyright. Copyright's so frustrating. I mean, even for that, like, what? I don't know, bro. And it's like a 6-hour stream, and if this plays for like a minute or two, and oh yeah, I guess I can end YouTube and then do it. That's fine. But yeah, it's a 6-hour stream. This thing plays for like 2 to 3 minutes, and it takes monetization with all of it. I'm sorry, Takano. It's gonna be okay. It's like, I hate how copyright works like that, bro. Like, take like a fair chunk. Don't just fucking try to snipe all of it, you rat bastard. I'm just gonna save after each one. I don't trust quick load. I know, and it probably will. Copyright's just a bitch me. Frustrated Takano. Silly YouTube. Guys, that was us rolling another one, by the way. But we push on. That was us actually becoming more thematically resonant with Rika, by the way. Oishi needed your revenue for ballroom dancing lessons. Oishi, you piece of shit. How could Oishi do this to me? How could the Sonozakis do this to me? I probably won't need to save the timestamp as much, just because like the cutting in YouTube. How hard is it to? I guess I could probably go in and edit it. I'll just try to remember to do it after stream. It shouldn't be too bad. It's like roughly like 356, 355. Actually, not a bad idea to remember that. Now that I think about it. Though it'll like notify me the specific. Oh my god, skip again doesn't work. Did I just re-click when I've already done? Am I stupid? What's happening? Wait. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Am I looping right now? I think I'm looping right now. Yes, Hinamizawa. I crash you and you crash me. Yes, Hinamizawa. Guys, this time we saved, though. This time we saved. Which is like the repetition thing. 350-10. Got you, thank you. It's like the repetition's getting shorter with Hanyu. That's us saving. Think about it. We are Hanyu. We are Hanyu. We carry the fragments. I'm not going to hold control for the very end, because that might be crashing it. Okay. Hold. 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 Lore accurate Rika edition. Well, we're probably not going to finish all these tonight, huh? There's still kind of a lot left. I feel like we... Yeah, I'm kind of surprised. I kind of thought I might, but like... It's actually crazy. Especially this slowing us down. Okay, Where are we now? This? Oh my god. Why? Release me! Release me! Did we get the bat? We didn't even get the bat. Release me! There's no way, right? Ah! No. What? Wait, what? This? Thank you. You might, honestly. I really don't think so. Unless the fragment things are like 2 seconds each. Because I'm not like... I think I've done about as many as there are left. And I don't think I'm trying to do like an 8-hour stream right now. You know what I mean? So I'd be very surprised. These do be low-key kind of chunky. But I do like a chunky one, alright? Chunky Satoshi, I'm not sweating it. If anything, I'm appreciating it. Confess to all your sins to figure out what happened? No, you'll make it, just commit. Nah. You ever think about that? Think about it. Okay, now we get the bat? Do we have the bat? No, I don't think we have the bat. Now we get this? This few are like 2 seconds. Shrug emoji. You can't stop until I find a traitor. That is definitely not how that works. Definitely not. Yeah. Why doesn't my skip button work like half the time? Release me.
Satoshi, 当分は戻ってこれないと思うので、Satoko、喜んでくれると。バットを。
はて、ご近所迷惑でなければ、 タイヤを吊るして、それを打つのも
I
い
think
い練
that's
習
the
になる
bad.
でしょう。
Here we go. I have to hold control. I have to do so much work. I have to hold the control button down. Oh, no. No, don't make me. Okay. It's okay. My poor L5 boy.
ですよね。いや、あんなに殺したのに。
喉をかいてはいけません。
サトコ。
Quit your giggling. Okay. 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 We're like close. We're actually close to where we were. I'm freaking lost, man. I don't know where to go, man. You and skipping the literal entire game to get to another route? That is so brain right.
きっとでもだから何か見ても席は破ない
Me skipping until I get the decision choice branch point, and then looking at my guide on my other screen and being like, okay, I'm supposed to click this one. Hold down control. Okay, I'm supposed to click this one. Okay. I watched this. This one we watched. This was so I can skip this one as well. But then I think we're caught up.
どうもごちそうさまでした。
ああ、不動産屋さんのお仕事。
じゃあおじさんは。
Right, because this is
聞い
Oreo?
ていい？よそ者嫌い。
Yeah, okay.
3、そして。
よ。
もう、憎
Okay.
まれ役しか出ない。
Now, we're caught up. Now, we're there. Be nicer to her this time. Oreo, I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. I was glad when you got tasered to death. I wish it happened in every fragment. Alright, give me some Mayabara action. Give me some Keiji, bro. Give me some Keiji. Give me my boy.
これが学校なのか。
Skip! I'm addicted now.
すげえな。さすが田舎だな。
Keiji, don't say stuff like that. The people in this area love coming here. I am your father. That was my first impression of the Hinamizawa branch school. No matter how I look at it, it doesn't look like a school at all. It even has a sign that says Hinamizawa Forestry Service.
まあ確かに我が校は営林署さんの敷地をお借りしておりますからの
Said the man they called the principal as he laughed heartily.
学び屋は違っても学校であることは同じです。前原くんがこれまで通われていた学校とはいろいろルールが違うと思いますが、大丈夫ですか？
Ch8.
はい。
I heard all the grades are put in the same classroom at this school. I didn't believe it, but I think it really is true. They're all younger than I am, so I guess it'll be like kindergarten. Though it'll be interesting compared to my previous school where everyone looked the same age.
前原くんが転校してきたら男子の中では最年長になると思います。ですので自分の勉強だけでなく下級生たちの模範になるよう示さなければなりません。下級生は上級生の悪い癖をすぐに真似します。先生もそこは厳しく注意していますから。
Especially contrasting with his backstory, right? You targeted little girls, didn't you? Fucking insane. Because that's what he wants. He wants to, like, redeem that specific thing, right? Keiichi, what she means is that textbooks aren't the only thing you learn from. As a member of the class and also as an older student, you have to be a good example. I know that already. Remember when you were simping hard for Chie? No. Yo, bro, I simp hard for every woman. I'm lonely and desperate. Like, remember when you was simping hard for blank? You could put literally any grown female character as the answer to that, and I would be like, yeah, I probably did that. Alright? That's just, but you're not saying, you see how it's like an empty statement? Like, everything and nothing are the same word. Alright? Chew on that for a minute, go look in the mirror for 5, and then come back here. After that, Ch8-sensei brought us to an empty classroom and showed me where my desk would be. Since we were all still growing, I'm sure our sizes are very different. There are some desks that are way too small for me to even put my legs under, and also some that are just perfect for me. There are approximately 30 desks in here, but since all the different grades are in the same room, I'm sure it's very lively. There's also a wall full of calligraphy and art from different grades. You didn't need to do all that. It's also pretty exciting, nothing like my previous school. It reminds me of the days when I truly enjoyed my school life. Remember when you were simping for the receptionist at the child welfare counter? Alright, that one's probably not true because I never saw an image. There is no way that I was simping for just a voice file, alright? Have I ever simped for just a voice? Oh, there's Joy. Yeah, I guess that's the closest, huh? I think my son likes it here. I want him to go to this school too.
そうですか。沖宮の学校の方が設備もちゃんとしていますし、立派な先生方もたくさんおられますのに。
Even while saying that, Ch8-sensei looked happy to hear that a new student would be transferring into her class. My apartment complex is on fire. Yo, Sif, evacuate immediately. Okay. That's crazy. Oh! Oh, cooked. Alright, well, bye, Sif. Has there ever been a fire? I'm trying to find a way to make it a Hinamizawa reference, but I don't remember a fire. That's crazy. Yo, dedicated mod to let us know my apartment's on fire. Can somebody else deal with the moderation for a little bit? Like, instead of just running, bro was like, I gotta let him know real quick. Low-key? That's some dedication, bro. That's some dedication. Devoted to the pink cubed modding, even if it means delaying your escape from a fire. Holy! Is it peak? Hopefully Sif is fine, though. I assume Sif will be fine. If he had the time to type that, I assume he has the time to get out. Like, totally safe, so should be good. If not, that'd be really bad. Anyways. Even while saying that, Ch8-sensei looked happy to hear that a new student would be transferring into her class. My father and the teachers went back to the teacher's office to get the transfer process going. In the meantime, I decided to stay in the classroom and look around. I didn't care about the move. I'd lost the will to live because of what I did. In Chapter 4, there was that bit about the building being on fire across the shore, and that's Sif's apartment right now. There we go. I didn't have any willpower and I couldn't even get out of bed. So when my parents told me about the move, I thought that wouldn't change anything. But after the move, something did change. I want to restart my life. I want to restart my life and become someone I've always wanted to be. Here in Hinamizawa and at this school, I can do that. I'm not going back to who I was. I'll never again think that good grades are the most important thing in this world. I have a feeling that I can learn the things that are really important in life here at this school. I never had the chance to learn them before now. It's almost embarrassing to put into words, but they're extremely valuable things. And if you don't learn them, you won't become a decent adult. The students at this school learned them a long time ago. To them, they're a given. Yet I have to spend time learning about them even at this age. How to make friends, how to play with friends, to play, things you can only learn from play. Things like socializing with others, etc., etc. It seems so easy, but it'll take me a while to learn them. Yeah, those are super important. Agreed. I pushed those things aside and devoted myself to studying. I'm not trying to say studying isn't important, but you shouldn't become blinded by it. If someone says studying and good grades are the most important things in life, he's talking bullshit. So I can restart my life here at this school. Finally, I can become someone I've always wanted to be. Sure. Lots of forms of intelligence, not just academic. I noticed 2 girls looking in at me through the window. Terrifying. The schoolyard must also be a playground for these children because I saw a lot of them playing there earlier. I guess those 2 noticed me walking around the classroom and became curious. I guess that's natural. I'm a stranger to them. Should I say hello and let them know that I'm starting school next Monday? Yo, why are you exist? Why you exist here? Wait. Are you real? Yo, I don't need the disrespect right now, Rika. Wait, she might literally just be manifested instead. because she like is now participating or something. Almost as terrifying as Pink's game crashing. Honestly, yeah, true. Damn. Incredible owls. She said my name, didn't she? Or maybe like, well, did I hear her wrong? I've never met her before. True, you're about to get hit by a bucket. Thank you. Honestly, W callouts. W callouts. Rika crazy calms. Rika, you freak me out. She still freaks me out. Like, stop talking like that and looking at me like that. Yee. Huh? What you smiling at? I'm smiling at Hanyu, bruh. Talk about it. I'll be reminded of the prophet. Yo, fuck you, man. I'll be reminded of the prophecy made by the two girls next Monday because of the actions of a snaggle-toothed girl. I'll realize it too late, though. But I like it here. My name is Ch8 Miyabara. This is my new beginning, and this time I'm going to enjoy it to the fullest. I've been missing out on so much, but I'm going to learn all of those things here. I'm going to absorb all of it, and I'll become someone I've always wanted to become. It may take a very long time, but I'll definitely do it. What do you mean there's gonna be a thumbtack on my chair? Dad, I actually hate this school. Can we go to the Yokinomiya school? Lose the game for free. I prefer fully visible Hanyu. It's also like people keep saying they're actually seeing her, right? Keiichi said there were two people looking at him through the window, and then it was Hanyu and Rika. So like Hanyu's like slightly exists right now, which is weird. There's like something changed, right? And like here Hanyu existed, you know? So, yeah. Okay. So we've kind of made it now to these. Let me try one of them and see how long these are. Let me just start this first one. Are you being really for real, for real? You a bitch. We haven't gone to the Revenge of Mio Takano? Yo, fuck you, man. Invitation to the end? Yeah, I bet. So we just on full weeb mode these days? We do a little bit there, a little bit here. You did break one after all? It was already broken. Me when I lie. Me when I lie. Chara. I'm gonna... Anyways, grandfather's articles were trampled on. We have proof as clear as the pathogen causing Hinamizawa syndrome, so why can't they believe in its life cycle? Because they've never heard of that before? Because they can't imagine it? Because there's no way something so absurd could be true? Don't tell me that. I can't bring myself to care about the limits of those commoners' understanding. Why can't anyone believe the truth of my grandfather's article, which has been proven by the Irre Institute? Why do people continue to believe that humans are a special existence? Humans are simply a species of animal. When various parasites that control their animal hosts exist, how can people declare parasites that use humans as their hosts don't? Wait, this isn't the problem, not at all, because everyone believed my grandfather's article up until now. Isn't that why the Ministry of Health and Defense Agency lent me their assistance? But out of nowhere, they turned cold. In other words, every bit of their help was because Uncle Koizumi had my back. So nobody actually read my grandfather's article? Did they just pretend to in order to make Uncle Koizumi happy? What is the meaning of everything I've done up until today? I thought I'd achieved something, but what have I really accomplished? I don't know what's going on, and all I can do is wallow in grief. The more I think about it, the more I no longer understand the meaning of my own life. Didn't Mio Takano devote her life to being useful to her grandfather? Then I haven't done anything for him at all. Count 3 with my grandfather, and I go on to count 4. What a crazy thing to say. No, if I let my mind wander, doubt about myself and my life will slip in. So I'm just going to fill the gap in my heart with alcohol. type shit. Is it that strange to presume the existence of something that can influence human thoughts? It's true that Hinamizawa syndrome isn't the actual cause of ideology. The best it can do is drive people mad. Socialism or capitalism don't originate with it. In the era my grandfather was living, you couldn't talk about the world without ideology. The article came from that time and age, so some of its inferences may have been exaggerated or biased, but that's no reason to deny its foresight. You can't simply say it's crazy and push it aside. Besides, the most important thing they ignored is the fact that Rika Furude, the Queen Carrier, holds the fate of the village in her hands. My father had predicted the importance and danger of the Queen Carrier since beginning his research on Hinamizawa syndrome. I have a feeling Pink plays these games on a refractory period. Yo, my refractory period is not nearly the length of these streams, bro. Way faster, okay? I'm like a boom, bang, bop kind of guy. I'm not like a boom, 10-hour reload kind of guy, okay? It's called being locked in. But the hypothesis of the infected community collapsing into madness if the Queen Carrier dies is a Pandora's box that can't be proven. It can only be confirmed after Rika Furude's death, and if she dies, it'll be too late. Bro, would it be better to play these games on a refractory period or on ovulation? Think about it. It can only be confirmed after Rika Furude's death, and if she dies, it'll be too late. Not if your only idea is to make a point. But there's no mistake that Rika Furude is the Queen Carrier in a very special existence. It's clear from the various experiments we performed that she has a special influence on the infected villagers. Her death really could trigger the collapse of the entire village. That's no mistake. My grandfather predicted it. To say all that sounds like a comic book, it's just too cruel. For them to call the various preparations we've made to protect her a fictional project that was used to tunnel funds, what I'm doing now is simply what my grandfather was going to do. Therefore, insulting my research is the same as insulting my grandfather. According to my grandfather's article, the first thing that needs to be done when researching the syndrome is to protect the Queen Carrier. Yet they ridiculed that more than anything else. The more I think about it, the more their words stick in my memory. I can almost hear their voices, and I can't stop myself from covering my ears. I'm sure the members of the board of directors think I'm crazy. I was trying to petition for the Irei Institute not to be shut down, but it backfired. The members must think that Hinamizawa syndrome is some kind of joke. And I'm sure they'll push even harder now to put a stop to our research. If that happens, I'd have to go back to researching as an individual. In other words, the same as what my grandfather did. There's a limit to what an individual can do. It's doubtful if I would even be able to go back to researching it individually. Once the Irei Institute is disbanded, everyone is obligated to keep it confidential until we die. I signed a contract to that extent. That's not just a simple promise. If I were to break it, a special unit like the Mountain Dogs would come after me to ensure that I keep everything confidential. Even if that doesn't happen, the Irei Institute is to eradicate the syndrome within a few years and to bury every trace of it, including the results of our research. This isn't the normal process of research and treatment. They want to pretend nothing ever happened to begin with. I wanted to continue and complete my grandfather's work, but what's happening now will result in the complete opposite. I'm actually helping to eliminate my grandfather's hard-earned research from this world. A treatment has been created already. Although Irei is as passionate as I am about developing a cure, he's not particularly interested in any other aspect of our research. I hate to admit it, but he has more experience and talent than I do. I'm sure he'll come up with a plan for eradicating Hinamizawa syndrome within 3 years as requested by the new board of directors. And that board of directors will provide just enough funds to bury the syndrome. Irei will do that happily, just like the time when he disposed of all the research data on test medicine H170 as was requested. All I can do is to passively hinder them, just like they did me while watching the Hinamizawa syndrome get eradicated. When everything is over, I will finally complete an article which is destined to be destroyed. Should I kill myself with thoughts of it in my head so I can at least present the article to my grandfather? He won't be happy even if I did that. On the contrary, he'll be disappointed in me for throwing the research he spent half his life on down the drain. I had to Google what refractory period means. That's funny. Yo, my fault, bro. My fault. He won't embrace me. I know that for sure. I wanted to reveal Hinamizawa syndrome to the world. I wanted the world to acknowledge my grandfather's masterpiece. I wanted to carve his name in history and promote him to a god. My grandfather waited, believing that day would come, and he must be patiently waiting still, even after entering his eternal sleep. This entire thing is so crazy because, like, originally I thought she was just gonna kill people because she wanted to, like, feel like God or whatever, but now it's like she needs to do it to make a point so that the research doesn't die. It's more than just, I want to be God, you know, or I want to make him into God. It's, right? There's, like, the other element of, like, she really was on a deadline, and it was going exactly against what she wanted. So for her to go to, like, a very desperate and horrible mean does make sense, you know? It's, like, not justified, but, like, makes extra sense. But I ruined it. I wanted him to become a god. I was going to become a god myself too. Then we will be together forever and I'll never have to be alone. If I become a god, God won't test me. There won't be any unhappiness. There won't be a sudden train accident. You have to accept unhappiness. You have to accept what happened, bro. You have to forgive yourself, Takano. My grandfather won't go away, nor will Uncle Koizumi. I'll never have to go back to being alone. I am alone. I have no allies. I was just dancing in ecstasy on a stage without anybody watching. I'd only just realized that there was no applause, but only ridicule. No, it's doubtful that there was actually anyone in the audience to begin with. My parents died, my grandfather died, and then Uncle Koizumi died. 3 times had God toyed with me with their rolls of the dice. I thought I overcame each of those trials with my own strength, but I didn't. I was protected by a new guardian each time, and this time I have no guardians left to protect me. When I first arrived in Hinamizawa, I had every intention of challenging God and kicking him off his throne. But now, forget challenging God, I'm just a loser being played with. I suddenly can't find it within myself to care about anything. Because if I cared, I'd be swallowed by sadness. Soaking my heart in alcohol is all I can do to forget about everything. A luxurious black car abruptly stopped next to me. I became sober immediately, as cars like that remind me of the time when I was captured after escaping from the orphanage. Suspicious-looking men in black suits and sunglasses got out from the car. I realized it instantly. They must have been sent by one of my clients. Being involved in the development of a biological weapon, being the main person responsible for it, and on top of that, being mentally unstable. They obviously don't want me walking around freely. They're going to abduct me, seal me in concrete, and erase my existence, or so I thought. Expected them to grab me and shove me into the car, but surprisingly, they bowed deeply to me instead. Are these, like, Mountain Dog adjacent? Like, because she can't do everything alone, right? Like, the Mountain Dogs... She needs to have their support in order to kill the village. And so this might be the avenue at which she gains them. Wait, and this is the real villain. The real villain isn't Takano, it's the man behind the puppets. You know? The man pulling the strings. I'll be killed anyway. I can't make my grandfather's wish come true, even if I live. Cynical thoughts like that ran through my head. Then the person in the back seat said, I've never met this young woman before. Who? She must be around my age, okay? She knows about the Ire Institute, so she must be somehow connected to my clients. She's too young to be one herself. I bet a client who doesn't want to expose himself sent her. Even if I live, I can't make my grandfather a god. I can't be a god myself either. Who cares about where a loser like me gets killed anyway? I made up my mind and got into the back seat. As soon as I got in, the luxurious car smoothly took off. Silence filled the car for a time. They're the ones that invited me. I don't have anything to say myself. Suspicious young woman. Trick you, it's Ch8. Think about it. There were so many people at that funeral. That'd actually be so troll. I can't recall any of them. But why is that what she's opening with? Does that mean she belongs to the Koizumi faction?
戦後日本復興のオピニオンリーダーの一人として長く活躍されてきました。今日の平和日本を語る上で小泉先生の功績に触れずして説明することは難しいでしょう。戦後の焼け野原から復興するときは我が国の有志たちも一枚岩でしたが、残念ながら今もそうであるとは言えません。平和な時代が進み、焼け野原を知らぬ世代が国の中枢に入り始めるにつれ、当初の高貴な志を知る者は次第に減っていってしまいました。小泉先生はそんな高貴な同志の最後の長老として21世紀へ我が国を導いてくださる大黒柱だったのです。小泉先生の死後、小泉派は急速に没落。代わって他の派閥が勢力を伸ばし、いろいろと大変なことになっているでしたっけ？
I heard about these things from Jiro-san. It's really no different from the Sengoku era. When a lord or military leader died back then, the struggle to become a successor brought chaos to the nation. This country hasn't changed for hundreds of years.
その通りです。 残念ながら平和日本は住みよい国づくりを実践してきましたが、同時に
Noble intentions, by the way. Remember that when she says something insane in like T-minus 39 seconds?
東京は各派閥が小泉先生の開けた席と利権をめぐって争いが絶えない状態です。小泉先生をはじめすでに他界されている復興の功労者たちが知ったらきっとお嘆きになられるに違いありません。
それと私に何の関係が？
あなたはそれの最大の被害者ではありませんか。今日までに風向きが突然変わるような体験を十分にされていると思いますね。
It's true that our research began because of Koizumi Sensei's support, and the pressures we faced under the anti-Koizumi faction have been tempestuous and cold. Maybe for them, every project that Koizumi Sensei left behind is an eyesore, regardless of what that project is. In other words, that simply means they rejected the research itself, doesn't it? Come to think of it, something like this happened to my grandfather, too. Back then, Koizumi brought authorities from various fields to see him. They talked down to my grandfather despite the praise they'd given earlier. Koizumi Sensei told me that the masterminds were responsible for that.
ひなみざわ症候群の研究はアルファベットプロジェクトで最大のもので、予算、体制その
Funding, organization, and so forth in terms of... Whoa, that's actually crazy. They're the number one in the alphabet project?
アルファベットの権益を独占したい連中によってあなたの研
That's
究
actually
はそのス
crazy
ケ
that
ー
they're
プゴ
getting
ートに
like
され
that much money.
スケープゴート。
決してひなみざわ症候群の研究が否定されたという意味ではないということです。彼らにとって重要なのはそのプロジェクトの派閥であり内容ではありません。本日高野さんに特にお伝えしたかったのはそこでした。
結局私は見せしめの羊ということ。
That kind of reminds me of the stuff about filth earlier.
私が何の研究を
They just put all the blame on Takano and Killer to like get rid of the sin of like wasting their money. But like, it's Takano's fault. Banner. Not ban, but like, you know, cut the funding. Kind of like an example of what they were saying.
逆風となる時もあります。その変わった風向きを取り戻すのは残念ながら容易なことではありません。
私のクライアントたちが敵対的になったのを元に戻すのは容易ではないということ。
そうです。アルファベットプロジェクトは完全に乗っ取られてしまいました。理事は全て変わり彼らの私欲を肥やすためだけに決定をします。あなたの捨て身の説明など初めから彼らには耳を貸す気もないのです。
I grasped my knees, remembering that humiliating day.
ここで一度話を折ります。高野さんにとっての研究の目的は何ですか？
え？それは研究者としての知的な好奇心から。
あなたがソフト呼び敬愛していた
You're real
高野先生と
one.
の約束ではないのですか？
Well, that's surprising. Koizumi Sensei once told me that this fact could become a hindrance, so I've never told any of my clients about it. How did she find out? If they know that, maybe they know a lot more about us than I think.
どこでそれを知ったんですか？
小泉先生からです。え？私たちはあなたの敵ではありません。どうかお楽になさってください。
Who are you? I feel like they're like, who is this woman? Are you just a young woman? I don't know who she really is, but I know she's here because she wants something from me. So what is it that she wants? She knows about the relationship between my grandfather and me, so I can't be careless.
ただ、私たちがあなたの力になるには、あなたに本当のことを話していただかなくてはなりません。つまり、
They also nabbed her when she was drunk, and we want you to be honest. Yo, Takano. I know she said she like sobered herself, but like... To have my grandfather's masterpiece acknowledged for what it is and to have him become a god.
高野先生の研究を世間に認めさせること。
So I wonder, like, did Koizumi say all this, or is there ever an element of, like, time looping going on with them? I do wonder. I'm reaching the limit of not letting my surprise show on my face. How much does this woman know about me? In the first place, who is she? How does she know everything I'm thinking? I can't admit that out loud in any case. She probably already knows. I have appearances to consider. But while this elegant woman was wearing an angelic smile, she laughed with the devil's seductive whisper, several times better at it than I am. Dude, of course there's some scary-ass person pulling the strings behind Takano. Because, like, Takano obviously is, like, Hitler-maxing. But it's like, but who's really pulling the strings? How far does this rabbit hole go? This is like, man, this makes me think of the real world too much, bro. And that shit's scary, bro. Yo, bro, I'm just trying to drink Dr. Pepper and, like, fucking jack off, right? Like, can I just, like, chill out? Oh, yeah, I'm not trying to drink Dr. Pepper and jack off. I take that back. But you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's just scary. A simple smile and a devilish grin are completely different. An ordinary smile means goodwill, but a malicious smirk means the complete opposite. This woman can read my deepest thoughts, and while doing so, she's testing me to see how honest I can be with her. Whether I tell her the truth or not isn't the issue here. Yeah, I feel like there's a demon within her. Yeah, literally. She's testing me to see if I can trust her enough to confess everything.
もしも私の言っていることが全くの勘違いでしたら、どうかお許しください。お好きな駅までお送りさせます。
Oh, Sif didn't die in a fire, W. Welcome back.
5ぐらい駅がいいでしょうか。でも、もし私の言っていることがあなたの本当の気持ちに少しでも近いのでしたら、私とあなたは力を貸し合える関係になれると思います。どうですか、高野美代さん。
I can't say anything in reply, but I think that simply remaining silent might also be an answer. I want to hear what she wants from me. I've always phrased my objective as some vague idea of turning my grandfather into a god, but she's just taught me that what my true objective is. I want to get revenge for my grandfather's suffering. I want those people to fight over the right to read the article they once trampled on and mocked. I want them to believe, no, to worship every single word my grandfather left behind. That is my true objective. It was on my floor, though, and probably close because the hallways were filled with smoke. Oh, that's actually fucking crazy. Holy shit. That's crazy work. This woman has stated out loud that which I have only whispered within myself. She even asked me if she was correct. Is this woman an angel or a devil? If I'm a human, is she in existence above me? And it's crazy that this woman understands it better than Takano, right? Despite just meeting Takano, like, it's scary.
ひなみざわ症候群の神秘を探るという抽象的な目的を掲げ、いつまでも達成できず、自らの人生
She's teaching you to set tangible goals. Wait, that's low-key true in goal setting. True? Tangible goals?
それは違う。あなたの真の目的。夢はそんな抽象的なものじゃない。思い浮かべることができますか？それはこういう状況。この国の中枢を預かる真の頂点。
And that's the scene that manifests when she kills Rika.
その内容に驚きながら、
Yeah.
一点の疑いもなく信じてくれること。
Yeah.
裏側に足跡が残るその論文をうやうやしく読み、その先見性あふれる研究に敬意を示し。
Dude, and right now Takano is drooling, bro. She's like, oh yeah, please. This is my first time envisioning something like this. And yet it's been my dream all along. That's a crazy line. Scary. Who are you? Young woman, who art thou? Do you have time powers? Or did Koizumi just literally... You know what I mean?
そう、それはあなたの祖父のその偉業が永遠の存在に昇華されるということ。
Young woman. You sound more like Takano than Takano sounds like
あな
Takano.
たが高野美代として生涯を捧げるじゃないのか。
Self-cessed! It's self-cessed! I was right again! Oh my goodness! This is Young Woman and Takano! Young Woman Takano, Tokyo, Sugar Self-Cessed, the funding. Am I right or am I right? The Mountain Dogs. Takano, young woman. I'm a genius. My grandfather's masterpiece will be remembered forever. Remembered forever.
その異形を全く理解できない豚たちはあなたのその夢を単なる派閥争いや権益の奪い合いの生贄とし無残に踏みにじろうとしているあなたの祖父の論文をぎゅっと見つけたように
It's crazy that she's sniping it so specifically. Like, the specific event of the stepping on the papers is what's fucked her up. And that's what she's pushing. She's actually meeting with the devil right now. Like, the real devil.
あなたのおじいちゃんが一生懸命作った論文と同じものそれを踏みにじり
The real devil. And it's in a government suit. Wait, what? Oh, we're cooked!
そうじゃないですか。本当はそう。それをここ
I think this woman is Satan!
人を罵る言葉を知らなくて考え至らなかっただけ。
Dude, an indescribable emotion is filling me, making me feel like I'm suffocating. The sensation of being cautious and calm, of trust and mistrust are all blending together. My heart is beating fast and my fingertips are shaking. Why am I at peace? Is it because she reminded me of my true dream that I couldn't express with my own words until now? Is it because she made me aware of the anger within myself? Why am I hesitant? Is it because she's reminded me of things I've never told anyone until now? No, those are the things I've never even told myself.
ねえ、ミオさん。もし私の言ったことが間違っていないどころか、大正解なんだって。私はあなたの夢や復讐をきっと手伝ってあげることができると思います。
Takano, don't listen to Satan!
どうなさったのかしら
Takano!
お具合が悪いのかしら
Takano!
もうこれ以上お話に付き合わせるのも悪いですわね。
Takano, you have to kneel before Jesus Christ. Rebuke this evil, Takano. Rebuke this evil. Rebuke! And the name of Christ compels you, young woman. A small noise leaks pathetically out of my mouth, like a child apologizing for a prank. I know she heard me, the woman smiled, trying to make me say it again. Yo, me when I'm trying to get somebody to distort. I know your name, young woman! But I'm not gonna say it, because I don't want to spoil a different series.
私の夢がそうならあなたに何ができるというんですか
あなたの2つの復讐をお手伝いします。一つはあなたの祖父のための復讐。あなたの祖父の論文を嘲笑った者たちにもう一度うやうやしく手に取らせてやりましょう。彼らが土足で踏みつけたその論文。
What if this was all an L5 hallucination? And that currently Takano is in the back of Oishi's car for being, like, drunk in public, and she's hallucinating the entire conversation. Imagine! Oh, Jesus. And that's why it's, like, a young woman that's, like, kind of mirrors her so much. Think about it. Or it's just genuine. I mean, it's scarier if it's real, right? So I'm just gonna believe it's real. Because at this point, who cares?
祖父の論文を手に取らせそれを踏みにじった理事会に復讐する。
こちらも腹を割りますともちろんお手伝いをするのは私たちの利害が一致するからです。
What is your interest?
先生が日本の未来のために立ち上げられたプロジェクトを
You're just a Koizumi sympathizer? Like, that's it? Is that the end? Or are you like a devil worshipper?
私たちにもっと力があればそのような輩の介入を許しはしないのですが
Holy Koizumi glaze.
もはやプロジェクトは小泉
Was
先
her
生の
arts
理想
college
には
rejection?
戻
Yeah,
らず
pretty
豚
much.
どもが私欲を肥やすための豚小屋となり果てました。そのようなプロジェクトをこれ以上放置することは
Are you really just a Koizumi sensei glazer? Like, is that all you are? Who are you?
小泉先生の理想を離れた時点で畳まれるべきなのです。
Someone's the Antichrist. Someone's the... I don't know who, but someone here is the Antichrist.
生涯公開できぬ祖父の論文を胸に隠居されることを選ぶおつもりでしたら無理にとは申しません。
No. I won't let that happen. I don't mind falling to the ground myself. But at least my grandpa's article. At this point we have secret government organizations, time travel, and mind parasites. Not sure if young women being real is that far-fetched. You know what? Well said. I'll just give you that one. But at least Takano won't kill herself, but it's a shame that, like, her reason to live is going to include killing other people, so I guess that's bad. Oh, man. On the night I decided I was a loser in life and drowned myself in tears and alcohol after being abandoned by everything, I met someone who could be an angel or a devil. It's definitely a devil. Is this divine salvation or the devil's seduction? Do you even care? I fought with the board of directors regarding the continuation of our research. But that was completely off target. That wasn't my true goal. My objective isn't to continue researching Hinamizawa syndrome. It's to have the world acknowledge my grandfather's research as a masterpiece. It's not about the syndrome. Somehow the method for achieving that swapped places with my objective and caused me to misunderstand myself. The purpose of my life isn't to continue my grandfather's research. It's to get revenge and repay them for my grandfather's suffering. That's what this woman is saying. She's promising to make my grandfather's research eternal. She's also promising an opportunity to take revenge against those who laughed at it. When Uncle Koizumi died, I thought God was playing dice with my fate. But my unshakable conviction gathered together a power stronger than God's die. So maybe this meeting happened for a reason. Curse you, God, you're testing me again. I will overcome the death of Uncle Koizumi. And I will make my grandfather an eternal existence by taking revenge against the God who tested me. I will, for certain. I will take my revenge. Yeah, this young woman is not an angel. You're literally claiming in your heart of hearts that you're ready to fight against God. This is the devil, bro. Who are they, though? Who is this backer? I feel like there's more to it, man. June 1983. It's Satan. It's Satan! With this, do I have all the pieces lined up for 1983? Sure is a hard and exhausting job just lining up the pieces for the month of June. You're telling me, dude! But finally I'm at the starting line, beginning from zero at last. Re-zero. Yet seeing all these colorful fragments together, I realized just how many sentiments were intertwined around June 1983. I used to think that thoughts of people with no relation to me were useless, but I was wrong. Rika Furude did her best to overcome the fate of June 1983. She did two things. One was to get in touch with the Ire Institute because she knew she would be protected there. Ironically, Takano from the Ire Institute was the one who wanted to kill her, but it was the best move for her at the time. And the other was to ensure that the Maebara family moved to Hinamizawa. It actually wasn't certain that the Maebara family would move here. Yeah, exactly. They first decided to move here when the father felt something sentimental at the sight of us on the day he came to view the properties for sale. Sight of us confirms the narrator as Hanyu, right? Therefore, it was necessary for us to play in that field. It was the trigger for the Maebara family's move. It took me so long to find that out, though. After turning various conditions on and off repeatedly, I finally realized that meeting Keiichi's father at that field was the cause. Keiichi Maebara is a very important key for breaking Rule Z, one of the chains that was binding me. He is the fresh air that's powerful enough to break all the old and evil customs in this village. He created many opportunities, but he also provided me with an important clue by letting me know that a strong conviction and the will to believe is what's important in standing up against a powerful fate. But I wasn't the only one who wanted him here. People in the Sonozaki family who wanted to wipe out the nastier traditions of the village also wished for him. Mion Sonozaki vowed to herself to protect Satoko and Satoshi because she was very much bothered by how irrational the treatment of the Hojo family was. And on the night Satoshi Hojo disappeared, she exploded at Oryo Sonozaki and voiced her true feelings. Oryo Sonozaki understood. Oryo herself had come to understand the wicked customs of the village and had been wanting to do something about it. But she didn't have the power to do so herself, so she entrusted it to the fresh air that was blowing in from the outside. I think this is still kind of cope, but I'll let it slide. That's why the lots went on sale so the Mayabara family could move in. Even if I danced in that field, if Oryo hadn't put the lots on sale, Keiichi couldn't have come. And Rena Ryugu, who provided many important opportunities for Keiichi Mayabara, was saved by returning to Hinamizawa after the deep emotional trauma of her parents' divorce sent her into terminal condition. Keiichi Mayabara's wish to start his life was the same wish Rena Ryugu had a year prior. Aww. Maybe that's why Rena was able to understand Keiichi. It's like the miracle where one can recognize moments in a certain fragment from another fragment. If they can use the lessons learned from one fragment, then humans won't make those mistakes. The game pieces will make their best moves, and the chances of winning this game of June 1983 will rapidly increase. In other words, Rena Ryugu makes extremely important moves on this game board without realizing it. The mighty rule Z that surrounded the Hojo siblings was eventually smashed by their actions. Of course, Satoko overcoming herself was also a big help. Their hands met only because they reached from both sides. Keiichi and Rena are the ones who taught me that. Mion is the one who made it possible for them to move here, and she also helped them to become familiar with the village. That's not all. Ire is also an important piece with significant functions of his own. Feeling empathy for Satoko, he is the most influential piece on the board we call Hinamizawa Syndrome. His existence is capable of defeating Rule X. Keiichi and Rena's determination and subsequent awakening taught us that it was possible to fight against Rule X, but they didn't defeat it. Defeating Rule X requires the existence of Ire, who has the strong will to discover a cure for the syndrome. I didn't know Ire held this many thoughts within him. I always thought he was rather absent-minded, but he is in fact an important and powerful piece. So if we gather all this power, can we win against Takano's will? I've seen Takano's thoughts too. Sadly, her will is strong and can't be easily broken. It's no wonder our fate in June 1983 has been so hard to shake no matter how hard we fought. The sentiments I've been turning towards it pale in comparison to how many she's brought into it. The weight of our game pieces are different because I've given up on fighting while she has been risking her life to fight on. I've spent time sulking and drinking wine to escape from reality. I must be a very light piece indeed. Okay, Rika. I can't win against Takano with what I have so far. I need more pieces to be able to win. The officer Oishi once showed the possibility of becoming a strong ally, but he's under the misunderstanding that the Sonozaki family caused the death of his dear friend, so until that gets resolved, he won't be of any help. I don't know how I can resolve that misunderstanding, but I just have to believe in it and keep throwing the die. Just like Keiichi and Rena constitute a chance to change fate. Maybe Akasaka... And we've gone too far. I'm with you. Like, even Oryo, it's like, I'll let it slide. Fradasaka? Oh, Fradasaka's gonna give us a chance? Okay, dude. Okay, dude. Yo, we got more luck for Satoshi to climb out of the basement as a zombie than we got for Akasaka's head ass to be useful. The curse of 1983 is tied to the curse of Hinamizawa. A curse can't be broken by inner power alone. It takes power from outside as well. Both sides have to reach out, otherwise the hands won't meet, just like what happened with Satoko. But Akasaka has never... But Akasaka has never come to our aid. Even if he did, it was always too late. Too late. Far too late. But if I keep throwing the die, will Akasaka's game piece eventually appear? His ass better, bro. Like, dude. The final rule, Rule Y, involves the evil masterminds who are using Takano as their own game piece. Yes, 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 yes. That's the big key. Wait, okay, what's literally... Oh, hi, Jesus Christ. What's literally the verbiage for Rule Y? Someone is murdering Takano, Rika, and Tomatake, specific murderer. Okay, well, funnily enough, right? But yeah, okay. This isn't true, right? But Rika and Tomatake, yeah, the maneuvering behind the murder, which is Takano's doing, which is... Satoko's kind of homeless. To defeat them, I need a very strong opponent for her, and the only one I can think of is Keiichi Marabara. Wait, what? None other than Akasaka from the police headquarters in Tokyo? Tokyo? There are more pieces who would lend me their power. I need to gather them all, otherwise I can't win against Takano. The preparation of the game board is complete, but I need more pieces. It's only the beginning. Damn! Frontasaka mentioned? Frontasaka might actually finally beat the allegations? Don't crash, don't crash, don't crash, don't crash, don't crash. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Chadra, is that a decent spot, Chadra? Imagine if it took you back to the beginning. Yeah, opens up chapter 1. Okay, I'm assuming that after this, there's more gameplay. Right? And so, and this seems like its own thing. Right? So I feel like this might be like a good thing to do all at once. Like I don't want to, I feel like doing, like cutting this part in half wouldn't make sense. So yeah, the next ones are short. Like how short are we talking? I mean, okay, I'll do one of them. But if it doesn't feel short, I give up. W. I should probably go left to right, chat? Because Himatsurabushi, is that chapter 1? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is that correct? Because I would like to do the chronology. It's probably correct. All right, think about it. This piece is the only one that's so distorted. That's because it's from long before June 1983. God damn it, is this the Rika one? Therefore, the existence of this piece has no effect whatsoever in the game we're playing on this board. But is this really a useless piece? The identity of Rule I has been completely exposed by now. With the backing of a mighty organization, it is powerful enough to swallow up the small solidarity of the individuals. I almost give up on this game because of its irrational power. That's why I'm thinking that maybe there's a piece hidden somewhere that's strong enough to fight against such a formidable enemy. Akasaka works at the police. Okay, so this is the, what, chapter like 4. This is chapter 4. Akasaka works at the police headquarters in Tokyo and might have the power to stand up to such a vast conspiracy. Can his power withstand even Rule Y? Just like Keiichi Marabara has defeated Rule Z, will he be able to defeat Rule Y so easily? We need everyone's strength, so Akasaka's strength is needed as well. I'm sorry, Rika. I'm sorry that you need Akasaka's strength. What a sag, bro. Okay, these are short. These are just little, like, reminiscences on each of the lines. I wouldn't mind if you guys told me which chapter each recorded to if they're not, like, if it's not clear. Because I don't have the names memorized. But yeah, this is fine then, chat. I'll go through these. Yeah, you know, you don't gotta like you get what, like these took a while though. These took like 2-3 streams to get through. So I was thinking like a full another page. I was like, oh god, this is gonna be another like 3 hours minimum. But okay, yeah. Oni Kakushi. I'm assuming episode 1. Let's see if it's clear. In order for Keiichi Marabara to become a game piece that can lead everyone, there's something he has to learn about first. I just don't remember. Onikakushi's the first one? Alright, lit. I literally couldn't tell you. I'm assuming this is the first one just because, I assumed it was the first one just because it's the first on the list, but, or the second on the list, so I was like, I don't know. Okay. The piece is very painful, pitiful, and sad. He has to learn about his friends, and he has to learn to not doubt them. He doesn't know the importance of trusting his friends. He doesn't know just yet. A slight mistrust grows into paranoia, and Keiichi Marabara is trapped within Rule X. At the end of Rule X, Keiichi leaves a sad note and dies. While it may be very bitter and very painful, it also puts him through the process of learning something very important. Hey, Hanyu. You didn't have to apologize. In the few days he left Hinamizawa to attend his relative's funeral. Tragically, he experienced an outbreak. But I think this was necessary as his first step towards learning something important. The very first step towards smoking out Rule X and eventually defeating it. When this piece was all I had, I didn't even think of that, though. Yeah, the context does help. Honey, you don't gotta apologize, my sweet little ow, 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 ow. I just want to give Hanyu a hug, bro. My sweet little Hanyu. Sumi Horoboshi. Okay, so yeah, they're doing, like, the mirrors, right? So, like, this is the one where Rena goes crazy. Is this 6? I think this is 6. Yeah, because 7 was, so this is 6. This game piece has a very important meaning for us. This one, dude, 6 is low-key so good. Because it showed us, 6 might be, is it the best one? I don't know. Because it showed us for the first time that it was possible to poke a hole in the fate of the June of 1983. To start from the conclusion, everything gets taken in by Rule Y at the end, and all our effort is wasted. But we're challenging the great law that governs this game board, Rule X, head on. We're using everything we've learned so far from other fragments, which prove we can defeat it. We grow by learning. In a game with no hope of winning, we can discover a slight chance of victory. High key, I'd say. It's so good. This piece taught us that. I think 6, I think what makes me, like writing-wise, think 6 is so good is because the mirror from the beginning to the end. It's so locked in on what it's trying to do. And I think it's the best example of the slice of life section complementing the drama section. You know? The water gun fight and the mirror of that from the beginning to the end is like, that is some clean, tight writing. And I think in a series where my biggest criticism is that like it can be like kind of long-winded at times, the tightness of chapter 6 was like, oh my god, it was thank god. You know? I think it used the slice of life super well. And then the ending, and it just heightens the ending, which is like, cause like I think what I love even more than them fighting against fate is that the message of realizing that you can and that you should, you know? Cause like right now we're in the process of how do we win? But chapter 6 isn't the question of how do we win, it's the answer of like, we're all able to fight, and we all should fight, right? It's the impulse, and it's the motive, and it's the passion. And that to me is so much more profound and meaningful than figuring out how logistically we win. You know, the specifics don't matter, it's the will to fight. And then it's like the will to live, you know? That's what's so good about it. Oh, it's so good. That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT! Rika and an Angel Mort made out school a swimsuit fusion outfit was necessary for the things of episode 6. Oh yeah, that part wait, is that the part I hate? Wait, what's happening? Oh wait, when was that? I think I blocked that out of my memory, bro. It really doesn't hold up on rereads, IMO? Perhaps. I couldn't say, because, you know, I obviously haven't done a reread. I feel like the rereads, each of the chapters feel so different on rereads. With this game piece, Rule X was almost completely defeated. Keiichi Maebara and our other friends won't be led astray by something as pathetic as the Hinamizawa syndrome and dance and tragedy any longer. It has also taught us that the rules aren't indestructible and are possible to overcome. In other words, it has given us, the ones who are on the outside of the game board, hope. It's an important fragment that serves as our turning point and the trigger for everything else. Yeah, that turning point was so cathartic. So good, bro. There are so many moments that are so good, but you know, all Higu fans typically block out Angel Mort scenes. Yeah. God. I wish I could forget about the otaku forever. I've read every chapter at least 4 times by now, and 4 and 6 really suffer with the reread debuff. I feel like 4 would a lot. I think 4 was also just kind of like the one I cared about. I don't really care about 4 that much. Like in the greater context. And like I guess the first 3 would be fun to watch with the knowledge of what's going on, because then you can really see how it all plays out and get to like enjoy the dramatic irony of it. Couldn't pay me to reread 4. Yeah, I feel like rereading the question arcs would be fun in that way, because it like watching Keiichi fall apart and be like, oh my god, like he doesn't know. Fragment of Watanagashi. This is 2 or 3. This game piece reminds us that no matter what happens on the game board, everything is due to the curse or the Sonozaki family pulling someone's strings. Okay, Oishi, what? No, to put it in my words, this is the piece that makes everyone aware of the existence of Rule Z. It's hard to notice with just this piece, but this is a complicated fragment where Shion Sonozaki, while trapped in Rule X and mistaking it for Rule Y, is hurled about, comes to notice the existence of Rule Z, but this is also the piece that teaches us the rules of the game board. Aw, Shion. By the way, the piece called Shion Sonozaki is a piece coming from the outside, from the game's point of view. She dislikes Satoko Hojo at first, but through this and another piece, she learns something important, challenges Role X, and then grows to be a powerful piece to fight Role Z. Only good scenes on 4 are in Mahjong and the scene where they rescue the kid. Yeah, like Ire. I remember being sus of Ire so much because of how he was acting with the kid, and now it makes a lot more sense. So I'm glad that suspicion is one that I held on to. And then the Mahjong scene, just knowing about how important that is all to Oishi is cool. I would definitely agree with that. Those would probably have a lot more punch now. The most ridiculous part of this fragment is that it's hidden so cunningly, and doesn't seem that way at all with just a passing glance. Yo, the self-glaze? It's hidden so cunningly. Bro's like, my mystery is so good. Learn from your mistakes. Please become a powerful piece and lend me your strength to defeat my enemies. Okay, that's just 2, right? Oh, wait. Yeah, 2. Yeah. Miyakashi. And this is going to be 5? Yeah, where we get to see Shion's perspective of 2, which was really cool. I also really like Chapter 5 for that reason. And I still think that Rika killing herself is one of the coolest things I've ever seen. I've really liked that scene. Like Shion just like having one of the one of the most profound moments possible, watching the blood of it all, like oh my god, it's just so good. This is a piece of Shion Sonozaki who goes mad after being taken in by Rule X. With no room for sympathy, this is such a painful piece that one can only have pity. It distinctly identifies the keyhole of the padlock called Rule Z. Kiichi Miyabara becomes a key himself to pry open this padlock, and as Mion Sonozaki wished for, he becomes a wind that clears out the stagnant air filling the village. This piece also teaches us an important lesson. Shion Sonozaki learns through this piece and then becomes a strong ally for Satoko Hojo. In that way, maybe Satoko Hojo is a piece that represents the padlock for Rule Z. Unless she is saved, Rule Z can't be defeated. And when she is saved, that means Rule Z is defeated. That piece indicates only that. That's the only thing Shion Sonozaki learned by gambling her life. But now I think it's very important. Every time I see Satoko and Shion argue about pumpkins, I think about that. That's so sweet. Icho squash! Icho squash! Man, remember when Takano went broccoli or cauliflower? Holy shit, she's so based. She's so based! Oh my god, why is murdering a child done in such a lit way? Man, that was good. Man, this shit's depressing. Chapter 3. This piece shows us the existence of the unreasonable Rule Z surrounding Satoko and reveals the most powerful adversary rule on the game board Y. Can the rules X, Y, and Z be seen now? The enemy we need to fight, the things we need to learn, all are gathered and revealed here in this fragment. At this point, it's impossible to reach Rule Y. Yeah, this was the most depressing chapter for sure. This shit was so hard to read. Man! Fighting against Rule Z's effect on Satoko is the best that can be done. But in this piece, we make a mistake in our approach for fighting it. The outcome we gain through erroneous means is erroneous itself. Kiichi Miyabara learned that through his own experiences. Tragedy doesn't possess the power to overcome tragedy. Yo, why is it gonna make me cry? Yo, okay, this would be a great, I'm gonna make a crazy reference that is, so stupid. Chat, the halftime show? And about a bunch of people just rolled their eyes. But the halftime show of the recent Super Bowl, I watched it, right, with the Bad Bunny one. And there was on the billboard, it said, the only thing that can overcome hate is love. Something like that. The only thing more powerful than hate is love. And I remember reading that, and just, that, I don't know, really speaks to me. That idea of, darkness can't overcome darkness. Fire can't fight fire. Right? You need love. You need light to beat it. You know? That's how you win. That's how you overcome. And that shit really speaks to me. And it's so crazy, because, even when this was going on in Chapter 3, I mean, I'm gooning over it, right? I'm like, kill that boy! Keiichi! Kill that boy! Right? I'm feeling it. I'm fully there. And even now, I still kind of don't blame him. I think it's a valid play. But You know, just because I think that idea of like love beats hate is a beautiful ideal, and it's an ideal that I would fight for best I can. But it's still that part of me that's realistic, and it's so hesitant to open up the weakness of pursuing that ideal. You know? Because if you take the time to do it the right way, I mean, the risk it puts on the people you're trying to save is really scary. The whole club should get together to kill Ch8? Like, type shit, bruh. Type shit. But just this idea of, like, tragedy can't beat tragedy. Tragedy begets tragedy. Hate begets hate. Right? The cycle feeds itself. And so to escape it, and to reach a better place, you have to leave it. You have to leave tragedy behind. You have to do something counter to it. You know? But not counter as in killing the tragedy. You know, you have to do something antithetical to it. You know? I think that's a really beautiful idea. And all of my energy, all of my hopeful, beautiful energy just got fucking countered by this. Pink, your nose is gigantic. I don't think there's anything that isn't under your nose. Only non-pink quote I left, and it's literally the best rage bait. You have no enemies type shit. Or it's kind of like that, but it's also like, you have enemies, but the way to beat your enemies is to make them not your enemies anymore. Right? It's to, like, find a way. Violence doesn't possess the power to overcome violence. I mean, they're spitting it. Let's just keep going, right? Violence doesn't possess the power to overcome violence. If they can grasp that, all the pieces in this game board will learn the true way to fight. It's like yes and no. I still believe this, kinda. The cycle stops if you go scorched earth. Yeah, and that's kind of the thing. But you have to be, it's so dangerous because then you risk becoming the new cycle that's like doing the same problem. But then you run into, it's like the Batman thing kind of, right? Where it's like, if I kill the Joker, then I'm just as bad as the Joker. But, you know, if you kill a murderer, then the amount of murderers, stays the same. And it's like, well, but what if I kill 10 murderers? Then we have less murderers, right? Like, there is, I don't fully agree. I agree with it as an ideal, but in realistic practice, I don't agree with it, you know? Because the world, you open up too much weakness by doing this. Like to do it the right way is to be vulnerable. And that's beautiful. Vulnerability is beautiful in that way. But it's still vulnerable. You know? And like, yo, go watch True Detective Season 1, bro. Go watch True Detective Season 1. I think there's a really powerful idea of like the world needs bad men or bad people. The world needs bad people to keep the real demons outside, right? Yeah. Beautiful sentiments don't really work in reality. That is the sadness. I think they can, but they don't always. Humans are fallible, so that's why vigilantism is bad. I'm not, funnily, you know, I'm actually pretty okay with vigilante killing to a degree. And it depends. It's so contextual. I'm not inherently against it, though. You know what I mean? Because, like, you know what I mean? Yeah. Because I feel like if you, I don't need to go deep into it. Something like revolution, which isn't inherently bad, requires a degree of vigilantism, because any fight against the system, if the system is bad, any fight against the system is going to be labeled as illegal, of course. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't fight against the system. You know, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. GG. Yeah, I'm not even trying to, like, fight against, rebut anyone specifically. That's just kind of my take on vigilantism. Yeah. It's brutal, chat. The struggle between ideals and realistic practice is really hard. I've not played Umineko. I'm going to play Umineko after Higurashi. That's the plan. One person's moral center isn't as mutable as a character's, so vigilantism isn't as easy to justify. Yeah. It really just depends on the vigilantism. Hopefully you don't get too sick. How do I even pronounce your fucking name? Lashon W. Hopefully you don't get too sick. It sounds like you're getting sick, but hopefully it's not too bad. If they can grasp that, all the pieces on this game board will learn the true way to fight. Well, and it's like, man, if it's the idea that the true way to fight is the way to fight that is going to be least dangerous for the system, right? Like, the system wants to convince you that the way to fight against it is only an amount of like peaceful protest or something that's within what the system can handle, because this, like, every structure is built to be able to handle a certain amount of load, right? Think like a bridge. A bridge is built to be able to handle a certain amount of weight and tension, right? In the same way, an organizational structure like the government, the system, whatever, is built to accommodate some amount of dissent, some amount of load. The way that you succeed as a system and become really difficult to deal with is if you can convince the people to stay within the realm of tension, of load that you can handle, right? You make sure they don't put too much pressure on it to the point that it breaks. So you teach them to only put their dissent into specific ways that are easy to be controlled and easy to like tolerate, right? You don't teach them to punch you in the liver, you teach them to punch you in, like, I don't know, the gut, where you can actually flex type shit, right? They don't want you to punch your weak parts, so you're going to teach them to punch the parts that they can handle, their durability, right? Where they're durable. And so that's kind of like my worry, is that like, yeah. Even if it benefits the system, that doesn't mean it isn't true. When laws break down because of rampant vigilism, revolution, innocent suffering, bad actors taking advantage. Yeah, innocents suffer everywhere, bro. Like you can't say all revolutions are always bad. Like, some revolutions I think are good. You know? It just depends. It's not that, I think that's where I'm at. Like, sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. It depends on what's happening, you know? It just depends on how much harm is happening. Revolting isn't always good, but just letting the system fucking mog you isn't always bad. Or isn't always good either. Or always bad. It's crazy. It's difficult, it's contextual, and I think picking one side or the other is brain rotting, right? You should always be questioning the situation as much as you can, try to eliminate bias, and just look at it for what it is, and see who's suffering and how we can fix this, and blah, 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 blah. People supporting vigilantism use the same faulty logic as people who defend dictatorships. At the end of the day, they all fantasize that the people in charge of killing bad people, controlling the country, controlling the country, would share their exact ideals and take the exact same decisions they would take. Yeah, and that's why I think both, I think if you were to support vigilantism widespread, then yes, I would agree with this. And I wouldn't even say I support vigilantism widespread. I just don't I don't think it's like all inherently wrong, you know? It's likely to be wrong. Dare I say very likely, but I think it also can still be like the right thing to do. I think that's just where I'm at. I think going full extreme is not good, but at the same time I recognize full peaceful means to a degree is gonna bring change, especially in modern times right now. Yeah, it's just, do you have faith in the system to actually, like, do stuff, like, do change, or do you need to, like, push it, like, force it? I wouldn't describe them as bad or good. There's something that should be avoided because of the steep cost, but that doesn't mean it's vilified. Well, I think if you're saying should be avoided, that's calling them bad, right? Like, I think saying an ought statement, ought not happen, is the same as saying bad. Unless you have, like, a deeper moral framework that's complicated, but, like, basically. You know what I mean? Thinking in sides is the same thing as rooting for a football team or something. It's like treating the real world problems like it's a sport or some shit. Yeah. And so being on government side or revolutionary side inherently would be flawed mentality. You want to, like, actually look at the points and actually look at what's happening. I'm not saying no one would actually be satisfied with vigilantism if it actually become accepted in real life. It would be bad if it got accepted. At that point, it's just like, you're just fucking, rampant death. I mean, at that point, it's crazy. I mean, like, the one I think of is, like, the Luigi stuff. That'd be, like, I think the closest thing to, like, vigilantism being morally accepted. Because a lot of people think it's totally acceptable. You know, I wouldn't, like, I don't know how much I would disagree. I don't, like, hate it. Yeah. Yeah, normalizing it would be definitely bad, though, because then bad actors are gonna go fucking nuts. And at that point, like, it's just chaos, you know? And that's obviously the antithesis of government. It's gotta be rejected, but in rare times it happens, juries should take a case-by-case basis on if the person should actually face consequences. Like the Gary... Oh, is the Gary one with the guy shot the person that, like, killed or raped or something, their, like, daughter? I think I know what you're talking about. And at that point, it's no longer vigilantes because it's based on the community's will. At that point, if you're part of the police, you're probably one of the people more prone to power tripping. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I'm trying to take it all the way to police. I think I've gotten my what I wanted across. Yeah, I think, and so to bring it back to Higurashi, as a reply to this, I think the ideal is beautiful. I think it's the ideal that ought be strived for, right? We ought to all try to overcome violence through love and try to overcome tragedy through love and whatever. However, recognize that your good heart and your kind spirit will sometimes try to be taken advantage of. You know? You don't want... Unless his son, he shot him during a transfer. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. And that's actually a really good example. That's a perfect example, yeah. And I'm totally, like, chill with how that went. Community service and probation. Good. Slap on the wrist. I'm fine with that. Totally fine with that. Yeah, clear first degree murder, but is like, it's, yeah. I think that's a really good example. Where like there's some allowance, and that's violence overcoming, that is violence overcoming violence, you know? And so, yeah, I think it's an ideal that ought be strove towards, but you shouldn't confuse the kindness and the vulnerability of love with weakness. You need to make sure you stay strong and that you stay devout and you stay passionate, right? You don't want to let yourself roll over in your kindness and your love and let yourself feel placated because the system is able to easily mitigate your actions. That's the risk. That's the risk of fighting in such a way. You know? And so I think it's okay to fight a little dirty sometimes. But Takano is too powerful. The shocking end of this piece doesn't allow us to learn it that easily. Yeah. Crazy stuff, chat. Law is important, but it shouldn't be 110% infallible. Humans are complex. True. And the law, guess what? If humans are flawed, then how is the law not flawed too? Like, the law was made by humans. It's really that shrimple. Shrimple as. Minagorishi. Oh, what's up, Takano? This is when she's killing everyone. The game piece that uncovers the invisible rule Y that has been pulling the strings from the beginning. Because the impression of that is so strong, it's easy to forget about something very important. We can't forget that this piece also shows the path towards destroying Rule Z. While Rika Furude lamented Rule Z as impossible to defeat, it was hardly a match for Keiichi Maribara and the other ones, once they learned everything they needed to. Law's perfect trust. I have to vigilante you now. Sorry. They knew the correct way to fight and fought according to the rules of the game board. As a result, we win, and the fact is more valuable than anything for us. Keiichi Maribara taught me a lesson. There's no need to subject ourselves to any fate. The will to believe can defeat anything. People tend to conflate law with morality. True. The fate that I was always subjected to was created by Mio Takano's own conviction, so what he says is correct. To defeat her conviction, we need a stronger conviction of our own. A strong will can be pierced only by another strong will. But like it's kind of like imagine like a good person, like if all the kids are like okay, if I'm Keiichi Maribara and I have a Glock and Takano's chasing us, I'm not gonna be like, guys, violence begets violence. We can't shoot Takano. We have to treat her with love. Takano, what can we do to make you happy? Boom! He's dead, right? Like, you can't confuse it. Like you sometimes just gotta kill someone. That's the end of the day, bro. If I'm Keiichi Maebara and I got the Glock, I'm putting holes in people, okay? And that's not wrong. And that is not wrong. That's okay, you know? You just don't want to, like, lose yourself. Like, do that with your friends. Help you, like, oh, you and all your friends can kill Takano together. Though also, it would be great if we could fix Takano, but you don't want to open yourself up. That's what's so brutal, man. That's some, like, Jesus Christ type shit, bruh. That kindness would open you up to being backstabbed. Keiichi would go to jail in this scenario. It's self-defense. Lol. I'm being chased by a woman with a Glock and she's trying to fucking gas the village. Easy. Yeah. We defeated rules X and Z and then challenged the final rule Y, but we need more pieces. Each piece fought at its best, but the strength of our enemy's pieces, led by Mio Takano, were just too powerful. She didn't even give us all mercy. She squished us completely and made us restart the game all over again. Although we lost, we didn't give up the resolve in our hearts, because we finally found the true culprit and also found a clue for how to fight against her. We can't win with the pieces we have now. We don't have a powerful enough conviction or a strong enough will, but Hanyu and I will keep trying. We'll roll our die repeatedly, look for the greatest result, collect pieces, and try again, with a will stronger than Takano. Didn't you think of giving up several times before you got to this point? You're telling me you did. But you made it because you believed in me and followed me here. We're almost there. We can do it. Let's create the last piece. It will be the ultimate piece and we won't need anything else. The very last piece of all. Come on, let's collect the pieces. Let's collect miracles. Please give your hopes, desires, and dreams to me. Give Rika your energy for her spirit bomb. Takano is working with the government. Well, yes and no, since it seems that she's partially doing shit on her own at this point. Like, there's division in the government. Part of the government wants to shut her down. Part of the government is, like, funding her. And so it really, depends. I mean, history is written by the victors, right? It really depends which half of the government would be in control when all that's happening. Pig cubed would be able to mag dump Takano cinema. Yo, why am I pig cubed? Okay, lock in. We have to give Rika our energy for our spirit bomb. For her spirit bomb. After collecting miracles for all 7 fragments, I finally got a hold of this one. This fragment holds our final fate. But before we take a peek, please wait for just a little bit. The fate that's inside will be decided the moment we take a peek. Have I told you about the story of the cat in the box, Schrodinger's cat? Is the cat in the box alive or dead? If you open the box, you'll know, but you won't know until you open it. There is something so... It's something that the series has commented on a lot, like the power of possibility. Where bro kept saying, like, the series is at its best when the answer could be anything. You know, something about how, like, the potential that's unresolved is so beautiful in a way that any resolved potential won't match up to. I think that's a really beautiful thought, but I also like resolved possibility. I fuck with it. If you open the box, you'll know, but you won't know until you open it. It could be alive and it could be dead. In other words, before you open the box, the living cat and the dead cat simultaneously coexist. And the moment you open the box and find out the truth, the incorrect answer disappears. The inside of this fragment is the same principle. The future we desire and the future Takano desires simultaneously coexist. They are opposing and denying each other. Once we take a peek, one of those futures will disappear. If we have enough pieces, we can take a look inside this fragment. But we've only had the same pieces lined up the same way on the game board. And the game under the same condition was Takano's complete victory. We've already tried that in the Higurashi fragment. We need more pieces. We need the help of a piece that's powerful enough to defeat Rule Y. Akasaka, I choose you! Until I get a hold of that piece, it's too scary to take a peek inside this fragment. But how do I get such a piece? It's a piece I've never gotten a hold of before. To obtain it, I need to look. Just one more time. I need one more miracle to obtain that piece. Open the box and mag dump it. That piece, the otaku. Bro does have Oh, there's a new one. Wait, let me save. Akasaka glaze will continue until morale improves. I love that way of speaking. That's how I feel every single time that I open up the cope board and I start talking about sugar siblings. The sugar sibling conversation will continue until morale improves. That's how I abuse Twitch chat, because it's fun. Leftover fragments. And now we get the 1,000-piece puzzle. What is this? I never noticed this tiny little fragment. Sometimes a fragment gets cracked and it breaks. Just like how the fate we believe in cracks sometimes. A damaged fate is no longer the same fate it was. Then which fate does this piece belong to? I picked up the tiny fragment and tried to match it with the fragments I have in my hand. And the last fragment I picked up was the Himatsubushi fragment. What does that mean? This fragment was distorted from the beginning. And look. See? This tiny piece fits perfectly. This tiny fragment, how will the world change? What kind of miracle will occur? The whole world warped. Since I put the broken piece back where it belonged, the distortion centered on the crack. But that doesn't mean I can't take a peek inside. It's already past 1985. It's a time long after Rika Furude and her friend's stories tragically ended in June 1983. Beep. Zzz. Chapter 4. Okay, I heard. Oh, Akasaka? Fraudasaka? Fraudasaka? With some mild interference and an order cracked through their headsets. Nimi. I'm not writing your name down, Nimi. I don't give a frick.
ご苦労さん。所轄署は15分くれることになってる。秒で制圧しろ。一人たりとも逃がすな。
Don't let a single person
ターゲッ
escape.
トの一人は外交官だ。
What is going on?
警察だと悟られるな。有無を言わせず身柄を確保しろ。ただし間違っても危害を加えるな。外交問題に発展するぞ。
外交官特権で地元暴力団と癒着している芸道どもだ。
Okay. Nimi is the very important piece, bro.
クソどもが。
Normally this would be a simple case with the perpetrators being gangsters, but when the police found out that a foreign diplomat was involved, things got much more complicated all of a sudden. Foreign diplomat from the Americas? Pink cubed? Diplomats have diplomatic immunity, something. So the police can't arrest them. But they knew he was an important figure in the whole scheme, and there was no doubt that he was a middleman between the foreign criminal organizations and the Japanese gangsters. They couldn't let him escape. It'd be easy to deport him, but that wouldn't solve anything. The police had asked the embassy for assistance, but they denied the request, and the case was put on standstill at that point. That's when they found out that the organization was going to be selling the Self-Defense Force's classified radar and missile technology secrets. The Public Safety Division then had to move on the premise to protect this classified government information. Today was the day that operation was set to go.
階段前に2人、地下入り口に2人、裏口に4人、全員体重の可能性大。普段より2人多いな。あの人にとっちゃ2秒余計にかかるだけさ。容赦ねえからな、あの人。
聞こえるか、赤坂。
Akasaka.
お前が切り込む。
Fraudasaka! Fraudasaka!
よし、開始しろ。
Fraudasaka! A man suddenly appeared around the corner downtown. It was Akasaka. He displayed none of the naivete that he did when he first met Rika. When he got to the entrance of the underground club, a bouncer with a heavy foreign accent stopped him. Akasaka pulled a card out after being asked. It was a card that was very difficult to forge, so they could only get one. As a man on point, he was the one to receive it. The bouncer let Akasaka in after confirming he had a membership card.
Akasaka-san, 地上の護衛突破。
Akasaka's entering.
地下階段を降りてます。頼むぞ、Akasaka.
Canoe! At the bottom of the staircase, there was an overly decorated door like the ones you'd see at a high-class club. The venomous glow of the cocktail lights lit it up, silently warning everyone it was an entrance to a den of veil.
いらっしゃいませ。会員証を拝見いたします。
Yo, peep this shit. The guard at the entrance took the membership card and put it through the card reader on the wall. Beep! An error sound. And we're dead. Slight perspiration could be seen on Akasaka's forehead. The guard swiped the card a couple of times more. Beep! Akasaka, pull out the Glock. Boom, boom, boom! The expression on the guard with him steadily grew dour. His right hand reached inside of his jacket, probably fingering his gun. Ding! The buzzer suddenly rang with a delightful tone, and the key card reader flashed a green light. Immediately after that, the lock of the door opened up. Akasaka, give him a little kiss on your way through. Thank you, guard. The guard pulled his hand out of his jacket and opened up the heavy door. Young woman, maybe? Loud music and flashing colorful lights spilled out from the outside. From within that, a well-dressed guard appeared to welcome Akasaka. At this moment, his first mission was accomplished. Having acted as the go signal for the remaining units, Akasaka was also in the dangerous position of being in enemy territory all by himself. The door was the biggest obstacle for their ambush. The door locked automatically, so whenever it was closed, it was also sealed that way. It was a solid door, nearly impossible to open from the outside. Somebody had to not only open that door, but keep it open for several seconds in order for the raid to begin. Akasaka was the only one who could do that. Canoe. The complex on the other side of the curb was getting a new tenant, and there were 2 trucks parked in front of the building. But of course, that was just a disguise. The door to one of the trucks opened, and several dozen plainclothes investigators jumped out. The same thing was happening at the back door, too. The ground level guards noticed this and began to draw their guns, but were taken down immediately by nearby investigators who had been pretending to be innocent bystanders. Several dozen investigators quietly went down the underground stairs. These narrow underground stairs were another obstacle to their operation. Everything would end up on the security camera. Their raid would become known within a few seconds. For that matter, a push on the security button would make it impossible for the lock to be opened from the outside. That's why they had to secure the door before the ambush. The guards on both sides of Akasaka noticed the loud footsteps coming down the stairs. The well-dressed guards also realized that something was wrong. The 3 guards shifted their attention from Akasaka to the stairs behind him. And as he sensed that attention shift, Akasaka took a quick, deep breath and then stopped breathing entirely. The 2 guards standing beside him suddenly rose into the air in strange positions. Doof! Doof! Akasaka determined his position relative to the 2 guards next to him, so he didn't need to check with his eyes. Yeah, I can't do it anymore. I can't. I was trying so hard. Okay, wait, the flute, though? I think the flute just redeems it. I think the flute just redeems it. But it's like, are you kidding me, Akasaka? Really, man? This is your OST? But even so! His fists had been driven into their faces with such precise accuracy. His moves were well-trained ones and showed no mercy against evil. They were as destructive as armor-piercing ammunition. And furthermore, Akasaka had retracted his arms at the same speed he struck. Everything looked so strange in the flashing lights. The men who witnessed all this probably couldn't figure out what had just happened. The 2 guards were up in the air in strange positions, and the man who had been standing in front of him was now crouching low. Then that frozen moment shattered. The well-dressed guard was smashed into the ceiling and shortly afterward came crashing down onto the floor. Later on, while slurping liquid food, he would desperately try to remember whether it was a fist or a leg that broke his jaw. This is some Baki-level fucking narration. This is the type of shit you unironically read in Baki. A bystander would later recollect, saying, I have no idea what happened. Like, unironically. You'd probably never quite recall it. Rather luckily, the way his body fell blocked the door, so Akasaka didn't have it to hold it open any longer. That's what he says to his wife every night. The room was filled with loud music, but everyone had already noticed the brouhaha at the entrance. As soon as Akasaka bellowed his warning, screams filled the club. Most people immediately hit the floor as if trying to proclaim their innocence. But all the guards reacted quickly to Akasaka. In the midst of all this, there were a few people who were trying to make their escape through the back alongside several guards. Akasaka restarted his breathing once and stopped it again, and then ran after them like a wolf. He has his own breathing technique, dude. He jumped up onto the table, smashing expensive bottles of alcohol and scattering glass with ice cubes made from the icebergs of the Arctic. A foreign bodyguard, whose previous profession must have been a professional boxer, thoughtlessly stood in front of Akasaka. With a heavy accent, he tried to taunt his opponent. Akasaka's about to make this professional boxer job, but Akasaka couldn't have cared less about that. The only display that man was able to put on for him was that he was able to block Akasaka's attack. But it wasn't even an effective guard. Unironically balky again. Dude, okay. Using professional boxers as a way to job to your protagonist to make them really strong is a classic fighting manga strategy. They're actually using fighting manga strategies. Kengen Ashura ass. The power of Akasaka's punches were so incredible that they simply broke the man's bones in his attempt to block them. The man's arm was warped in a strange way, and the moment after the agony showed on his face, Akasaka's left arm ground into it. Akasaka, you see, is right-handed. That man should consider himself grateful that he was able to get away with a mere orbital fracture. Thinking that this was his chance, another man attempted to tackle Akasaka-san from behind. He assumed that no matter how strong a man was, he'd go down quickly when attacked from behind. This electric guitar, bro. He also assumed that as Akasaka was concentrating in front of him, he wouldn't be expecting an attack from behind to begin with. But that would only be true if Akasaka was just concentrating on his front. Indeed, the attacker was very wrong, for Akasaka was no longer even thinking about the man before him. Akasaka knew exactly when and what was about to happen. The experience he had built up to this day taught him that. His body, more than his mind, remembered the timing for when menaces to society like these would make their move from behind him. Akasaka's attack continued fluidly from the left arm punch that he struck against the ex-boxer. His left arm retracted, and at the same time, he arched his left leg around beautifully as it crashed into the man approaching him from behind. A dull sound signified that his nose had been broken, but Akasaka already knew that. Akasaka continued his motion and directed a decisive right blow to the side of his assailant's head. The man slammed into the wall and bounced off of it, rolling on the floor. Akasaka took another breath. Under the glare of the dazzling club lights, the guards realized they were up against a demon. Yet they realized that there was no way to take him down. The guards were being paid to deal with humans. Fighting against demons just wasn't in their job description. Bro got that L5 from Hinamizawa, bro. At that moment, backup finally arrived. Maybe finally isn't a suitable word. Everything that happened did so over a matter of seconds. The time it took for Akasaka to take down those 5 guards was a span of merely 2 breaths. They're trying, dude, literally infinite Akasaka Fratasaka glaze. Thanks to Akasaka's furious action, the flow of events was already set. Akasaka's intimidating fist first strike shattered the gang leader's will to run. They were all on the floor, but one of them began smiling. Akasaka grabbed him by the collar and threw him against the concrete wall. Nah, I'm Akasaka, bitch. Headbutt, come on. Come on, come on. Or a line. Or a line. Kick him in the balls. Kick him in the balls. With a dragon-like roar, Akasaka's right fist pounded the wall right next to the diplomat's head. He punched the wall. Oh my god, dude, he's trying so hard to look cool right now. Akasaka, bro. Yo, bro, I punch metal for fun. Okay, Akasaka. Immediately after that, his left fist pounded the wall on the other side of that head, and soon enough, Akasaka had pounded the wall 7 times. He's just a sliver away from the diplomat. Could you imagine watching this? Like, you're the diplomat right now, I'm Akasaka? Are we for real? Are we for real? That's really how we're doing this, man? His fists were easily powerful enough to crush the man's head. The diplomat crumbled to the floor. Okay. Okay, dude. Further investigations discovered a secret getaway route that even public safety didn't know about. Dozens of Soviet military-grade machine guns were found. And if Akasaka hadn't stopped them there in the club, they would have escaped, or even worse, the operation might have ended with brutal death tolls on both sides. All thanks to how well Akasaka executed his duty. The operation was completed without a single shot fired. Yo, Rika, take this fragment back out. Rika, I don't want this fragment. It's not worth it, bro. I trust Ch8 will handle it, bro. We don't need Fratasaka to join. The potential man of the series. Am I right or am I right? Since the foreign diplomat was involved, they had to make sure it didn't look as though the whole operation was carried out by the police. Instead, it was made to look like a simple gang war. They would dump the useless gang members and hand over the target to the police. Of course, before hanging him over, they would make sure he spilled everything he knew. The diplomatic pig would be used as a negotiation device by another part of public safety. Yeah, this is Rika's like fan fiction fragment. They've found plenty of evidence that said Pig was tied to an underground criminal organization. Not wanting a persona non grata on their hands, the embassy would likely cut all ties with him. The rest would be the business of other departments. Public safety's job was to take care of the things regular police couldn't deal with. Canoe. Canoe. Canoe wasn't even in the field. He's a on the chair guy. You've done it again. Man, just like the last time you did this. Glaze him.
ありゃ絶対空手の域を超えてるな。赤坂さんの鉄拳はすでに狂気だね。しかし連中、銃を抜かなかったのはラッキーだったよな。赤坂さん、躊躇ねえからな。蜂の巣にしてたかもしれないぜ。聞こえてるぞ。人を殺し屋みたいに言うな。
What is this background music? The pigs he had just caught were no average criminals. They had committed so many unforgivable sins. The strength behind Akasaka's fists were proportional to those sins. The heavier their sins, the more powerful his blows would be. Yo, get this guy up against Takano stat. Yeah. Go!
聞こえたな。撤収を急げ。了解。あ、主任どうぞ。要治療が5名、手配をお願いします。
There wasn't even a trace left of Akasaka's old naivete. He had grown to be the vigilant ace of his department. God damn it, Akasaka. He's training in a dojo. Akasaka was training inside a dark dojo filled with the smell of sweat and black mold. The dojo was located in the middle of downtown in a small building. It wasn't that big, and they weren't all that well equipped either. It certainly didn't look like a dojo where a person as skilled as Akasaka would train. He's got like a hidden master. He's got a secret master. He's got a secret kung fu master, bro. There were only 3 or 4 students here, including Akasaka, but this was the dojo he picked. To Akasaka, karate was certainly a weapon for crushing his enemies, but now he was seeking something further from it. To achieve his goal, a dojo with many young students having actual physical lessons wouldn't work. He had gone to so many different dojos since this was the first time he finally settled on. Every time Akasaka punched a sandbag, the heavy thud of his punch and the clang of the sandbag's chain would echo. He wasn't just punching blindly, he thought of first, developed those thoughts, and then punch. Dude, yeah, he was in Hinamizawa Chapter 7, did fucking nothing, and then goes on a training arc in the future. You bitch. You bitch. It was more of a deep and low vibration than a proper sound. Drops of sweat scattered and the dust welled up in the air. It was a perfect blow, embodying the concept of one strike, one kill. But he wasn't satisfied. He closed his eyes, controlled his breathing as if trying to hear the cry of cicadas. Then he punched again. Okay, that's a good line. I can give him that one. He's channeling the thoughts of Hinamizawa and like how he failed Rika or something like that as like fuel. That makes this fire. That makes this good. All right. The rest of this, whatever. But that's a good element. From a beginner's perspective, it looked like he was taking breaths between each. The other students training on their own would glance over and sense a fearsome respect as his focus blows. Disciple. Yo, I'm resisting putting Kung Fu Panda on the course board right now. On his days off, Akasaka came to the dojo in the early morning, and he silently trained all day. His training was no longer physical, but mental. The other students were already aware that his continuous concentration was the secret of his strength. However, that was easier said than done. FBI, you better have your trailer, by the way. As long as a person lives, they are bound by countless ties and idle thoughts. For a person to submit all his will into such singular focus is more like trying to attain enlightenment than something in the realm of martial arts. Man has tried many different methods to achieve such enlightenment, and what we've learned is that there is no way to reach it. No one way to reach it? No one way to reach it. And a path one takes can reach it if mastered. Karate is what Akasaka chose. Or you can save it for like the next stream. The rumors say.
奥さん死んじゃってる
Oh,
らしいんだ
she's dead in this one?
それを忘れるために空手を始めたって噂だぜ。あれ
If it's like 3 minutes long, I guess.
俺が聞いた話は違う。
Well, are opening spoilers? I mean, for this series, it's spoilers, right?
任務中に女の子を救えなかったとか、なんとかで。
Yeah, Rika.
それで自分の無力さを痛感したと
Or
か。
both. Or both.
おい、聞こえてる。
And as long as it's like trailer length.
人の噂話なんかしてないで。稽古をしろ。
There was a small beeping noise. Somebody's watch was letting them know it was noon.
あ、赤坂さん。俺たち弁当買ってきますけど、赤坂さんのも買ってきましょうか。
助かる。何でもいいぞ。頼む。
Akasaka was more pleased to be alone in the dojo than to have anyone bring him lunch. When they left, silence filled the building.
くそ、人の話なんかしやがるから。集中が途切れちまったじゃないか。
True. But if that happened because of that bit of small talk, then that meant he had much more training to do. He had to train much harder if he wanted to achieve enlightenment. He focused again, started to punch the sandbag, but the sound was a lot lighter than before, and obviously the strength in his fist was no longer there. Bro's trying to reach enlightenment. Realizing that he needed to take a break, Akasaka pulled out a towel from his bag and sat down. The sound of cicadas soaked into his body. The windows were open, but there was no breeze coming in. Still, he could feel the cool air, if just a little. Just as they said, the reason Akasaka started karate was because of Yuki's death. Of course, losing against the suspect in the kidnapping incident was one reason too, but more than that, the pain from Yuki's death was what made him start. Yuki fell down the stairs of the hospital and died while he was on a business trip in Shishibone. Aranamis Gifter, thank you for giving out a tier 1 sub to Ui. Congratulations, Ui, on your gift 1 sub. Thank you very much for the subscription. That's very nice of you. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you. W subscription. He couldn't get rid of that depression, so he started learning karate. Akasaka should check his Jacob's ladder. True. He is trying to manifest ego. But in June 1983, when the Great Hinamizawa disaster occurred, he realized something very important. A girl had predicted Yuki's death, and in return, she wanted him to help her. Yuki's death was an accident. He could have told himself that there was nothing he could have done. But as for the girl, Rika Furude's death was different. She knew about her own death 5 years prior. When the disaster occurred, he remembered Oishi and called him to make sure he was okay. Then found out about everything. When he was caught up, he fell into despair. Rika Furude was the turning point in his life. If he had believed what she predicted and did something about it, maybe Yuki wouldn't have had to fall down the stairs. He took the oath to serve the public as a police officer, yet he didn't notice the plea for help from a little girl. He shoved aside a conspiracy surrounding her until it was too late. He had 5 years to do something about it, but he didn't do anything and she died. Visiting Hinamizawa for the kidnapping case of the minister's grandson was definitely the turning point in his life. If he had only listened to what that girl said, Yuki would have never died, and he could have been there to help Rika Furude. Those two things continued to haunt him. The investigation into this year's mysterious death in Hinamizawa that he heard about from Oishi was put on a definite hiatus because of the disaster, but it was apparent to both of them that there was some conspiracy behind it all. To challenge such things, he needed all the strength and experience that he could muster. He was devoting himself to gain such strength, but it was too late. Everything had already ended. While he was stuck in this dilemma, the dojo instructor admonished him. There's nothing one can do about what's already done. So in that case, the only thing he can do is train diligently, so if the same thing has to happen again, he was able to save a person in need. He will be able to save a person in need. It was all too late. Everything is already over. Yuki died in an accident. Hinamizawa was destroyed in the gas disaster, and Rika-chan was murdered as her intestines were ripped out while she was alive. Shit. I was too obsessed with Yuki's death and couldn't hear the girl's pleas for help. No, if I had listened to her, I could have prevented Yuki's accident, too. Damn it. Damn it. Shit. Oh, this is cool. As Akasaka clutched his hair and looked up, he noticed a small shrine overhead that protected the dojo. Akasaka respected both Shinto and Buddhism, but he had never thought of praying to gods in times of despair. But for the first time, he felt like praying for help. Hanyu! If it was something he was capable of doing himself, he would never even consider praying. But as it was something he couldn't resolve on his own, he prayed. It was a very selfish wish. If his wish were to come true, everyone in the whole world would wish for the same thing. Oh? 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 At that moment, Akasaka's body suddenly felt very light. Ow! No, it was more like he was losing balance, as if he was fainting. Perhaps it was because he shouted so loudly after training and his brain was lacking in oxygen, but he couldn't take his eyes off the shrine. We needed him to believe. One more person for the miracle. Was this a hallucination? Akasaka felt like a stranger was talking to him. He didn't know what she was trying to say, but somehow he felt like he couldn't miss a single word of it. He felt like it was something very, very important. Fradasaka, we need you! My fragment's kinda hopeless. I need you to help us out. Bro, he can unite like Oishi too. Even more than Oishi was already on our side. Oh! You're asking the right seal. Wait, fuck? Oh, so for next time. He has to reach enlightenment to transmit his dream across the realms. His hopes across the realms. Thank you, Akasaka. Thank you for remembering me. I don't even know how much time I've spent asking you for help. But finally it reached you. So I'll say it one more time. Please help me. No. Please help us. Oh, true. Wait, that kinda hit! Wait, please help us kinda hit, though. I felt that one. Akasaka, when they cry. Wait, what? Oh, it's broken. Do I go back to this? This is it, by the way. Don't click the next one. Oh, there's a spot? Is it this now? Am I supposed to go back here? I won't click it, but like, is that... Now we've gotten the last fragment so we can go back and like finish this one off? Because we have to add in that last little fragment. We have to fix it. That'd be so cool. Let me save. Yeah, awesome. Woo, chat! We've gathered all the world fragments. We've done it. We had our own share of having to turn back time in order to have... We literally had to be Rika and Hanyu turning back time and saving in order to actually do it, but we connected all the fragments. We did it, chat. And now next time, next week, we'll be able to like finish it out. Hope is on the horizon. It's so crazy that fucking Akasaka's head ass is really our guy for the finale, huh? That's crazy. That is crazy. Holy shit, am I hungry. I am so hungry. Can I say my trailer for next week? Yeah, it's totally fine. Totally fine. And then, Sif, did you want to do anything else for your trailer? Or did you want me to watch the Hinamizawa thing after closing the YouTube stream? Yeah, it's all coming together, man. We can do it now or we can do it next week. I don't care if it's whatever you want. Okay, let me grab that. Add. Okay. What are you doing? What do you want? Do Sifs first? Okay, well, I guess I have to say bye to YouTube then. YouTube chat. That's it for me. Bye, YouTube. We'll watch this last like trailer thing real quick on Twitch, but that's it for this one. I will be seeing y'all next week, YouTube, for more Higurashi, close to finale, either ultimate or maybe penultimate. I feel like we're getting close to the end of Chapter 8 of Higurashi. Should be exciting. Project Moon on Thursday. Limbus Company, we're on Kanto 6. Uploads on Patreon, uploads on YouTube. It's been a little scattered in recent time, but I'm starting to like get back in the flow of it. So I'm starting to record stuff again, which is good. But